Same Tuesday. By Zelvara. Prologue, 97.3. The terminal she borrows belongs to a postgraduate student named Marcus who owes her a favor and asks no questions. It is a Tuesday in October, 6 years before the novel begins, and Lena is 23 years old and has not yet made the worst decision of her life, and she is running a pre-employment compliance check because the Ministry of Pairings requires it of all new hires and she has been told to expect it. The form loads slowly. This is a legacy system. She will come to know its architecture intimately over the next 6 years, will come to understand every partition and subroutine, will develop the specific fond contempt an expert holds for the machine she has mastered, but today it is simply slow, and she watches the progress bar with the particular impatience of someone who has not yet learned that some information is worth waiting for and some is not. She is going to be very good at this job. She knows this already. She has known since her first data architecture seminar, when she looked at the ministry's publicly available classification schema and understood in 30 seconds where the elegance was and where it wasn't, and wrote out a correction in the margin of her notes that she has not shown anyone. She is 23 and precise and she wants the job badly, and she has told herself the wanting is purely practical, the salary, the security clearance, the institutional weight of it, and she has believed herself, more or less. The form finishes loading. She reads it. The percentage is 97.3. She has studied match theory. She knows that anything above 92 is considered a primary result. She knows that 97.3 is, statistically, a number that appears in approximately 0.4% of all match calculations, rare enough to be notable, not rare enough to be anomalous in itself. She knows the ministry's research suggests that high percentage pairs demonstrate meaningfully better outcomes across a range of longitudinal metrics, which is language she has read and processed and stored without, until this moment, attaching to anything personal. The name beside hers is one she doesn't recognize. She is still reading it when the flag loads in the corner of the screen. Anomalous, classification review pending. She knows what this means. She has read the classification guidelines in preparation for the job. She knows that anomalous is the flag applied when the match result produces a configuration the ministry's standard processing protocol cannot handle without a secondary review, and she knows what configurations trigger that flag, and she knows that she is looking at her own name beside the flag and that the name next to hers is a woman's name, and she has 17 seconds to decide what to do before the auto-submit function sends the form to the pre-employment review queue. 17 seconds. She has thought about this, in the abstract, the way she thinks about most things, structurally, in advance, with contingencies accounted for. She has thought about what she would do if her result came back flagged. She has told herself it was unlikely. She has told herself that if it happened she would handle it like anyone else, go through the process. There were options, the ministry's correction program was, she had read the literature, a well-regarded resource. She had been thinking about it the way she thought about car accidents, abstractly, and then her roommate Elena's result came back in September, and Elena had sat with it for a week and then made the appointment, and Lena had smiled and said she understood, and Elena had said she'd made peace with it, and Lena had said she thought that was she had said she thought that was. 17 seconds. She has thought, in the 9 months since that conversation, about what she would have done differently. What she should have said instead of what she said. Whether there was a version of that afternoon that ended some other way. She has an answer to that question. She has had it since approximately the 3rd week of October, standing in the door of Elena's empty room, looking at the stripped mattress and the empty shelves and the small rectangle of unfaded paint where a poster used to hang. The auto-submit timer reaches 3 seconds. Her hands move. She knows the system already. She has spent the summer studying it, knows its partitions and its architecture, knows specifically that the legacy database has a corrupted partition in the northern sector, records that no one has bothered to clean because the cleanup would require taking the audit scripts offline for 72 hours and no one wants to sign off on that. She knows the corrupted partition gets no traffic. She knows the routine audit scripts won't reach it. She knows all of this the way she knows everything she knows, precisely, in advance, because she anticipated needing it. Her hands move across the keyboard with the specific certainty of someone who has already calculated that the alternative is worse. The file corrupts. The flag disappears. The record rewrites itself to a null result, processing error, please resubmit after account verification, a delay of 10 business days, enough time for the pre-employment review to close without the flagged result attached to it. She submits the corrected form. The terminal screen returns to its idle state. The room is very quiet. Through Marcus's window she can see the university's central courtyard, wet from yesterday's rain, students crossing it without looking up. The ventilation system is loud. She has not noticed it before, it seems very loud now. The number was 97.3. She will not forget it. She does not know the name that was next to hers. She buries that too, with the same deliberate keystrokes, and tells herself it is a mercy. She tells herself she is protecting someone she doesn't know, which is easier than the alternative, which is that she is protecting herself, and that the two things might not be the same. She logs out of Marcus's terminal and returns his key card and thanks him. She takes the long way back to her apartment through the courtyard, past the building where Elena used to have seminars, and she puts her hands in her jacket pockets and breathes the October air and thinks, I am going to be very good at this job. She believes it. She is not wrong. She returns to her apartment. She does not sleep well. On Monday she begins. Chapter 1, Everything in its correct file. The overnight queue is 17 items long, which is light for a Tuesday. Tuesdays are always heavy, something about the way the ministry's system batches its weekly algorithmic runs, processing the weekend's accumulated data in a single overnight push that drops into Lena's queue between 2 and 4 a.m. She has never been awake to see it happen. She arrives, she makes coffee, she opens the queue, and the Tuesday work is simply there, waiting with the patient indifference of things that do not know they are difficult. 17 items. She starts with the match confirmations, which are straightforward, 2 signatures, 1 approval stamp, 1 record updated, next. She moves through them with the practiced absence of someone who has learned to do a difficult thing without feeling it, which is to say she does not think about what the records mean, does not picture the people whose names she's processing, does not consider whether they are happy about it or afraid or whether they have been waiting for this result or dreading it. The records are data. The data requires processing. She processes. This is the job. She is, by any metric the ministry tracks, very good at it. 4 years ago she was a junior analyst with a desk in the open plan room on the second floor, running batch calculations and flagging edge cases for senior review. 3 years ago she was moved to a private office, small, but private, and given a caseload that included anomalous result management, which is the ministry's language for the files that require more than 1 keystroke to resolve. 2 years ago she was the person other analysts brought their anomalous cases to when the standard protocol didn't cover it, which is how she became, without intending to, someone the ministry considers indispensable. She had intended to. She is honest with herself about most things. The match confirmation's clear. She moves to the referral queue, which is where the morning's wait is, 8 files flagged for correction program processing, which she will review for completeness and forward to the relevant department. She opens the first one. She does not think about Elena. She processed the file. The record is correct. This is the skill she has built over 6 years and it is, by now, almost effortless, the specific compartmentalization of a woman who has organized herself into the most legible possible version of herself and arranged her interior architecture accordingly. What she cannot feel safely, she does not feel at work. What she cannot think about safely, she sets aside. The partition in her mind is as clean as the one in the database, walled off, correct, no flags triggered, no audit scripts reaching it. She opens the second file. She is halfway through the third when Odette appears in her doorway with 2 cups of coffee and the expression she wears when she wants to talk about something other than what she is going to say. The systems team wants your sign-off on the quarterly archive parameters, Odette says, setting one of the cups on Lena's desk with the practiced ease of someone who has done this enough times that it no longer requires announcement. I told them you'd get to it by noon. I'll get to it by noon, Lena says, not looking up. You always do. Odette leans against the doorframe. She is 32 and French-Algerian and has worked alongside Lena for 4 years and has, in that time, developed an elaborate personal policy of not finishing certain sentences that Lena finds both useful and occasionally alarming. There's a new person starting in compliance today. Lena moves her finger down the referral file. There usually is. Transfer placement, Odette says. She came in last week to sort the badge situation, but apparently there was a problem with the forms, so they're doing the formal start today. A pause. Wren Reyes. Lena notes the name in the part of her mind that notes things and continues reading. Do I need to coordinate with her? Not immediately. I just thought you'd want to know the building's roster. Odette picks up her own coffee. She seems very precise. Good, Lena says. We need precise. Odette says, in a way that carries about 17 separate implications, none of which she will articulate, and leaves. The morning proceeds. The referral queue clears. The archive parameter form takes 11 minutes to review and sign. She sends 2 interdepartmental memos and reviews a draft protocol from the systems team and makes a note in the margins about an efficiency gap they haven't noticed yet. She eats lunch at her desk, which is not a habit she endorses but finds herself doing anyway, because the break room requires sustained social performance and today she doesn't have the resources for it. At 2:30 she hears the corridor. Not a sound, exactly. A shift in the ambient noise of the floor, the particular change in pressure that a person creates when they move through a space with the specific quality of self-containment that makes other people notice even if they can't say why. Lena does not look up immediately. She finishes the sentence she is on, makes a note in the margin, and then looks up. The woman in the corridor is tall, 5 feet 9 inches or thereabouts, broad-shouldered, close-cropped dark hair, the composite physical impression of someone whose presence is simply structural, not performed. She is wearing the standard Ministry Administration badge on a lanyard and carrying a folder with the kind of grip that suggests she is someone who carries important things without treating them as though they're fragile. She moves the way people move when they have already mapped the space, not hesitantly, not with the slight navigational overcaution of someone new to a building, but with the quiet calibration of someone who has already catalogued where everything is and where she needs to be. She pauses at Lena's open door. Sorry to interrupt. Her voice is low, precise, carries no inflection that suggests the interruption costs her anything. The third-floor printer, is it operational? Lena's brain, without consulting her, produces the information that she does not know, that the third-floor printer has been unreliable since the paper jammed 2 weeks ago, that she has not checked on it since, that this is a factual gap she has no way to resolve without investigation. I don't know, she says. The woman nods once. The kind of nod that indicates information received and processed, not agreement or courtesy. She continues down the corridor. Lena looks back at her screen. She is aware, in the specific way she is aware of most things she notices and files, that she has just been introduced to Wren Reyes. That this is the transfer placement Odette mentioned. That they have now spoken for approximately 8 seconds, which is 6 seconds longer than most initial corridor interactions warrant. She is also aware that in those 8 seconds she has registered, without intending to, about 14 separate details about the way Wren Reyes moves through a hallway, and that this is precisely the kind of noticing she does not do at work. She opens the next file. The queue by end of day is 4 items shorter than this morning. She submits the archive parameters at 4:47. She makes a note of 2 structural inconsistencies in the third-quarter referral batch that no one has flagged yet, because her job technically ends at 5 o'clock but her noticing doesn't. At 5:03 she shuts down her terminal. She takes the stairs down to the ground floor and exits through the side door because the side door is closer to the transit stop, not because it is less surveilled. She does not think in those terms at work. At work she is simply a woman who takes the efficient route home and has always done so. She makes dinner. She reads. She goes to bed at 10. She does not think about the number 97.3. She has not thought about it, in any meaningful sense, for 18 months. She goes to sleep. It is a Tuesday. Chapter 2, The Word She Wrote Down. The referral batch from the northern sector is 43 files long and Wren has been through it twice already by the time she finds the one that doesn't fit. She works the way she does everything, from the beginning, in order, with the specific methodical attention of someone who has learned the hard way that speed is not the same as efficiency, and that the difference between them is usually found in file 43. She reads each referral for completeness, correct form number, correct classification code, supporting documentation attached, reviewing officer's credentials current, and she marks the deficiencies in her own notation, not the Ministry Standard Checklist, because the Ministry Standard Checklist has 3 categories and she has found that most deficiencies fall into a 4th. The 4th category is, something is not right here and I cannot yet say what. She does not mark the 41st file. She sets it to the side of her desk and moves through 42 and 43, and then she goes back. The referral is technically complete. She has checked it against every item on the standard checklist and the Ministry's supplementary review guidelines and her own notation system, and it passes all of them. The classification code is correct. The supporting documentation is present. The reviewing officer's credentials are current and the signature matches the file on record. She reads it again. The problem is not in the file. The problem is in the gap between this file and the one that came before it in the batch, a 3-week gap in the timeline that suggests a delay at some point in the processing chain, and a delay that long, in this type of referral, usually indicates a secondary review that isn't reflected in the documentation. Which either means the secondary review didn't happen, or it happened and wasn't recorded, and neither of those explanations is satisfying. She marks it. Not as flagged, as pending her own review. There is a difference. She has been in this building for 1 week. She came from a 3-year posting in the Compliance Division of the Eastern Sector, which was, in the Ministry's assessment of her career trajectory, excellent preparation for this transfer. The Eastern Sector referral volume was comparable to the Ministry's central operations. She had managed a team of 4. She had a record for catch rate, the percentage of deficient referrals identified before they progressed to processing, that she is told was exceptional. She does not disagree. She is good at finding what doesn't fit. This is not always a comfortable quality. She has been good at it for long enough to understand that finding what doesn't fit and knowing what to do with it are different skills, and that the second is harder, and that she is still working on it. She files the 41st referral under pending review. She opens the second batch. At 10:30, Odette Fain appears in her doorway. Wren has catalogued Odette already, has catalogued everyone in the building she shares a floor with, which is not surveillance. It is simply the habit of attention she has maintained since approximately month 2 of her first compliance posting, when she understood that the people around her were information she could not afford to discard. Odette is 32, warm in the specific way that is also strategic, funny in the way that uses humor as a delivery mechanism for things that are true and better said sideways. She has been Lena Vasquez's closest professional contact for 4 years, and she has chosen, with evident deliberation, not to know certain things about that friendship. Wren noticed this the first time she saw them in the same corridor. She has been watching since. Settling in? Odette says. She leans against the doorframe with the ease of someone who has done this in every doorway on this floor and expects to be welcome in each of them. Yes, Wren says. Thank you. The filing system in compliance is its own archaeology project. If you need a guide to the 3rd floor archives, Lena, that's Vasquez, data integrity, she knows them better than anyone. She'll tell you she's too busy and then show you anyway. I'll keep that in mind. Odette studies her for a moment with the bright, open expression of a woman who is also doing something else entirely. Then she says, apparently as an afterthought, do you find the work interesting? The classification side of things? It is not a casual question, though it is delivered as one. Wren processes it before she answers. I find the system interesting, she says. The classification architecture. What it's optimizing for. And what is it optimizing for? Odette sounds genuinely curious. She may be. Legibility. Wren keeps her voice even. It's not optimizing for happiness. It never was. It's optimizing for legibility, for results that the processing system can categorize and manage without edge cases. Odette is quiet for a moment. Then she says, It's not a criticism, Wren says. It's an observation. I know. Odette's smile shifts slightly, not wider, but different, the way an expression changes when someone decides to mean it. I just don't usually hear people say it directly. She leaves. Wren watches her go with the attention she applies to things she hasn't finished processing yet. She returns to the second batch. She clears 6 files. She closes the deficiency notation and opens a blank document and types the word at the top, legibility. She sits with it. The ministry can only manage what it can name. She understood this 3 years ago in the way you understand things abstractly, as a structural observation, as a fact about institutional architecture, and then she began to understand it differently, in the way you understand things when you are looking directly at someone and understanding, for the first time, what it costs them not to fit the category. She did not start looking until year 2. Year 1 she was efficient and thorough and exactly what the ministry's compliance process required, which is to say she was good at her job in the specific sense of, the paperwork was correct and the referrals were complete and she did not think about what happened after they left her desk because that was not, technically, part of her job. Year 2 she started looking. Year 3 she filed the transfer request. She stares at the word on the screen. She thinks about the match result she received on a Tuesday that was not identical to this Tuesday but that she has been thinking about, intermittently, for 18 months, the percentage, the name beside hers, the specific quality of the silence in her office at the eastern sector when she understood what she was looking at. 97.3, she had not buried it. She had carried it home, and she had sat with it for 4 months, and she had drafted the transfer request 17 times before she submitted it, because she is someone who checks her work. She saves the document. She closes it. She pulls the 41st file back out from the pending stack and reads it once more, looking for the thing she knows is in it, finding it in the 3rd paragraph. A secondary review did occur. It isn't recorded in the documentation because the reviewing officer marked it in a notation code she wasn't using in week 1. She was still learning the building's notation conventions, but it's there, compressed into a single classification stamp that she now knows how to read. She marks the file complete. She moves it back into the batch. She is very good at her job. She knows, now, that the word on the screen is the spine of something. She does not know yet that she is living inside the novel it belongs to. She only knows that she came to this building for a reason, and that the reason is in an office 2 corridors down, and that she is someone who, once she has run every scenario, acts. She closes the notation file. She opens the 3rd batch. It is a Tuesday. She arrived early. She intended to. Chapter 3, The Trade He Made. Tomas makes the same lunch every Sunday, roasted vegetables with rice, a protein that rotates between chicken and fish in a pattern Lena has never been able to predict, and a bread he bakes himself from a recipe that belonged to their grandmother and that he has, over 12 years of marriage to Marco, refined to something that is genuinely excellent. The apartment smells like it before she reaches the 3rd floor. The smell is the same every time she visits, which is every Sunday that she is in the city, which is most of them. She is 36 minutes early because the transit ran fast and she chose not to wait. "You're early," Tomas says, opening the door. He is 35 and 2 inches taller than her and has, over the 6 years she has worked at the ministry, developed the protective instincts of someone who senses that his younger sister's life contains rooms he doesn't have access to and has decided that the correct response to this is to feed her. "The transit was fast," she says. "Come in. Marco's at his sister's, so it's just us." He takes her jacket. He is already assessing her, the circles under her eyes, the tension in her jaw, whether she's eaten today in a way that counts. She lets him assess. He will reach the wrong conclusions, which is the correct outcome. The kitchen is warm. She sits at the counter and he gives her tea without asking, which is correct, and she wraps her hands around the cup and watches him finish the vegetables. "How's the week?" he asks. "Fine. There was a new transfer placement in the building." "New colleague?" "Compliance." She drinks the tea. "Seems competent." "That's a ringing endorsement from you," Tomas says. He is smiling. He smiles easily, always has. It is one of the things she loves about him and one of the things that make Sunday afternoons cost her something she can't name precisely, only feel, a low-grade withdrawal from a resource she has been spending for years. You should make more friends in the building. Odette's not enough of a social life. Odette is plenty of a social life. Odette is a conspiracy, he says, not unkindly. She knows everything about everyone and she never says what she knows. You're the same, by the way. You've always done that. Even when you were 14. I was 14, Lena says. That's just what 14 is. You were 14 and you already had a face like a closed file. He transfers the vegetables to a serving dish and sets it on the table. Come sit. Tell me something real. This is the game they play. She moves from the counter to the table, sits across from him in the same chair she always uses, and she tells him something that is true. She is careful to make it true, because Tomas is not stupid and has known her for 29 years, and she calibrates how much of the truth to include. I've been thinking about the quarterly parameters at work, she says. There's an efficiency gap that hasn't been flagged yet. I'm deciding whether to document it or just fix it. Tomas serves both their plates. Why wouldn't you document it? Documentation creates a paper trail. A paper trail creates accountability. Sometimes accountability for a gap is less useful than just correcting the gap and moving on. He considers this. And which do you usually do? Depends on whose gap it is. He laughs, warm, a little too loud, the laugh she has loved since she was 6 and he was 12 and the world was smaller and more manageable. That's terrifyingly pragmatic of you. It's pragmatic. Not terrifyingly so. Same thing. He picks up his fork. For a moment he looks at her directly in the way he does when he is going to say something he has been holding since she arrived. Are you sleeping? Yes. Are you eating? I'm eating right now. Lena. Yes, she says. I'm eating. I'm sleeping. The job is fine. The ministry did that compatibility reassessment offer last month. For employees who haven't updated their partnership status in 2 or more years. He says it gently, which is the same as saying it at all. Did you get the notice? She did. It arrived on a Thursday, printed on the ministry's standard cream-colored form stock, offering her the opportunity to voluntarily submit to a current algorithmic assessment and have her status updated to reflect any new compatibility indicators. She had read it, which was automatic, and then she had put it in the recycling, which was a decision. I saw it, she says. Are you going to? Not right now. She says it in the tone that closes the subject and that they have both understood since she was 14. The vegetables are good. Grandmother's seasoning. He lets the other thing go, because he loves her and because he knows the tone, and because one of the things she loves about Tomas is that he chooses not to push further even when she can see him wanting to. I added something. I don't know if she'd approve. She'd approve if it tasted good. It tastes good, he says, with the confidence of someone who has spent 12 years perfecting a recipe. They eat. He tells her about Marco's sister's new apartment, about the infrastructure project he's managing in the Southern District, about the neighbor upstairs who has started learning an instrument with more ambition than ability. She listens and asks questions and laughs in the right places, and she is, in this kitchen, in this Sunday afternoon, almost entirely present, which is, she knows, one of the things she will lose if the plan fails. Not the plan abstractly. This kitchen. His laugh. The smell of bread and roasted vegetables. The specific Sunday afternoon quality of his company. She has thought about this before. She thinks about it in the way she thinks about most things that frighten her, methodically, at a remove, until she has examined it from enough angles that the fear becomes structural and therefore manageable. What she would lose. Who would know? What his face would do, if he knew, not about Wren, specifically, though she thinks about that too, but simply about who she is. The part she has kept in the walled partition of herself, correctly filed, no audit scripts reaching it. What would his face do? She thinks, he would want to fix it. He would think there was something to fix, because Tomas lives in a world where the system's offer is real and good and available, and he knows her well enough to be worried about her for exactly the wrong reasons. He would be afraid for her. He would also, she knows, be afraid of her, in the particular way of someone who suddenly understands that the person they love has been keeping a door closed for years and they had no idea the door was there. She decides, as she decides every Sunday, that he will not know. She has decided this enough times that it has become less a decision and more a fact she maintains by repetition, the way you maintain anything, carefully, with daily attention, a few seconds at a time. It is a form of love. She almost believes it. On the drive home she turns on the radio and turns it off again after one song. The city is gray and specific in the late Sunday afternoon light, transit stops and shopfronts and the particular geometry of rooftops she has seen every week for 3 years without memorizing. She knows this drive the way she knows a lot of things, efficiently, without attachment. She thinks about Tomas's face when he told her the reassessment offer had come. She thinks about the trade he made, the household, the sanctioned partnership, the Saturday mornings, the 12 years of grandmother's bread made by someone he loves in a kitchen that smells right. She is not permitted to call it a lesser trade. She has tried. She cannot make the accounting work in a way that lets her call it lesser, which is the thing that makes Sunday afternoons cost her something. Not because she wants what he has, but because she knows, she has always known, that the trade was real, that the ministry's offer was genuine, that the life on the other side of compliance is not a cage but a room with warm light and bread in it, and choosing something else costs exactly that. And she has chosen, and she is still choosing, and it is not a small thing to choose. She pulls into the parking structure below her building. She sits in the car for 4 minutes. She goes upstairs. She makes tea she does not drink and stands at the window and looks at the city going dark, building by building, and thinks about Wren Reyes 2 corridors down from her office. The specific, quiet precision of her. The way she had nodded at the answer she received about the printer, information received and processed, no performance of courtesy, and continued on her way. The fact that she is here, in this building, and that Lena has been noticing this for a week with the patient, walled-off attention she applies to things she is not permitted to think about directly. She goes to bed. She does not think about the number 97.3. She calls Tomas on Sundays. That part, at least, she has never had to give up. Chapter 4. What she doesn't flag. The sweep covers 14 months of compliance referrals from 3 subsectors of the Central District, which is a large enough dataset to be genuinely interesting and specific enough to require the kind of sustained attention that Wren considers, privately, a form of professional satisfaction. She has had the review order on her desk for 3 days. She clears everything else first, smaller tasks, active cases, 2 memos she owes the Data Integrity Office by end of week, and then, on Wednesday morning, she closes her office door and begins. Her team consists of 4 people. She has worked with none of them before. She has spent the past week and a half observing how they work: Dara, who is efficient but inclined to triage by volume rather than weight; Henrik, who is slow and extremely thorough; Mira, who is fast, intelligent, and slightly too confident in her methodology; Priya, who is new and pays close attention to what Wren does, which Wren considers an asset and a responsibility simultaneously. She assigns them sectors. She does not explain the assignment logic, but it is not arbitrary. She has put the hardest material in Dara's section because Dara's volume instinct will serve her there. More deficiencies to catch means more opportunities to build the habit, and put Henrik on the outlier cases because his slowness is precisely what those require. She takes the unsealed legacy files herself. The legacy files are the ones that fall outside the current classification schema, referrals that were processed under the previous system guidelines before the 2031 update, which means they have a different flagging structure, a different notation convention, and a different set of criteria for what counts as complete documentation. Most compliance officers skip them or run them through the automated cross-reference system and accept whatever that produces. Wren does not. The automated system was built on the current schema and cannot read the legacy notation accurately. She tested this in her first week by running a sample legacy file through it and comparing the output to a manual review. The automated output missed 3 deficiencies. She pulls the first legacy file and begins. An hour in, she finds the discrepancy. It is small. A classification code that does not match the referral type, not egregiously, not in a way that would surface in a standard audit, but in a way that suggests either a manual override at some point in the processing chain or a data entry error that compounded across multiple files. She traces it back through the batch, 8 files, all from the same processing window, all showing the same minor displacement in their classification structure. She reads them. The discrepancy is not, on its face, meaningful. The referrals are complete. The processing outcomes appear correct. The classification displacement is likely an artifact of the 2031 schema update, a batch that was halfway through processing when the update rolled out, which would create exactly this kind of systematic minor shift in the codes. She sits with it. The thing she has learned, in 3 years of compliance work, is that discrepancies that look like system artifacts sometimes are system artifacts and sometimes are the things someone wanted to look like a system artifact. She cannot tell, from the files alone, which this is. She would need to cross-reference the processing timestamps against the update rollout log, which would take approximately 2 hours and require access to a database she does not currently have credentials for. She notes the discrepancy in her own notation. She does not flag it yet. This is the behavior of someone who collects information before she uses it, which she has done since approximately month 2 of her first compliance posting, when she understood that flagging something you don't fully understand is sometimes worse than waiting until you do. It is also, she is honest with herself about most things, the behavior of someone who has decided that the correct use of information is not always the obvious one, and that what you do with something you found matters as much as finding it. She marks the files pending her own review and moves on. By noon she has cleared 41 legacy files and identified 3 separate discrepancies, none of which she has flagged. She has a documentation system of her own, a notation file that exists only on her personal device, encrypted with a key that is not connected to any ministry system, and she transfers her notes there at 12:04, and then she opens the office door and goes to the common area for the coffee that passes as lunch. Dara is already there, looking mildly stressed. The third subsector has a notation convention I haven't seen before, Dara says, which is less a complaint than a structural observation, the kind of thing you say to someone you've decided is safe to say structural observations to. Is that normal for this age cohort of files? Yes, Wren says. It's the legacy schema. Cross-reference against the 2028 guidelines, not the current ones. She pours her coffee. How many files? 30-something. It looks inconsistent, but once you see the pattern it's actually very regular. Good. Wren drinks her coffee standing. Flag anything that breaks the pattern. The regularity matters more than whether any individual file looks standard by current criteria. Dara nods and goes back to her desk, already recalibrating. Wren watches her go with the specific satisfaction of managing people well, which is a skill she has spent years developing and which she considers underrated as a form of influence. She returns to her office. At 3:17 in the afternoon, she hears the footsteps before she sees him. She has catalogued the building's ambient sounds in the way she catalogues everything, not as a deliberate project but as background processing that she has long since stopped choosing to do or not do. It simply happens, and the data accumulates. She knows which floors are noisiest in the morning and which go quiet mid-afternoon. She knows the sound the service elevator makes on its way to sublevel 2. She knows Odette's heels in the corridor by the rhythm, slightly quicker than her stride suggests, as if she's always just a little late to wherever she's going. She does not know this set of footsteps. They are measured and unhurried in the specific way of someone for whom unhurried is a choice, not a default. The man who appears in her doorway is in his late 50s, compact, British inflected in his posture in a way that registers as a kind of composed assurance rather than formality. He has the look of someone who has been in institutions long enough to wear the authority of them like good wool, not a statement, simply present. Deputy Minister Callum Stroud. She knows the name from the transfer paperwork. She knows his record the way she knows anyone whose decisions have intersected with her professional life, thoroughly, at a remove, with conclusions held loosely. He approved her transfer request. She knows this. She has thought about what it means. Officer Reyes, he says. He smiles. It is warm, professionally precise, the smile of someone who has calibrated warmth as a tool and no longer needs to think about its application. How are you finding your first weeks? Informative, she says. He approves of this answer, she can see it, faintly. I always find transfer placements produce the most interesting work in the first quarter, he says. New set of eyes. Different institutional memory. He glances, just briefly, at the files on her desk. Good batch for a first sweep. The Central District legacy files are particular. They require a different approach than the current schema files, she says. I've been adjusting. I would expect nothing less. He stands comfortably in her doorway as if doorways belong to whoever happens to be standing in them. I like to make a point of checking in with new placements in their first month. I find it useful to know how people work before I need to know it. He says this with complete pleasantness, which is its own kind of information. If you need anything, access, guidance, introductions, my office is available. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Callum, please. He says it warmly. He means neither warmth nor informality, or rather, he means both, and the meaning underneath them is something she is still triangulating. The ministry works best when its people feel supported rather than managed. A beat. I hope you're feeling that. Yes, she says. Thank you. He nods once, information received, processed, noted, and continues down the corridor. Wren sits very still for a moment after his footsteps have passed. She has worked under Stroud. She knows how his patience operates, how he acquires information without appearing to acquire it, how the warmth functions as an instrument rather than a gesture, how he waits. She transferred out of his direct chain of oversight 8 months ago, which was a professional move with full administrative justification, and he approved the transfer personally, which means he assessed it and decided the outcome was acceptable. She has thought about what he decided was acceptable, and why. She opens her notation file. She does not add anything. She sits with the existing contents for a moment and then closes it, and then she looks at her right hand, at the small, precise scar between thumb and forefinger that she received in year 2 of her first compliance posting, at the trailing edge of the period when she was still deciding what kind of person she was going to be. She touches it with her left hand, briefly. Then she opens the next batch of files and returns to work. The sweep, when complete, will identify 24 flagged deficiencies and 11 items she has kept in her own notation. The ratio is correct. She has been careful about the ratio. She is always careful. Chapter 5, Audit Parameters. It arrives on a Tuesday, which is the ministry's permanent irony and hers specifically. The flag appears in her queue at 7:43 a.m., before she has finished her first cup of coffee, tagged to a legacy partition that she has not thought about in 18 months, that she has, in point of fact, made herself not think about for 18 months, through a combination of structural vigilance and the practice compartmentalization of someone who has built her career on knowing which files to leave closed. She sees it and goes very still. The stillness is not visible. She has, over 6 years, developed stillness as a default register. She is always this still, to outside observers. This is the point, and so the particular quality of this stillness, the kind that moves through her whole body when she has assessed a situation and understood its dimensions before she has consciously finished the assessment, looks identical to any other moment of Lena Vasquez at her desk on a Tuesday morning. She drinks her coffee. She reads the flag. The routine audit scripts run every 72 hours on a rolling basis, covering approximately 94% of the database in any given cycle. The 6% they do not cover is a function of server load management, processing prioritization, and, in the case of certain legacy partitions, the specific administrative overhead required to bring those partitions into the current audit architecture. One of those partitions is the Northern Sector Legacy Archive, which has been flagged for cleanup since 2029 and has not been cleaned because the cleanup requires taking the audit scripts offline for 72 hours and no one has signed off on that. Lena signed off on it 3 weeks ago. The form came through her desk as part of a routine infrastructure maintenance review and she processed it with the practiced absence she brings to all her work, and she did not think about it at the time because she processes 40, 60, 80 forms a week and she does not hold all of them in active memory. And she did not think about the Northern Sector Legacy Archive because she has been not thinking about it for 18 months. She had made a mistake. The first one in 6 years. She closes her eyes for exactly 2 seconds. Then she opens the file. The corrupted partition is where she left it. She checks this before she does anything else. Before she allows herself to breathe correctly, she checks, and the buried record is intact. What the audit flag has done is not expose the record but rather knock against the outer structure of the partition, the way an audit script knocks against anything it can detect. It has found that the partition exists, that it has not been processed in a non-standard amount of time, that this is a flagged condition requiring a data integrity review. A data integrity review. Her cue. Addressed to her. The irony is so precise that she would, under other circumstances, find it funny. She does not find it funny now. She has 17 different methods for handling a situation like this, developed over 6 years of managing an interior architecture that requires maintenance she performs alone. She selects the right one, not the fastest, not the most drastic, but the one that will produce the cleanest result with the smallest footprint, recorrupts the file, buries it 3 layers deeper, resets the timestamp on the partition to pre-audit parameter update, generates a processing error code that will cycle through the queue as a system artifact and close automatically within 48 hours. 4 minutes. She is fast when she needs to be. She closes the flag. She marks it as a system artifact in her queue notation, because she has access to her own queue notation and she is thorough. She picks up her coffee, which has gone tepid, and she drinks it. Her hands are completely steady. They are always completely steady. She is 2/3 of the way through the 3rd minute when she becomes aware, in the specific peripheral way she is aware of things that she has trained herself not to track too directly, that someone has paused in the corridor outside her open door. She does not look up. She is 4 keystrokes from finished. She finishes. She picks up her coffee. She looks up. The corridor is empty. She sits with this for a moment. Processes it. Wren Reyes' office is in the compliance wing, which is at the end of this corridor. The corridor is a standard route between the compliance wing and the stairwell. It is a normal route for anyone in the building to take at any hour. She replays the moment of peripheral awareness. It is not a photograph, it is a fragment, a pause in the ambient sound of the corridor, the particular quality of a person who has stopped moving and then continued. A compliance officer's badge on a lanyard. The height of the pause. The duration of it, approximately 3 seconds. 3 seconds is long enough to see a set of hands moving across a keyboard. It is not long enough to see what the hands are doing. Or it is, if you are paying the kind of attention Wren Reyes appears to pay to everything. Lena sets down her coffee. She opens the next file in her queue and begins to read. She does not know, with certainty, what Wren saw. She does not know what Wren's peripheral attention does with a set of hands moving quickly across a keyboard in an office at 7:43 in the morning. She knows that she has watched Wren for 18 months with the careful, walled-off attention she is permitted to give things she is not permitted to think about directly, and she knows what kind of person Wren is, the quality of her attention, the methodical precision of how she moves through information, and she knows, with the pattern recognition certainty of a woman who reads data for a living, that if Wren paused in her doorway for 3 seconds, Wren saw her hands. The stasis ends. Not with an explosion. Not with a confrontation. A compliance officer walks past a doorway, pauses, continues on her way. A flag appears in a queue and is resolved in 4 minutes and no one will ever know. Except that Lena can no longer be certain of that. And that is the difference between this morning and every morning before it. She reads the file in front of her. It is a routine match confirmation. She processes it in 40 seconds, stamps it, moves it to the completed queue, opens the next one. She is not going to do anything about this. She is going to be precise and professional and she is going to continue to do her job with the practiced excellence that has kept her in her office and not in any of the other offices that exist in this building, the ones she processes paperwork for rather than in. She is going to file this in the partition of herself where she files things that require management rather than action, and she is going to maintain that partition the way she always has. This is what she decides, at 7:51 on a Tuesday morning, with her hands still and her face doing nothing and the tepid coffee sitting to her left. She believes it for approximately 6 hours. Then she goes home, and she lies in bed, and she thinks about 3 seconds in a corridor and a set of hands on a keyboard and the specific mathematical weight of a 97.3% match calculation, and she understands, with the same certainty she has always understood things she is not permitted to act on, that the question she cannot now unask is not whether Wren saw her. It is whether it matters if she did. It is whether Lena wants it to matter. And that is a different kind of flag, and she has no method for it, and in the morning she will go to work and be precise and professional, and she will not do anything different or reckless or permitted. She stares at the ceiling. She does not sleep well. It is a Tuesday. Chapter 6, What the Transfer Request Doesn't Say. She does not approach Wren. This is a decision she makes in the 4 minutes she spends staring at the ceiling the night after the audit flag, and she makes it the way she makes all decisions she has thought through properly. Once, clearly, with the understanding that revisiting it is a form of weakness she cannot afford. She will not approach Wren Reyes. She will not change her behavior. She will process the flag in her queue as a system artifact, which she has already done, and she will go to work on Wednesday and do her job with the practiced excellence that has kept her invisible and useful for 6 years, and nothing will be different. She makes coffee Wednesday morning. She takes the transit. She does her job. She pulls Wren's personnel file at 10:14 a.m. She has access. It is, technically, her job. Data integrity reviews routinely require cross-referencing personnel records, and she has pulled hundreds of files with no cause more specific than systematic thoroughness. There is no flag triggered by her access. There is no record that distinguishes this pull from any other. She is a woman doing her job. She opens the file. She reads it the way she reads everything she is trying to understand rather than simply process, slowly, with attention distributed across what is present and what is not, looking for the structure beneath the surface. Wren Reyes, 31. Transfer placement from the Eastern Sector Compliance Division. 3 years in the Eastern Sector, preceded by 1 year in a provisional compliance role that she does not recognize the institutional designation of, which means it predates the 2031 organizational restructuring. Exemplary performance assessments across the full posting. Catch rate in the top 8% of compliance officers at her tier nationally. She reads the transfer request. It is sparse. 3 sentences of professional justification, expanded operational scope, cross-sector institutional knowledge, professional development trajectory, and a signature. The date is what she looks at. She knows the date of the match result. Both of them would have received it on the same day, which is the nature of a bilateral algorithmic output. The transfer request was filed 8 months after that. 4 months of carrying it. Then 4 months of something else. Then the request. She does the math. She understands, in the abstract way she allows herself to understand things she is not permitted to engage with directly, that Wren Reyes sat with a 97.3% match result for 4 months, and then spent 4 more months deciding to do something about it, and then did it. This tells her things about the kind of person Wren Reyes is. She has already suspected some of them. She is now certain. She keeps reading. The performance assessments from the Eastern Sector are thorough and consistent. Thorough in the way of someone being assessed by a supervisor who understands the work, consistent in the way of someone who doesn't have bad months. She reads them with the specific attention of someone looking for the thing that isn't there, and she finds it in the absence of any commendation or flagged case from the final 3 months before the transfer. Not a gap, exactly, the record is complete. But the final quarter shows a slightly lower referral volume than the preceding quarters, a shift that would not be notable in anyone else's file but that registers, in Wren's, as a deliberate reduction in output. As if she were clearing her desk. She closes the file. She opens it again. She goes to the anomalous case referral log, which is a secondary document linked to the compliance record, and she reads it. There are 47 referrals over 3 years. 47 cases where Wren's review resulted in a file being forwarded to the correction program processing queue. 47 people. The log does not include names. That information lives in a different, more restricted file, but it includes dates, classification codes, processing outcomes, and the specific annotation that indicates a reviewing officer's confidence level. Wren's confidence annotations are, uniformly, high. She did her job. She was thorough. She was certain. The last referral in the log is dated 7 months ago, 4 months before the transfer. Request. That is the specific number that lands, not the 47, though she sits with the 47, but the 4. 4 months between the last referral and the transfer request. The same 4 months between receiving the match result and deciding to do something. She closes the file. She sits at her desk with her hands flat on the surface and her face doing exactly nothing, which is to say she is performing the stillness she has made her default register, and underneath it she is working through an accounting that doesn't simplify. Wren Reyes spent 3 years filing the kind of paperwork that ended Elena. Not Elena's file specifically, Elena went through a different sector, but paperwork of precisely the same kind, and she was thorough, and she was certain, and then she stopped and she filed a transfer request and she came to this building and she is 2 corridors down the hall. Lena knows why she came. She has known, in the walled-off partition of herself, for 18 months. She has known since the day Wren's transfer was approved and she saw the name on the building roster and understood, with the specific physical clarity of someone receiving information they have been managing abstractly for a year and a half, that the woman the algorithm matched her with at 97.3% was standing in the lobby waiting for a badge photo. She has managed this. She has been very careful and very professional and she has calibrated herself to exactly the temperature she and Wren have maintained in public for 10 months, corridor greetings, printer inquiries, the minimum documentary footprint of 2 colleagues who work in the same building and have no particular reason to be in the same room. And then a flag appeared in her queue on a Tuesday morning. She opens the anomalous case referral log again. She reads the confidence annotations. She thinks about the kind of person who is thorough and certain for 2 years and 9 months and then stops, not sloppily, not dramatically, but deliberately, with 4 months of reckoning that doesn't appear in the record but that she can read in the gap. She thinks about 47. She thinks about what it costs someone to have been 47 and to have decided, afterward, to do something different with what they know. She closes the file. This time she leaves it closed. She goes home. She does not sleep well, she has not slept well in 3 nights and she is beginning to accumulate a deficit she will need to address eventually. She lies in the dark and thinks about the math, the 4 months, the 17 drafts of the transfer request that she cannot know about but can infer from the kind of person who files the kind of paperwork Wren filed and would have, therefore, checked her work 17 times before submitting it. The deliberateness of it. The specific cost of deciding to come. In the morning she is more formal than usual. Her language is slightly flatter, she has always gotten more formal when she is afraid, not less, the language compressing into the minimal bureaucratic register that leaves no room for anything outside its own necessity. She knows this about herself. She cannot always stop it. Odette, in her doorway at 9:30 with coffee that Lena hasn't asked for, "You look like a closed file." "Thank you," Lena says. "That wasn't," Odette puts the coffee on the desk. "Are you all right?" "Fine." She picks up the coffee. "The 3rd quarter batch has some legacy notation inconsistencies I'm working through." Odette looks at her for a moment with the bright, open expression that is also doing something else. She does not finish the sentence she is considering. She never does. "The legacy notation is always a project," she says instead, and leaves. Lena drinks the coffee. She opens her queue. She does her job. She does not pull Wren's file again. She does not need to. She has read it thoroughly. She knows what is in it and what is not, and she is working through the accounting, the specific double-register arithmetic of a woman who has built a career on careful risk assessment and is discovering, for the first time in 6 years, that she cannot make the numbers stay on one side of the ledger. Wren Reyes spent 3 years as an instrument of the system that classified Lena as an error. Wren Reyes spent 4 months afterward deciding to do something she did not have to do. Both of these things are true. Lena is a woman who deals in the truth of data, and the truth of this data is that it does not resolve to a single conclusion. It resolves to a question. And the question is whether the 47 is the thing she cannot get past, or whether the 4 months is. And beneath that question, quieter, less comfortable, whether she wants to get past either. She processes 41 items by end of day. She submits 3 memos. She takes the efficient route home. She is, by every metric the ministry tracks, very good at her job. She does not think about what she is good at in the partition she keeps closed. She goes to sleep. She does not sleep well. Chapter 7, The Shape of Her Caution. Wren saw her hands. She processes this on the walk to work Thursday morning, which is 2 days after the corridor and 1 day after she notices, from across the building's common area at precisely 11:47, that Lena Vasquez's professional register has shifted approximately 3 degrees toward formal. Not visible to most people. Visible to her. She knows what that register shift means. She has been cataloging Lena for 18 months with the patient, methodical attention she brings to anything she intends to understand thoroughly. She knows Lena gets more formal when she is afraid, which is not a quality Lena intends to broadcast and which she would find alarming to learn is legible. The language compresses. The responses get shorter and more precise. The silences she is always comfortable with become, fractionally, more deliberate, as though she is recalibrating what the silences contain. Wren files it. She is watching Lena watch her, and she is making no move, which is a deliberate and not effortless decision. She has a version of the plan. She has had it since before she filed the transfer request, which is either foresight or the particular clarity of someone who has run enough scenarios to arrive at the only path that makes operational sense, and she is not certain those are different things. She has thought through the timing with the same precision she applies to everything. Too soon is a risk, too late is a different risk, and the correct moment is the one where Lena has arrived at the same coordinates she has, not through Wren's intervention, but through her own accounting. You cannot bring someone to a conclusion. You can only wait for them to get there. She is good at waiting. She has been good at waiting since the compliance posting, since the specific month in year 2 when she started looking at the files she was processing and understanding them differently and had to decide, with the full weight of the existing record pressing down on her, what to do with the new understanding. She waited then, not out of cowardice. She has made her accounting on that question and has reached a settlement she will maintain until she has reason to revisit it, but because she understood that acting too quickly, from incomplete information, produces outcomes she cannot repair. She waits until the accounting is complete. It is not complete yet. She knows what Lena is doing right now. She is pulling files. She cannot know this with certainty, but she can infer it from the pattern. A woman who responds to threat by assessing, who assesses by acquiring data, who acquires data through the access that is her professional privilege. Lena will have pulled her transfer file within 24 hours of the corridor. She will have read it with the same specific, structural attention she brings to data she is trying to understand rather than merely process, and she will have found the dates, and she will have done the math, and she will have understood what the math means. What she does with that understanding is the variable Wren cannot control. This is, underneath the operational calm she maintains as a matter of course, unsettling. She is not someone who makes peace with uncontrolled variables easily. She manages them, which is different from accepting them, and the difference matters to her in the way technical distinctions always matter to her, precisely, and with consequence. She reviews her morning's batch. She submits 2 completed referrals. She writes a memo to the Northern Sector data team about notation inconsistencies in their legacy files that she has been meaning to send for a week and has been leaving because it is a low-priority task and she has been using that designation to avoid it, which she recognizes as unusual for her and which she files as information about her own current state. At 10:53, Odette appears. Not in her doorway, in the corridor outside it, pausing with the particular quality of someone who has somewhere to be and has decided, in the moment, to adjust the route. Wren has been watching Odette for 6 weeks. She has reached conclusions about her that she has not shared and does not intend to. Lena seems distracted this week, Odette says. She says it in the tone she uses for observations that are actually questions, the slightly too casual register of someone delivering information to see what comes back. Does she? Wren says. It is not a question. She's been in her office with the door closed, which she doesn't usually do. Odette studies Wren with the bright, assessing quality she brings to most things she is interested in. She gets like that sometimes. When something's occupying her. I imagine the job provides a steady supply of occupying things. It does. A pause. She mentioned the legacy notation batch. I'm sure that's it. I'm sure, Wren says. Odette says, She says it in the way she says most things that are doing more than one job at once. Then she continues down the corridor. Wren returns to her batch. She does not allow herself to think about what Lena is occupying herself with, specifically, because she already knows, and the knowing is not useful information at this stage. It will not change her timeline. It will not change her approach. It will only introduce a variable she cannot manage, which is the specific category of information she is most careful about allowing in. She recalculates anyway. The timeline is shorter than she thought. She knew, abstractly, that the catalyst would arrive eventually, had planned for it, had built the contingency around the assumption that something would eventually disturb the stasis they had calibrated so carefully. What she had not fully accounted for was Odette, who functions as an inadvertent accelerant in a way that is probably not deliberate and is entirely characteristic. Odette does not know what she knows. She knows anyway. And Lena, who has been holding the stasis by the simple force of never acknowledging what it contains, is now being made aware of it from two directions simultaneously. She needs to give Lena time to arrive at the coordinates. She also cannot give her too much time, because too much time in a compromised state without resolution increases exposure, and exposure is the variable she has been managing with the most care. She thinks about 47. She thinks about it in the way she has been thinking about it for 3 years, not performing the guilt, not indulging it as an identity, but as information she holds with the full weight of accuracy. She did her job. She was thorough. She understood, eventually, what she was thorough about. She has made her accounting. She is still in the middle of it. She does not know if Lena will find the 47 forgivable. She has thought about this. She cannot fully resolve it from the outside. But she came anyway. She had run every scenario, in the 4 months after the match result and the 4 months before the transfer request, and there was not one that made sense except this. Staying in the eastern sector made sense in no scenario she could construct. And Wren Reyes has never in her professional life decided that a path which made no sense was nonetheless the safer one. She saves her batch. She closes her notation. She opens a fresh document and sits with it for a moment, not writing anything, simply sitting with the empty space and the decision she has been making for 18 months and is still making, in the specific way of someone who knows the difference between a decision you make once and a decision you make daily. She closes the document without saving. She picks up the next file. She does not approach Lena. She is someone who arrives early, who checks her work 17 times, who does not act until the accounting is complete. The accounting is not complete yet. But it is getting there. Chapter 8, The Third Floor Printer. Odette names it on a Wednesday. You're staying late again, she says, in Lena's doorway at 10 to 6 with her coat already on. You've stayed late 4 nights this week. The legacy batch has a notation problem I'm close to resolving. You said that yesterday. It's still true today. Lena does not look up from her screen. Go home, Odette. I will. She doesn't move. Wren Reyes also stays late. Did you know that? She's been here past 7 every night since she started. Lena looks up. Odette's expression is entirely pleasant and entirely opaque, which is its most common configuration in Lena's experience. She is wearing the specific blankness of someone who has said exactly what she intended to say and is waiting to see what the listener does with it. I didn't know that, Lena says. The facilities coordinator mentioned it. She's been using the archive room for compliance reviews. The one on this floor. A pause. Apparently the compliance wing archive is missing several months of Northern Sector files from 2032. She's been supplementing from ours. I can authorize access for her, if she needs it formally. She has access. I checked. Odette smiles with the warmth and precision she brings to all her most deliberate smiles. I'll see you tomorrow. She leaves. Lena sits with this for a moment. Then she saves her work and stands and takes her coat from the hook by the door and puts it on and picks up her bag. She takes the long way to the exit, which requires passing the archive room. She is not going to look in. She has decided this. She walks past the archive room door, which is closed, and she continues down the corridor, and she takes 6 more steps before she stops. She stands in the empty corridor for 4 seconds. Then she turns around and goes back to the archive room and opens the door and goes in. The room is standard issue institutional, shelves of binders in color-coded series, 2 work tables, a terminal in the corner, the specific smell of old paper and the conditioned air that the ministry uses to preserve the physical records they haven't yet digitized. Wren is at the far work table with 4 open binders in front of her and a notation file on her personal device and the particular quality of absolute concentration that Lena has learned to recognize over 18 months of peripheral attention. She is not aware of having heard the door. Then she is. She doesn't look up immediately. She finishes the notation she is in the middle of. Lena can see the deliberateness of the choice, the small movement that indicates she has registered the interruption and decided to complete her current thought before addressing it. Then she looks up. "Analyst Vasquez," she says. "Officer Reyes." Lena moves to the shelves nearest the door and locates the section she plausibly came for, the 2031 cross-reference indices, which she has a legitimate if non-urgent reason to review, and takes a binder down. "I have a notation issue with the legacy batch. The physical index might clarify it. The 2031 schema transition is better documented in the physical records," Wren says. "The digital archive has gaps. I noticed." Lena takes the binder to the other work table and sits down and opens it. Across the room, Wren returns to her own binder. The door is closed. The building's ambient noise, the ventilation system, the distant sound of the service elevator, the corridor settling into its overnight quiet, fills in around them. They work. 40 minutes. It is not uncomfortable, which is itself information. Lena has spent 6 years measuring comfort and discomfort in professional settings with the precision of someone whose survival has depended on being able to distinguish them, and this specific quality of silence, in this room with this particular other person, is not uncomfortable. It is the opposite of uncomfortable in a way she does not have language for in the register she is permitted to use at work. She finds the notation clarification she came for. She makes a note. She closes the binder and returns it to the shelf and stands. She picks up her coat and her bag. She turns toward the door. "The 3rd floor printer," Wren says. Lena stops. "It's been broken for 6 weeks. Wren does not look up from her binder. Her voice carries the same quality it always does, low, precise, no inflection that suggests the saying costs her anything. "I keep meaning to report it." The room is very quiet. Lena understands what has been said. She understands it completely, in the way she understands things that operate beneath their surface meaning, not that Wren has said anything about the printer, and not that she has said anything about anything else, but that she has just confirmed, in the most technically deniable way available, that she has been paying attention. That the first question about the 3rd floor printer was not incidental. That 18 months of corridor greetings and badge lanyard sightings and the deliberate calibration of exactly the temperature they have maintained in public has been, on Wren's end, something more than background noise. That she came here to say it eventually. That she has been waiting for the right moment, and she has decided this is it, and this is what it looks like when Wren Reyes decides a moment has arrived, measured, deniable, precise. Exactly this. "I know," Lena says. She leaves. She takes the stairs instead of the lift because the stairs are faster, which is what she tells herself, and because she needs to move, which is what is true. She grips the railing on the 2nd floor landing and stands there for a moment with the specific physical pressure of a person who has been holding something in their chest for 18 months and has just, for a fraction of a second, set it down. The printer has been broken for 6 weeks. She knows. She exits through the side door into the evening and stands on the pavement and breathes the cold air and thinks, this is what it looks like. Not a confession. Not a declaration. A sentence about a printer, in an archive room, after 40 minutes of shared silence that was the opposite of uncomfortable. This is what it looks like when someone who processes feeling the way she processes data decides that the accounting is complete enough to act. Lena knows what acting looks like for someone like Wren. She has been reading The Shape of Her Caution for 18 months. She knows the grammar of it. She takes the transit home. She does not sleep well, but the quality of the not sleeping is different tonight. Less like managing a threat. More like sitting with something she has been managing at a distance for too long and finally allowing it to be close. The third-floor printer has been broken for 6 weeks. She almost smiles. She goes to sleep. Chapter 9, Form PD, 12, Interdepartmental. The paper arrives on a Friday morning, slid under her office door. Lena finds it when she arrives at 8:06, which is earlier than usual because she has been sleeping better, not well, precisely, but better, which she is choosing not to examine, and the transit ran fast and she decided not to wait. It is folded once, lengthwise, the way you fold a document when you want it to be opened without ceremony, when you are communicating that the thing inside is not dramatic. She picks it up. She unfolds it. It is not a note. It is a number, PD, 12, followed by a dash and the Ministry's internal code for interdepartmental data review. No additional text. No signature, though she doesn't need one. She has catalogued every aspect of Wren Reyes' professional behavior for 18 months, including her handwriting, which is small and precise and slightly right-slanted in the specific way of someone who learned to write with their left hand and was corrected, early, to the right. She stands in her doorway holding the paper for approximately 20 seconds. PD 12 is the form for a routine interdepartmental data review, which would require them to schedule a formal meeting, in a documented room, with a recorded agenda. It would produce a paper trail. It would create, in the Ministry's own record-keeping infrastructure, a legitimate and entirely auditable reason for two colleagues to be in the same room together for an extended period, reviewing data, signing their names to a shared document. It is the most bureaucratic declaration of intent that has ever existed. It is completely devastating. She puts the paper on her desk. She sits down. She opens her morning queue, which has 16 items. She processes 4 of them before she stops. She opens the Ministry's interdepartmental request portal. She fills in the corresponding PD 12 response form, which requires her to specify a proposed meeting time, a documentation purpose, and a primary point of contact from each department. She selects a purpose from the drop-down, Cross-Departmental Legacy Classification Review, which is accurate in the sense that there is a genuine legacy classification question she has been meaning to address with compliance for several weeks. She selects a proposed time. She enters her own name as the data integrity contact. She submits it before she has fully decided to. The confirmation comes back in 40 seconds, which is how long the routing system takes to acknowledge a form submission. The meeting is scheduled for the following Tuesday, 2 p.m., in Meeting Room 4C, which is a documented room with a recorded agenda and a window that looks out onto the Ministry's eastern courtyard. She returns to her queue. She processes the remaining 12 items. She does not tell Odette, which is noted. Odette appears in her doorway at 10:30 and studies her with the particular attention she uses when she suspects something has changed in the landscape and she is deciding how to update her map. "You look different," Odette says. "I've resolved the notation problem," Lena says. "Have you?" The physical index had the cross-reference I needed. "Right." Odette sets a coffee on her desk. "How was the archive room?" Lena picks up the coffee. "Useful." Odette says, She looks at Lena with the specific bright openness she uses when she is deciding not to finish a sentence that she could finish if she chose to, and then she says, "There's a thing on Friday evening. The records team is doing something in the building's common area. You should come." "Maybe," Lena says. "That means no." Odette turns to leave, then pauses. "Wren's been in a good mood this morning." "For Wren." She nodded at me in the corridor and it was almost a greeting. "That's good," Lena says. Odette's expression does exactly one thing, the thing it does when she has received confirmation of something she already understood, and then she leaves, not finishing the sentence she is not going to finish. Lena drinks her coffee. She thinks about the paper, which is still on her desk, folded once lengthwise, the number written in small right slanted handwriting. She thinks about 17 drafts of a transfer request, which she inferred and cannot know, and which she has been thinking about since she read the personnel file. The deliberateness of it. The specificity. The fact that Wren came here with information she had already accounted for completely, had already run every scenario for, and had decided, with full knowledge of the 47, with full knowledge of the buried file she cannot have known about but may have suspected, with full knowledge of the risk, that this was the path that made sense. Wren filed a transfer request to get to a building where a woman whose name she had seen once on a screen would be 2 corridors down the hall. And then she waited 18 months for the right moment. And the right moment was, apparently, a piece of paper slid under a door. Lena should not find this funny. She understands, with the full weight of her 6 years of careful and visible risk management, that this is not a funny situation, that what they are doing by filing paperwork to authorize shared meetings is not clever wordplay but a genuine recalibration of the risk she has been managing, alone, since she was 23. She finds it a little funny. She picks up the paper and folds it more carefully, quarters now, along clean lines, and puts it in the inside pocket of her jacket. Not because she needs to hide it. Because she wants to keep it. She is aware this is not a practical decision. She keeps it anyway. The week proceeds. She submits 2 memos, reviews a data architecture question from the systems team, attends a department-wide meeting on Thursday that Odette describes afterward as 45 minutes of information that could have been a paragraph, which Lena agrees with silently while Odette says it out loud. She processes her cues. She is, by every metric, indispensable. On Monday she does not think about the meeting. She thinks about the meeting constantly. On Tuesday she arrives at meeting room 4C at 1:57, because she is someone who arrives early when something matters and she has accepted, at this point, that she is not going to be able to stop it from mattering. Wren is already there. Of course she is. She is at the table with a file open and her notation device in front of her and the quality of someone who has been in the room long enough to have already assessed it and settled into it. She arrived early enough to do that, which tells Lena things she was already certain of. She looks up when Lena comes in, and for a moment they look at each other across the table and the recorded agenda and the documented room, and nothing that passes between them in that moment is in any way auditable. Then Wren says, "There's a date discrepancy in the 2032 Northern Sector cross-reference." "I saw it," Lena says. She puts her files on the table and sits down. The physical index and the digital record disagree by 11 days. The physical index is correct. I know. She opens her folder. Let's start there. They begin. Chapter 10, 2 signatures, 1 record. Meeting room 4C has a camera in the northeast corner, which Lena registered when she came in and which she suspects Wren registered before she arrived. The camera covers the table, the door, and approximately 2/3 of the window view. The recorded agenda is filed under Interdepartmental Legacy Classification Review, referencing the specific 2032 Northern Sector date discrepancy and 4 secondary data points Lena added when she submitted the response form, because she is someone who makes the paper trail look correct, and a meeting agenda with a single line item invites questions that 4 line items do not. They work through the agenda in order. The date discrepancy is genuine and requires approximately 20 minutes to resolve. The physical index is correct. The digital record shows an 11-day error that traces back to a batch processing failure during the 2032 Northern Sector maintenance window, and the correction requires a manual override in the digital archive that Lena can authorize from her own access credentials but that requires a countersigning compliance officer to be complete. "You'll need to countersign the correction," Lena says. "Yes," Wren says. She walks Wren through the data with the professional precision she brings to all technical explanations, clear, sequential, without condescension, the specific economy of someone who respects the intelligence of her audience and does not repeat herself. Wren listens without interrupting. She asks questions at the exact moments the questions are most useful, which is to say, the moments where Lena is about to provide more information anyway but hasn't quite yet, and Wren asking is either evidence that she already understands the structure of the problem or that she reads Lena's pacing accurately enough to know where the explanation is going. Both of those things are probably true. The 2030 batch ran on the legacy timestamp, Wren says. Not the updated one. Yes. The maintenance window closed before the timestamp correction propagated. Anything processed in that window shows the 11-day offset. How many records? 43. All in the northern sector. None of them flagged in the standard audit because the offset is consistent. The scripts look for irregular gaps, not systematic ones. Wren is quiet for a moment. It is not the silence of someone who doesn't understand. It is the specific quality of Wren's silence that means she is processing something she has already understood and is now examining from all its angles. Lena has learned to read this over 18 months of peripheral observation and is only now, sitting directly across the table from it, understanding how much she has learned. A systematic error looks like a correct record, Wren says. Yes. If you know what the correct record should look like. Yes. Wren looks at her. The camera in the northeast corner covers the table, the door, 2/3 of the window. It does not, Lena calculates quickly, have the resolution to read the expression on a face at this distance with this lighting. The moment they are in is auditable only as a silence between two colleagues reviewing a data correction. It is not auditable as anything else. It is also, unmistakably, something else. The correction will update all 43 records simultaneously, Lena says. Once the override is submitted and countersigned, the batch processes in 72 hours and the 11-day offset is resolved. Any secondary flags? 1. A cross-reference notation in the secondary index. I'll clear it after the counter-signature is submitted. Wren nods, the specific nod she uses for information received and fully processed, and pulls the correction form toward her. She reads it. She reads it twice. She does not sign things without reading them, which Lena already knew, and watching her read the form is watching someone do something with the same quality of attention she brings to everything, and Lena is looking at her hands, which are still, uncannily still, the stillness of someone for whom stillness is a discipline, until they move to take the pen. She signs. Lena signs. Their signatures are 3 inches apart on the same document, which is the first time their names have shared a page. Lena takes the form. She makes a minor administrative correction in the meeting record, a date discrepancy in the header, genuinely minor, the kind of thing she would correct in any document she processes because she cannot leave a system-level error unfixed, even a small one. She marks the correction and signs her name beneath it. She slides it back to Wren. Wren reads it. She signs. Their names, again, on the same document. This one for a correction that required no counter-signature. This one she asked for anyway. Wren looks up from the document. If she has noticed, she gives no indication of having noticed, which is itself a kind of indication. She has the quality of someone who has noticed everything and has decided, specifically and deliberately, what to do with what she has noticed. The secondary data points, she says. Right. Lena opens the second section of the agenda. The 2031 classification schema update created a category gap in the northern sector legacy files. Some referral types from before 2031 don't map cleanly to the current schema, which means they sit in the cross-reference index without a complete classification trail. That's a structural problem, not a data error. Yes. Which means it can't be corrected at the record level. It needs a schema amendment, a new legacy category that covers the gap. Is that within your authorization? The amendment, yes. The implementation requires a compliance review to confirm the new category doesn't create unintended reclassification of existing records. She meets Wren's eyes across the table. That's your review. Wren is quiet again. 2 seconds. 3. I'll need to see the proposed amendment, she says. I'll send it to you this week. They work through the remaining 2 items on the agenda, minor, genuine, exactly the kind of technical cleanup that happens in interdepartmental reviews and that Lena added to the agenda for precisely this reason. The meeting runs 93 minutes. It is, in its entirety, a documentable professional interaction. The recorded agenda is complete. The paper trail is correct. When they stand to leave, Wren closes her files with the same precision she opened them. She picks up her notation device and her folder. She pauses, briefly, at the door, not hesitating. She does not hesitate, but pausing in the specific way of someone who is choosing to take one more second in a space before they leave it. The secondary index cross-reference, she says. The one you're clearing. Yes. There's a third record type that also doesn't map. It won't surface in the batch, it's in a different partition. But if the amendment goes through, it'll need a separate notation to close correctly. Lena looks at her. You found that in the agenda materials? I was thorough. You're always thorough. A beat. The specific quality of Wren's silence that has texture. Then, so are you. She leaves. Lena stands in meeting room 4C for a moment after the door closes. The camera in the northeast corner continues recording an empty room. She picks up her files. She walks to the window and looks at the eastern courtyard below, gray stone, a few people crossing, the ministry's flag above the far building moving in a wind she cannot feel from here. She takes the long way back to her office. Down the main corridor, past the stairwell, the length of the building. She is not going anywhere she needs to go by this route. She is giving herself time. She gets back to her office. She sits down. She opens her queue. She makes coffee without thinking. She fills the carafe and runs it and pours it into a cup and sets it on her desk. She makes 2 cups before she remembers she is alone. She looks at the second cup. She drinks it anyway, cold, an hour later, without acknowledging what it means that she made it. She is a woman who is very good at not acknowledging things. She has been doing it for 6 years. She processes her afternoon queue. She submits the countersigned correction form. She drafts the proposed schema amendment and saves it, not yet sent. She goes home. She stands in her kitchen and makes dinner and eats it standing at the counter, which she sometimes does when the apartment feels too large for one person, which she is not going to think about. She goes to bed. She does not sleep well. She thinks about a signature 3 inches from hers on a form that now lives in the ministry's official record, cross-referenced, indexed, stamped. She thinks about Wren reading the correction she didn't have to ask for and signing it anyway. She thinks, so are you. She stares at the ceiling. It is a long time before she sleeps. Chapter 11, How Many People Know. The message goes out on a Wednesday, 4 days after the meeting in room 4C. Wren has had the channel since before she filed the transfer request. This is not unusual for her. She builds infrastructure before she needs it, the same way she checks her work before she submits it, the same way she maps a room before she settles into it. The channel uses ministry form numbers as a cipher, which is elegant in the specific way of systems that hide inside other systems, a sequence of real form numbers, pulled from the ministry's public administrative directory, arranged in an order that means something different from what any of them mean individually. Anyone who intercepted it would see a bureaucratic notation string. They would not see the notation beneath it. She composes it at her kitchen table on a Wednesday evening, her personal device on the table and a cup of tea she has forgotten to drink going cold at her elbow. The apartment is quiet. She lives alone and has for 3 years, since the Eastern Sector posting, and she has made a practice of appreciating the quiet rather than finding it wrong. It is a quality, not an absence, and she is someone who prefers to be precise about the things she names. The message, decoded, says, active. First contact. Confirm channel integrity. She sends it through the routing she established 18 months ago, through a relay that bounces the transmission through 4 ministry-adjacent administrative servers before it reaches its destination. The relay was Sable's design. Wren had improved it. She had not told Sable she improved it, which is a fact she keeps in the column of things she will disclose when disclosure becomes necessary. The response arrives in 48 hours, on a Friday morning, while she is reviewing a referral batch and eating an apple she brought from home because the ministry's common area fruit selection is, as it has been for the 3 years she has worked in ministry-adjacent buildings, uninspiring. How many people know? 3 words and a question mark. Sable has always communicated with the economy of someone who charges for every word and has decided to keep her rates high. Wren looks at the question for a moment. She thinks about Lena at the meeting table, the specific quality of her attention when she was explaining the batch error, the way she had looked at Wren when she said a systematic error looks like a correct record, if you know what the correct record should look like. She thinks about the counter-signature. She thinks about the correction Lena had made for no reason except that she couldn't leave a system-level error unfixed, even a small one, even when fixing it required asking Wren to sign her name next to Lena's on a document that was going into the ministry's official record. She types, 1. The right one. She sends it. She finishes the apple. She has known Sable for 6 years, which is long enough to understand her precisely and trust her imprecisely, which is the correct ratio for someone whose utility depends on operating in the space between the Republic's official infrastructure and the network that runs beneath it. Sable is not an idealist. She used to be, or something adjacent to it. Wren knew her during the period when she still believed that the correction program was a solvable problem rather than a managed one, before she understood the difference between the two. She is not an idealist now. She keeps a list. The list, as Wren understands it, and she understands it imperfectly, which is also the correct ratio, contains the names of people the correction programs cost something specific. Not policy positions. Not abstractions. People. Wren has been told the list is long. She has not been told how long, and she has not asked, because she has her own accounting to maintain and she cannot afford to carry Sable's on top of it. What she knows is that Sable will help them because the help serves her purposes, and that her purposes and their purposes overlap enough to make the working relationship functional, and that the overlap is not total, which is a condition of every working relationship Wren has ever maintained and which she considers normal rather than alarming. The second message arrives 3 hours after the first, and it contains, compressed into the cipher, a set of channel authentication codes and a revised routing protocol and a single additional line. When you're ready to move, you have 72 hours. Not more. 72 hours. Wren translates this. It means Sable already has something warm, something in motion that will close in 3 days, a window of operational cover that won't stay open. She has been waiting to be contacted. She has been ready, which means she has been watching, which means she already knew something was developing before Wren's first message. This is either reassuring or alarming, and Wren files it under both and moves on. She is not ready to move in 72 hours. The meeting with Lena was 4 days ago. The counter-signature exists. The schema amendment is drafted but not yet sent. They have a legitimate paper trail and a set of documented reasons to be in shared spaces and a mutual understanding that is still operating almost entirely in the grammar of the professional, which is where it needs to operate until she and Lena have had the conversation that turns the almost entirely into something more precise. She sends back, not yet. 72 hours is not available. Confirm next window. The response, 10 days. After that, the routing changes. 10 days. Wren notes this. It is a constraint, but a workable one. She folds the constraint into her timeline and recalculates, the way she recalculates everything that changes, without disruption, without drama, updating the variables and running the new numbers. She sits with Sable for a moment, in the way she sits with things she isn't finished understanding. They had met through the Eastern Sector compliance posting, not through official channels, which is the point, but through a secondary professional network that exists around the ministry's edges, the people who do the ministry's administrative work and have, over time, developed an understanding of what that work costs and who it costs it to. Sable had been running support infrastructure for people the correction program targeted, document preparation, safe transit routing, the specific bureaucratic assistance that makes the difference between someone being able to navigate the system and someone being ground up in it. Wren had not reported her. This was the beginning of their professional relationship, which began as mutual restraint and has evolved into mutual utility, which is the most stable form of cooperation Wren knows. She thinks about the Eastern Sector. She thinks about the 47 files. She does not think about them in the way she used to think about them in year 2, when thinking about them was a sustained act of self-examination that she had to perform in controlled doses. She has processed the 47 the way she processes everything, thoroughly, at cost, until the cost had been correctly assessed and a decision had been made about what to do with the weight. The decision, carry it accurately. Do not let it become a thing that justifies itself by virtue of being heavy. She had spent 3 years as an instrument of the system that is now trying to erase her. She had done it with thoroughness and certainty and a quality of institutional loyalty she had not yet examined. She had examined it, eventually. She had not done anything with the examination for 4 months because 4 months was how long it took to finish the accounting. What she owed to the 47 was not guilt, which was a private feeling and therefore useless. What she owed was the being here. The showing up. The specific refusal to accept that what she had been thorough about was the final word on what her thoroughness could build. She files this where she files all completed accountings, closed, accessible, not occupying active processing space. She opens the second batch for the afternoon. At 4:15, there is a knock at her office doorframe. Not Odette. Odette's knock has a rhythm, slightly quicker than the stride that follows it. This is Dara, from her team, holding a file with the expression of someone who has found something she is not sure what to do with. The 32nd file in the morning batch, Dara says. I've run it against the 2028 guidelines the way you said, and it's still, I can't find where it maps. Bring it in. Wren moves a stack of files to clear the secondary surface on her desk. Dara sets the file down. Wren reads it. She reads it twice. The classification code is correct, she says. The problem is the review window. See this, 3 weeks between the initial referral and the processing stamp. That's a secondary review, and it isn't documented. So it's deficient? It's incomplete. Wren marks it in her notation. Incomplete and deficient aren't the same thing. An incomplete file means something happened that wasn't recorded. A deficient file means the record is wrong. The record here isn't wrong, it's just missing something. Do I flag it? Bring it to me. I'll determine the flag status. Wren closes the file and hands it back. And Dara, the 3-week gap is the finding. That's what you're looking for. Not whether the code matches. Whether the timeline makes sense. Dara nods and goes, already adjusting. Wren watches her adjust and thinks, briefly, that she is going to be good at this eventually, which is the best thing Wren can think about a person she is training. She returns to her screen. She thinks about one. The right one. She thinks about whether she believes that, which is a question she has answered and re-answered since the first time she saw Lena's name on the match results screen, in a different building in a different city, on a Tuesday that is now 18 months ago. She has arrived at the same answer every time, which is either the right answer or the answer she has decided to commit to so fully that it has become structurally indistinguishable from the right one. She thinks there is probably not a meaningful difference between those two things. Not at this stage. She picks up the third batch. She arrived early this morning. She intended to. She will send Sable the next message in 9 days, which is 1 day inside the window, because she does not waste available time and she does not miss deadlines. The apartment is quiet when she gets home. She makes dinner and eats it at the table with a file open beside her plate, which is a habit she has tried to break and has not managed to break and has decided, after several rounds of attempting to make the distinction between working and not working feel significant in an apartment she lives in alone, is probably fine. She is someone who works. She has been someone who works since she was 22 and decided that competence was the thing she could build deliberately when other things were not available to her. She washes the plate. She puts the file away. She stands at the window for a moment and looks at the city. The government district is lit up in its particular administrative way, not the warm residential scatter of a neighborhood at night but the specific institutional yellow of buildings that run on ministry schedules, that are never fully dark, that have sublevels she has been in and sublevels she has not and sublevels she knows exist because the architecture requires them. She does not think about Lena's apartment, which is 22 minutes from here by transit and which she has not been inside. She thinks about it anyway. She goes to bed. She does not sleep badly. Chapter 12, well. There it is. The second official meeting is scheduled for a Thursday, which is not a Tuesday, and Lena notices this without meaning to. The agenda is 3 items. She drafted it herself, the way she drafted the schema amendment that she sent to Wren on Monday and that Wren had returned to her on Tuesday with 4 annotations, each one precise, each one substantively correct, each one phrased in the compressed professional register they have both become fluent in. The grammar of 2 people conducting an entirely legitimate interdepartmental review who are also doing something else and are very careful about which of those things leaves a paper trail. She had read the annotations twice. She had made herself read them a 3rd time as data and not as the other thing they were, which she was not going to name at her desk in the middle of a Tuesday morning. She had responded to each annotation with a single line of acknowledgement and incorporated the suggestions into the revised amendment. She had not responded to the 5th thing, which was not an annotation but a question written in the same handwriting at the bottom of the last page, the 3rd record type in the petition. Have you pulled it since April? She had not. She had not pulled anything in that petition since she buried the file 6 years ago, which is what Wren would know if she understood the petition's architecture, and Wren does understand the petition's architecture because Wren understands the architecture of everything she has been in for more than a week. The question had not been in the professional register. She had not answered it yet. The archive room on Thursday afternoon smells the same as it did 2 weeks ago: old paper, conditioned air, the institutional neutrality of a space designed for the preservation of records rather than the comfort of people. The November light coming through the small high window is gray and thin. Lena arrives 3 minutes before the scheduled time, which is slightly late for her. She is usually earlier than 3 minutes, but she had stood in the corridor for 2 minutes before she opened the door, and she is not going to think about why. Wren is there. Of course she is. She is standing rather than sitting, her compliance files open on the work table and her notation device beside them, reading something with the quality of attention she brings to things she intends to understand completely. She looks up when the door opens, which is the difference from 2 weeks ago, when she had registered the interruption and finished her note before she looked. This time she looks immediately. Analyst Vasquez. Officer Reyes. Lena takes her folder to the secondary work table and sets it down. She takes off her jacket and drapes it over the back of the chair and sits. Wren remains standing for a moment, then closes her reading file and sits across from her. Between them, 2 folders, a notation device, the documented agenda, and approximately 18 months of accumulated attention that neither of them has yet put into a form that would survive a compliance review. The schema amendment, Lena says. The legacy category closes the gap for 41 of the 43 records. The remaining 2 require a separate notation. I know. I drafted the notation structure this morning. Wren opens her folder and slides a single page across the table. It is clean, spare, and exactly right. You can review it. Lena reads it. It is exactly right. This works. Yes. She pulls the amendment from her folder and lays it on the table. If you countersign this and I submit it with the notation structure attached, the batch closes and the cross-reference index updates automatically. I've already verified the notation structure against the 2031 guidelines. Wren reads the amendment, reads it fully, the way she reads everything, without rushing, and then picks up her pen. Lena reaches across the table for the pen at the same moment. It is not dramatic. There is no collision, no startled withdrawal. Her fingers close around the barrel of the pen and Wren's hand is already there and neither of them moves for a moment. 3 seconds. Long enough for Lena to become aware of the specific pressure of contact, the warmth of it, and then they both adjust, a small economy of movement, and Wren releases the pen and Lena has it. Their wrists are adjacent. The marks are visible. Wren has pushed her sleeve up to write. She does this, Lena has noticed, without thought, the practical gesture of someone who doesn't want her cuffs dragging across a document, and Lena's sleeve has ridden up slightly on the same side, and the marks are there on both of them. Lena's on the inside of her left wrist, Wren's on the inside of her right, 2 marks that the Ministry's own literature describes, in the technical language of match theory, as resonance confirmation. Evidence, in the taxonomy the state has built to manage people like them, of exactly what they are to each other. They are both completely still. The ventilation system is very loud. Wren looks at the marks. Then she looks at Lena. Her face does not change. She is someone whose face does not change, whose stillness is structural rather than performed, but her eyes do the thing they do when she is not managing what she is feeling, which is to say they do not look away. She says, "Well, there it is." And Lena laughs. It comes out wrong. Or it comes out right in a way she was not prepared for, not the dry, economical laugh she produces in professional settings when something is absurd enough to warrant acknowledgement, but the other kind, the one that lives below the managed register, the one she does not produce at work because she cannot afford to and has not produced in front of another person in longer than she can accurately calculate. It is the laugh of someone who has been holding something for 6 years and has just, for a span of seconds, set it down and looked at it and found it both terrible and, against all reason, funny. It is too real. It is too unguarded. It is 6 years of careful and visible survival and 97.3% and a buried file and a form slid under a door and 40 minutes of shared silence that was the opposite of uncomfortable, compressed into the laugh she did not intend to make. She puts her hand over her mouth. She looks at Wren. Wren is watching her. She does not smile, or she does something smaller than a smile, a shift in her face so slight it is barely an event. But Lena has been reading the shape of Wren's caution for 18 months and she knows what that shift means. It means that Wren Reyes, who processes feeling the way she processes data, thoroughly, privately, and then she acts, is doing the private part right now, and what she is processing is the specific thing she has come to this building and waited 18 months in order to be present for. Wren's face does something it almost never does. Lena pulls her sleeve down. Wren's sleeve is already being adjusted, with the same precise practicality with which it was pushed up. They both move their hands back to the folder and the amendment and the documented reason they are in this room, and neither of them says anything about what just happened, because nothing they have built together has ever been built with the kind of language that says things directly. It is built with form numbers and countersignatures and the specific weight of a silence that two people fill together without having to negotiate what goes in it. They return to the amendment. Lena signs. Wren signs. Their signatures share the document for the second time. They work through the remaining agenda items with the professional precision that they have both committed to and that does not, for a single minute of the remaining 40, feel like a performance of something that isn't true. The work is real. The professional precision is real. What is also real is that the archive room has reorganized itself around what just happened, and they are both inside the reorganization, and neither of them is leaving. At the end of the meeting, when Lena stands and begins to collect her files, Wren says, "I'll have the compliance review complete by end of week." "Thank you." Lena picks up her jacket. The annotation on page 3, the cross-reference to the secondary partition. "Yes? It's correct." She pauses at the door. "You were right about the third record type. I should have pulled it. A beat. This is not about the third record type, and they both know it, and neither of them is going to say so. Pull it before you submit the amendment," Wren says. "In case it changes the notation structure." "I will." She leaves. She takes the stairs down to the second floor and then she stops walking and stands against the stairwell wall and breathes, not because she is frightened, which is the register she is used to breathing through, but because she is something else, something that does not have a name in the ministry's taxonomy or in her own, something that sits in the chest like a weight that has shifted from one side to the other and is not lighter but is differently distributed. Well, there it is. She had said it with the measured understatement of a woman who processes information before feelings, and the information she was processing was that the system she worked for had, in its own taxonomy, documented what they were to each other on their own bodies, and both of them were still standing in the same room, looking at the evidence, and neither of them was leaving. Lena straightens up from the wall. She goes down the rest of the stairs. She takes the transit home. She stands in her kitchen and makes coffee and drinks it at the counter. The apartment is quiet. She is used to the apartment being quiet. She has structured her life around the apartment being quiet, has made it correct and sufficient and entirely suited to one person, and she is, tonight, aware of this in the way she is aware of things she has previously managed at a distance and is now allowing to be close. She makes 2 cups. She drinks both of them, an hour apart, without acknowledging what it means that she made the second one. She goes to bed and does not sleep for a long time, and when she does, the sleep has a different quality than the nights before the meeting in room 4C, not more restful, exactly, but more honest. More like sleeping inside something real than sleeping beside something she has been managing. Well, there it is. She wakes up and it is Friday, and she goes to work and she is, by every metric the ministry tracks, indispensable. She pulls the file from the partition at 9:17. She reads it. She sits with it. She closes it. She drafts the revised notation, incorporates the third record type, and sends the finalized amendment to compliance with a note that the attached revision addresses all outstanding cross-references. She presses send. She goes back to her queue. She does not think about what just became real. She thinks about almost nothing else. Chapter 13, What the Records Bear Out. The first one was named something that began with D. She does not know the full name. The compliance files she processed did not contain full names, only classification codes, case numbers, processing outcomes. This is ministry protocol, designed to reduce the likelihood of emotional engagement with individual cases, which the ministry's research suggests impairs processing efficiency. The protocol is correct about what it intends to prevent. It does not prevent the thing it doesn't intend to prevent, which is that a letter is not nothing, and that D is not nothing, and that in the specific month of year 2 of her Eastern Sector posting, when she looked at the 41st file she had processed and understood, for the first time, what she had been processing, the D had been the thing her mind had kept. A letter. A case number. A processing outcome, referral accepted, correction program enrollment initiated. She had closed the file. She had opened the 42nd file and processed it. She had been thorough. She sits at her kitchen table on a Saturday morning, 3 weeks after the archive room, the November light going flat and gray through the window, and she thinks about D. Not with the quality of performed contrition, which she has spent 3 years specifically refusing, not because the contrition is not warranted, she has made her accounting on that question and it remains open, but because performance is not the same as reckoning, and she is not going to confuse the two simply because confusion would be more comfortable. She thinks about D the way she thinks about everything she intends to understand accurately, clearly, with the full weight of what is true, and without looking away. 47 people over 3 years. The log doesn't have their names. She has spent 3 years wishing she had been the kind of person who was made cautious by names rather than by the slow accumulation of classification codes, and she has also spent 3 years understanding that the person she had been at 28, starting her first compliance posting, was not a person she can approach with the benefit of hindsight, as though hindsight is a correction she could have applied in advance. She was thorough and certain. She is still thorough. She is working on certain. She picks up her coffee. She drinks it. She is not performing this for anyone. That is the important thing, the thing she returns to when the accounting starts to feel like it is becoming something she is maintaining in order to be seen maintaining it, which is the specific corruption that makes reckoning useless. There is no one in this apartment. Lena has not been here. She will not be here until Wren has had, with some precision, the conversation that brings her here, and that conversation has not happened yet. What has happened? A meeting in an archive room, a set of marks visible for 3 seconds, well, there it is. Lena's laugh, the real one, the unguarded one, the one that Wren has been cataloging the shape of for 18 months and that she was not entirely prepared for when it actually arrived. She had sat with that laugh for the transit home and most of the evening, which is not information she would share and which is also, in the specific ledger of things she holds accurately, a fact. She is in love with Lena Vasquez. This is not a discovery. She has been in love with Lena Vasquez since approximately month 4 of the Eastern Sector posting, when she understood what the match result meant and began, with the thoroughness she applies to everything, to think about what that meant for the decision she had not yet made. Love was a variable she had accounted for. It does not simplify the accounting. It is simply part of what the accounting must hold. She puts her coffee down. She thinks about year 2. She had started looking in year 2, not as a policy, not as a deliberate adjustment, but as the organic consequence of the kind of person she had always been, which is the kind of person who eventually cannot not notice things. She had begun to notice what happened after the files left her desk. Not in the direct operational sense, she was not in the correction program itself, she was in compliance, and her work ended when the referral was approved and forwarded, but in the way things eventually surface in a building where people have been working alongside each other long enough that the boundaries between what is officially your concern and what you know anyway become permeable. She had heard things. She had noted them. She had continued her work. Month 14. The 23rd file. The case number she had looked up in the processing system. She had access. She had not used it before. She had used it once and not again. And the processing outcome that was waiting in the record. Correction program enrollment initiated. Standard duration. Compliance projected. She had sat with the phrase compliance projected for a long time that afternoon. She had processed 24 more files after that. She had been thorough. She had thought, when I stop, I will stop because I have decided something, not because the weight has become too heavy to carry, because the second reason is still just carrying the weight and calling it conscience. She had stopped at 47 because 47 was when the weight and the decision coincided. Not because it was a round number. Not because the 47th file was different from the 46th or the 48th, which she had already been assigned and which she had returned to her supervisor with a reassignment request and a documented professional rationale. Because 47 was when she had finished the accounting. The accounting, she had been an instrument of the system that classified her own existence as an error. She had processed 47 cases with thoroughness and certainty. She had done this because she was good at her job and because she had not, for 14 months, allowed herself to be the kind of person who looks at what the job is for rather than what it requires. She had stopped when she could no longer maintain the distinction. What she owed, not guilt, which was private and therefore useless. What she owed was the being here. Every choice that came after had to count for something, or the something she had stopped doing had no weight, which would be worse than the weight. So she had filed a transfer request. She had submitted it 17 times before she sent it, because she checks her work. She thinks about Lena. Lena does not know about the 47 in the specific sense. Wren has not said the number, has not described what year 2 was like in any register that would make the accounting legible. She knows that Wren processed correction referrals for 3 years and that she stopped, and she will have done the math the way she does everything, which is to say precisely and with the full weight of what the math produces. Wren has not told her and Lena has not asked, which is a silence they have both been careful about. She is going to have to say it. She has known this since the match result, since the transfer, since the first month in this building when she was cataloging Lena with the patient attention she brings to things she intends to understand thoroughly, and she understood, gradually, that the thing she was trying to understand could not be understood from a safe distance. It has to be said, and said clearly, and the clarity cannot be the kind that performs reckoning without doing it. She picks up the countersigned form from the second meeting, which is on the corner of her kitchen table because she has not put it away. She does not usually keep work documents in her apartment. She has a clean desk policy that she has maintained since year 1 as a matter of operational hygiene, but she has not put this one away. She looks at their signatures. 3 inches apart, both of them on the same document, both of them now in the ministry's official record, cross-referenced and indexed and available to anyone with the appropriate access credentials, which includes Stroud, which includes anyone Stroud chooses to share his access with, which is a fact she has been sitting with since she countersigned the form and which she has placed in the column of known risks that have been assessed and accepted. She thinks about D. She does not say the letter out loud, which she has never done and will not do, because some things do not benefit from being spoken and this is one of them. What it benefits from is being held accurately, without softening and without self-pity, in the full weight of what it is. She puts the form back on the corner of the table. She gets up and washes her coffee cup and stands at the window for a moment. The city is gray and Saturday quiet, the ministry buildings in the government district lit with their permanent administrative yellow even on a weekend, the transit stop below her building showing 3 people and a closed umbrella and the ordinary human weight of a November morning in a city she has been living in for 11 months. She came here for a reason. She knew what the reason cost before she filed the request. She had run every scenario and there was not one that made sense except this. She thinks about Lena's laugh. She allows herself to think about it properly, not as data, not as a filed observation, but as the thing it was, the most unguarded she has ever seen Lena be, in 18 months of watching the shape of her caution. The specific wrongness of it that was also a rightness, the laugh that came from below the managed register and that Lena had covered with her hand and that Wren had watched and understood, with a precision that surprised even her, what it meant that she was the person in the room when it happened. She had not smiled. Or she had done something smaller, something she does not let herself do easily, a shift in her face that she is not sure Lena saw clearly enough to read. She hopes Lena read it clearly enough. She puts on her coat. She has errands. She is a person who lives her life between the work and the waiting, and on Saturday morning she buys groceries and walks the longer route home through the park and is, in the specific way of someone who has decided to be present in the spaces between the things that matter, entirely present. The 47 she will carry with the accuracy it requires. What comes after the 47 is also her responsibility. She is here. She picks up her keys. She intends to stay. Chapter 14, The Long Way Home. The pretext is the data terminal. Lena's terminal at home is a ministry-issued unit with a secure connection to the central archive, which she was granted as a senior analyst 4 years ago because her work occasionally requires access to restricted partitions outside standard office hours, and which she has used, in the 2 weeks since she began drafting the schema amendment, to run 3 legitimate cross-checks that could plausibly justify inviting a compliance officer to review the data in person rather than over the Ministry's internal documentation system. The documentation system is adequate for most interdepartmental work. It has one limitation that Lena documented in a memo 18 months ago and that has not been addressed. It does not support real-time annotation of live archive data, which means that if 2 people need to review an active dataset simultaneously, they need to be in the same room as the terminal. This is accurate. It is also convenient. She sends the message on a Monday afternoon, through the standard interdepartmental channels, with the correct form reference and the correct professional register and the precise, careful plainness of a woman who has spent 6 years building a paper trail that looks exactly as boring as she needs it to look. The revised schema amendment requires a live archive verification before submission. If your schedule permits, a review at my home terminal would allow us to confirm the batch integration in real time. Tuesday evening, 7 p.m. She reads it 3 times before she sends it. She processes the rest of her queue. She takes the transit home. She stands in her apartment and looks at it with the specific attention of someone who has not had to consider how her apartment might appear to another person for a very long time, and she notes, with the dry interior commentary that is the register she uses when she is doing something that frightens her, it is an apartment. It has furniture and books and a kitchen that is usually clean. There is nothing to adjust. She adjusts the books anyway. She does not think about the fact that she has adjusted the books. The response arrives at 6:18 p.m., Tuesday at 7 o'clock works. I'll bring the compliance review notes. That is all. Lena goes to bed. On Tuesday evening Wren arrives at 6:57, which means she left wherever she came from with enough buffer built in to account for transit variation, because she is someone who arrives early and does not perform lateness even when lateness would be the more casual choice. She is wearing her coat and carrying a folder, and when Lena opens the door she looks at the apartment with the specific quality of attention she brings to every new space, a quick, complete inventory, nothing missed, and then she looks at Lena. "Thank you for coming," Lena says, and then immediately identifies this as one of the more useless sentences she has produced in her professional life. "Thank you for the terminal access," Wren says, which is equally useless and somehow, for reasons Lena cannot explain with the data she has available, makes her feel better. They take their coats off. They go to the kitchen table, which is where the terminal is, and they sit down and they work. The archive verification requires approximately 40 minutes of genuine attention. The batch integration is clean, but the third record type has a notation flag that resolves correctly only if the legacy partition index is updated in a specific sequence, and confirming the sequence requires running the verification 3 times with minor adjustments between runs. Lena runs the terminal. Wren reads the output with the same patient thoroughness she brings to everything, makes notations in the compliance file, catches 2 secondary flags that Lena had not noticed. "You have a different red on the flag sequence than I do," Lena says. "I think the second flag is downstream of the first. If the first resolves correctly, the second closes automatically. You don't need to address them separately." Lena looks at the output. Wren is right. She runs the verification again with Wren's read applied. The second flag closes. You're right. I usually am, Wren says, in the tone she uses when she is making a dry observation about herself, flat and slightly precise, which is the tone Lena has been cataloging for 18 months as the one that is closest to humor without performing it. Lena does not look up from the terminal. You are. It's one of the less convenient things about you. You could have told me sooner that you found it inconvenient. I'm telling you now. There is a pause. The apartment is very quiet around the terminal's soft operational hum. I suppose that's efficient, Wren says. They finish the verification. Lena saves the output and closes the archive connection and the terminal goes dark, and they are sitting at the kitchen table in the November evening with the work done and the pretext exhausted and no documented reason remaining for either of them to stay in this room. Neither of them moves. Lena looks at the closed terminal screen. She is thinking, with the uncomfortable precision of someone who cannot stop running data even when the data is about herself, that she has spent 6 years building a very effective interior architecture that is at this moment performing exactly as designed. All the walls are up, all the partitions are correct, the flag in her queue that says this is a risk is functioning as it has always functioned. And also, running parallel, the understanding that the architecture has always been a survival strategy and not a preference, and that strategies are reassessed when circumstances change, and that she is sitting in her kitchen with Wren Reyes at 8:15 in November and the only thing she is surviving right now is her own hesitation. She asks, when you receive the match result. Your first response. Wren is quiet for a moment. When she speaks, it is without the professional register, not formally, not in the compressed bureaucratic grammar. Just her voice, which is low and carries no inflection that performs anything. I sat very still. For approximately 5 minutes. And then I read it again. And then I read it again. I did this 4 times. A beat. The 5th time I read it I started doing the math. The transfer timeline. Eventually. First I did other math. She is looking at the table. The probability of it. The gap between receiving a result you were not expecting and deciding what to do with it. The specific accounting of what it would cost to, and then the accounting of what it would cost not to. She pauses. I had the second accounting first, actually. Backward from what you might expect. Lena turns to look at her. Wren is looking at the table, her hands still in her lap, the quality of someone who is saying something she has been precise about for a long time and is now saying it in an uncontrolled setting and is letting it be uncontrolled. What did the second accounting produce? Lena says. That there was not a scenario in which staying where I was made sense. She looks up. Her eyes do the thing they do. I don't do things that don't make sense. Even when the thing that makes sense is difficult. Especially then. Lena is quiet. She is, in this moment, very precisely aware of the specific shape of herself, a woman who has spent 6 years making herself invisible and small and legible in the ministry's taxonomy, who has organized herself into the most manageable possible version of herself, who has been very good at her job and very careful and very afraid for so long that the fear has become structural. She is aware of this the way you are aware of something you have been carrying for so long that it has started to feel like your own weight rather than something added to it, and you set it down for a moment and understand, with a kind of dislocation, that you have always been lighter than this. She asks, why tonight? Wren considers this. Why not tonight? Because you've waited 18 months. I waited until the accounting was complete. Wren's hands move slightly, a small deliberate gesture, not her usual stillness, not the scar touching that means she is working through a decision. Something more finished than that. It's complete. The kitchen is very quiet. Lena says, I should tell you something. All right. I have been managing this. The whole of it. Since I saw your name on the building roster. She looks at her own hands. I do that. I manage things. I build partitions and I maintain them and I don't look at what I've filed in them because looking makes it present and present things are. She stops. Exposures, Wren says. Yes. And you've been managing your exposure for 6 years. Since I was 23. Wren says nothing. She waits with the quality of someone who understands the value of a silence that the other person fills. Lena fills it. I don't know how to do this without managing it. I know, Wren says. I've been watching you not know that for 18 months. She says it without judgment, as a fact, observed accurately. I'm not asking you to stop managing it. I'm asking you to let me know when you're doing it. Lena looks at her. That's a very specific ask. I'm a specific person. It is not funny. It is also slightly funny, and Lena can feel the laugh somewhere below the managed register, not the unguarded one from the archive room, or not only that, but something steadier, something that is what the other laugh becomes when you have time to let it settle into the shape of things you choose rather than things that ambush you. I know you are, she says. They sit at the kitchen table for another hour without working. Lena makes tea. Wren asks a question about the data architecture of the archive system that is genuinely about the data architecture and also not only about the data architecture, which is the grammar they have established and which Lena has no intention of abandoning, and Lena answers it in the same register, and the conversation goes where it goes, which is not anywhere dramatic or declarative, just somewhere honest. Wren tells her something about the eastern sector that is not about the files, not the accounting, but about the building itself. A detail about the server room on the 4th floor that Lena finds, for reasons she could not defend to a compliance review, unexpectedly tender. At 10:15 Wren says, the building's overnight monitoring logs. Activate at 11, Lena says. I should go. Yes. Wren puts on her coat. She picks up the compliance folder. She is standing by the door and Lena is standing in the kitchen doorway. And there is approximately 8 feet between them and neither of them is going to close it tonight, which is correct, which is the right speed for something that has taken 18 months to arrive and that they are both going to be careful with for exactly as long as careful is what it needs. Wren says, the next meeting, the schema amendment sign-off. Thursday. Thursday, Lena confirms. Wren opens the door. She pauses for a fraction of a second in the doorway, which is the pause she makes when she is choosing to take one more second in a space before she leaves it. She leaves. Lena stands in the kitchen for a long time after the door closes. She goes to the bathroom and looks at herself in the mirror and then looks at the toothbrush holder, which has one toothbrush in it, which has had one toothbrush in it for 6 years, which is not a thing she thinks about because there is nothing to think about. She goes to bed. In the morning, she makes coffee for 2 before she catches herself. She drinks both cups. She does not note this anywhere. She takes the transit to work. The city is gray and November cold and she is, for the first time in longer than she can accurately remember, not dreading the particular Tuesday quality of the morning. She opens her queue. There is a new item at the top, the countersigned schema amendment, returned from compliance with all flags resolved and a notation from Wren that reads, in the precise professional register, confirmed clean. Ready for submission. She submits it. She makes a note in the administrative record. She picks up her coffee and drinks it and thinks about nothing she is permitted to think about. She thinks about it anyway. Chapter 15, What He Already Knew. The quarterly review is scheduled 6 weeks out from her last performance assessment, which is standard practice, and arrives in her calendar with the ministry's usual institutional neutrality, 30 minutes, conference room 2B, Deputy Minister Stroud. She has had 3 quarterly reviews in her 2 years at this posting. The first 2 were conducted by her direct supervisor, which is the standard arrangement. This one is not, which is information. She reads the calendar invitation for a second time, in the way she reads things when she is deciding whether they mean what they appear to mean, and then she files the information and does not revisit it until she is in the room. Conference room 2B is on the 3rd floor, which is the administrative floor, which is Stroud's floor, which means she takes the lift rather than the stairs and arrives at 2:58 for a 3 o'clock meeting, and the 30 seconds she has spent calibrating her professional register on the way up from her office are, she notes without sentiment, probably not enough. They are enough. They have always been enough. She is very good at this. Stroud is already in the room. He is at the table with a folder, her folder. She recognizes the quarterly review format, and a cup of tea that he does not offer to replicate for her, which is either oversight or a deliberate calibration of the social register of the meeting. She decides it is the latter and files it. Analyst Vasquez. He stands, briefly, the minimal courtesy of a man who has calibrated every social gesture to the precise weight it can bear. Thank you for making time. Of course, Deputy Minister. She sits. He sits. He opens the folder. The review begins with the standard performance metrics, which he reads with the attentiveness of someone who has genuinely reviewed them in advance and is not performing engagement, her data integrity scores, her anomaly catch rate, the system architecture proposals she has submitted this year and the two that have been implemented. He approves of the metrics. His approval is not performative, or it is, in the sense that everything Stroud does is performed, but it is also real, in the sense that she is genuinely good at her job and he is a man who recognizes genuine quality when it serves him to. Your work on the Northern Sector Archive integration, he says. The schema amendment. The legacy classification gap, she says. I found it during the routine interdepartmental review with compliance. Yes. Reyes. He says the name pleasantly, with no particular inflection. She came recommended from the Eastern Sector. I was pleased to see the two of you working together productively. She's thorough, Lena says. The compliance review was clean. It was. He picks up his tea. The Northern Sector Archive has been a structural problem since 2031. You've done good work there. He sets the cup down. Your access logs show you've been running extended verification sessions from your home terminal. She does not change anything. The terminal allows real-time archive access for the batch integration work. Some of the verification requires simultaneous review of the live data. Yes. He makes a brief note. It's good practice. The institutional infrastructure benefits from senior analysts who use the full scope of their access. He turns the page. The Northern Sector project you ran 18 months ago, he says. The audit parameter revision. The legacy partition cleanup preparation, she says. I submitted the review. He reads something in the folder that she cannot see. It's thorough work. I've always admired your attention to anomalies, Analyst Vasquez. You have a rare instinct for the places where a system's architecture doesn't quite fit its stated purpose. He looks up. Have you found any such places recently? In the current schema? She holds the stillness she has been holding since she was 23. She is very good at it. It is, today, slightly more effortful than usual, which she notes without moving a single muscle of her face or adjusting a single syllable of her professional register. The schema amendment addresses the principal gap, she says. I'll flag anything further in the standard documentation. Of course. He smiles. I wouldn't expect anything less. He closes the folder. He holds it closed with one hand, which is the gesture of someone who has reached the end of the official portion of a meeting and is about to say something that exists in the space between the official and the personal, the space he has been cultivating since she walked into the room. The ministry is lucky to have you, he says. I want to make sure you know that's not merely a formality. He says it in the specific register of someone who has decided that warmth is a tool and no longer needs to think about when to deploy it. The work you do, the architecture of it, the precision, it's not common. I hope you know it's seen. Thank you, she says. I appreciate that. Seen and protected, he adds, pleasantly. She says, I'm grateful for the ministry's support. He nods once, information received, filed, deployment noted, and stands. She stands. They exchange the formal closing courtesies that these meetings require and she leaves the room and takes the lift down one floor and walks to the bathroom and stands at the sink for 3 minutes. Seen and protected. She runs the water. She watches her hands under it. He knows. Not the buried file. If he knew about the buried file she would not be standing at a sink, she would be receiving a different kind of invitation, but something. The schema amendment, the home terminal sessions, possibly the interdepartmental meetings, possibly the specific frequency of her professional interactions with Wren over the past 8 weeks. He has been watching the data and he has drawn conclusions that he has not shared with her, and he has chosen to use the word protected in a quarterly performance review, which is a word that does not belong in a quarterly performance review, which means it was placed there the same way everything Stroud says is placed, deliberately, with a purpose she has not yet fully mapped. He approved Wren's transfer. She stands at the sink and runs through the information she has, the way she runs through information when the stakes are high enough that she does not trust her first conclusions. He approved the transfer. He has been in his position for 11 years. He collects leverage. He has enough institutional authority to access any access log in the ministry system, which means he has seen the home terminal sessions, which means he has seen what the sessions were for: 2 users, Vasquez terminal, Reyes compliance review credentials, sequential archive access on a Tuesday night. He has not flagged it. He has not moved. He has said protected and then stood up and closed the meeting. He is waiting for something. She dries her hands. She goes back to her office. She sits at her desk and opens her queue and works through it with the practiced absence that is, at this moment, somewhat less practiced than usual. At 6:15, when the floor has emptied and the corridor is quiet, she calls Wren. Wren picks up on the second ring, which means she was near her phone and expected the call, or was near her phone and is always available for it, which are the same thing in Wren's operational logic. The quarterly review was with Stroud, Lena says. A pause. Not a long one, the specific pause of someone who has been given information they were expecting and is recalibrating rather than reacting. I know, Wren says. I saw the calendar change when it updated. He mentioned the Northern Sector project. 18 months ago. The audit parameter revision. Yes. He said he admires my attention to anomalies. She says it flatly. He said the ministry is lucky to have me. He said seen and protected. The silence on the other end is its own kind of information. Wren goes very still in silences, which means the silences have texture, and this one is the texture of someone who is processing something she already knew the shape of. He approved my transfer request personally, Wren says. I know. He didn't have to. Transfer approvals at my level go through the sectoral administration. He would have had to specifically request oversight of the file to see it, let alone approve it. She is not saying this as revelation. She is saying it as something she has been carrying and has decided, in this conversation, to say directly. I know how he works. I worked under him for 8 months before I requested the reassignment. You worked under him, Lena says. Not an accusation. A fact, arriving. From the Eastern Sector. He was managing a cross-sectoral initiative that year. My team was seconded to his project for a quarter. A pause. I saw how he thinks. I know what he collects and how he waits. Another pause. That's part of why I requested the reassignment. The apartment is very quiet around the phone. Lena is sitting at her desk and the city is going dark outside her window and she is holding this new information with both hands and turning it in the light, looking for the places it changes the shape of what she thought she knew. He's not moving yet, she says. No. He won't move yet. Wren's voice is steady, the steadiness of someone who has been holding something this heavy for long enough that the muscles for it are built. He's building leverage. He doesn't use it until it's at maximum value. He's patient that way. How patient? Very. A beat. He knew, when he approved my transfer, that I had a reason for requesting it. He could have denied it. He could have flagged it for sectoral review and buried the application. He didn't. He approved it and he's been watching since. She pauses. He's been watching both of us since. Lena is quiet for a moment. She is doing the math, the specific, uncomfortable arithmetic of what it means that Stroud has been watching since before they were anything, has been tending a file that didn't fully exist yet, has been patient in the way of a collector who knows that the thing in transit will eventually arrive and who is, accordingly, entirely uninterested in rushing. He said the work I do is seen, she says. And protected. He meant the protection is contingent. Yes. He's telling you he has something and he's not using it yet. That he could use it, and hasn't. Wren is precise about this, not frightened, or not only that, but analytical, the way she is analytical about everything she has fully accounted for. He wants us to know he's watching. He wants us to know the value of his restraint. So we owe him something for not acting. Not yet. Eventually, he'll want to collect. Lena stares at her desk. She thinks about seen and protected in the voice of a man who has calibrated warmth as a tool and no longer needs to think about when to deploy it. She thinks about the specific patience of someone who has never needed to hurry because the system has always moved at the pace he set for it. She says, he's waiting for us to do something worth owning. Yes, Wren says. He's very good at that. They are quiet together for a moment, not the silence of two people who have run out of things to say but the silence of two people who have arrived at the same weight simultaneously and are holding it without needing to perform that they are holding it. I'm going to build a record, Lena says. It is not fully formed yet, not the plan. The plan is Wren's and she has not heard it yet, not entirely, but the beginning of the thing that will become the plan's final component, arriving in her mind the way things arrive when she has been thinking around them for long enough that they surface on their own. Not the buried file. Something else. Something in the forward record. Tell me, Wren says. Not yet, Lena says. I need to think through it. All right. Wren. Yes. You worked under him for 8 months. She says it carefully. And you never told me. Wren is quiet for 3 seconds. I know. Is there more you haven't told me? The pause this time is not computation. It is something else, the specific quality of a person who is deciding, in real time, whether to revise what they have been carrying alone. Yes, she says. Some. Okay, Lena says. She says it in a tone that is not an accusation and is not absolution and is not the end of the conversation. It is the beginning of the part where they are honest about what carrying things alone has cost, which is not a conversation she has ever had with anyone and which she is going to have with Wren because the alternative is becoming the kind of people who trust each other inside carefully managed limits. And she has spent 6 years managing limits, and she is done. Okay, Wren says. An echo, not an agreement. A marker. Thursday, Lena says. The sign-off on the amendment. Thursday, Wren confirms. They hang up. Lena sits at her desk for a long time after. She thinks about Stroud's hands on the folder and seen and protected and the specific calendar of a man who has been waiting since before she knew there was anything to wait for. She thinks about Wren in the eastern sector for 8 months under his particular patient oversight, watching how he collects things, learning the shape of his restraint, filing it in the same column she files everything she intends to understand completely. She thinks, Wren came here knowing more than I did. She thinks, she is going to have to decide whether that is a betrayal or a form of protection or both. She thinks, those things are not always different from each other, and she knows this, and she has always known it, and sitting with the knowing is the work she has to do tonight. She closes her queue. She gets her coat. She takes the long way home. Chapter 16, the plan has 3 parts. She lays it out on a Saturday. Not because Saturday is the safest day. The building's residential monitoring runs the same schedule regardless of the day of the week, and Lena's home terminal logs access by hour, not by proximity, but because Saturday is the day that belongs to them in the way that weekday evenings don't yet, fully. The evenings still carry the pretext with them, the documented reason, the agenda. Saturday is off the record. Saturday is just Wren at Lena's kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a set of files she has brought from her own apartment, and Lena across from her with the specific quality of attention she brings to data she intends to understand rather than merely process. It had started with the conversation after the quarterly review. The one that ended with Lena saying I need to think through it and Wren saying all right, and both of them understanding that the thing Lena was thinking through was not only the record but also the question she had not quite asked, which was whether Wren had been managing more than she had disclosed and whether the management was what love looked like when it came from someone like Wren or whether it was something Lena was going to have to ask her to stop. She had asked. Not that Thursday, The Thursday had been the schema amendment sign-off, and they had been careful with each other in the particular way of two people who have said something real and are giving it room. But the following week, on a Wednesday evening when Wren had arrived with dinner she had not been asked to bring, and when Lena had looked at her across the kitchen counter and said, "Tell me what else I don't know," Wren had told her. Not everything. Lena suspects not everything. She suspects there are columns in Wren's accounting that she will not see for months yet, possibly longer, and she has made a provisional peace with this because she is also not without her own closed partitions, and she is trying, with more difficulty than she anticipated, to hold that fact alongside her frustration with Wren's. But Wren had told her about the 8 months under Stroud, about the specific way his patients operated and what it meant that he had approved the transfer, about the secondary channel to Sable and the 10-day window she had let close without using because she would not move without Lena's full knowledge. Lena had been quiet for a long time after that. Then she had said, "Show me the plan." And Wren had said, "Saturday." So, Saturday. The kitchen table. The files. The coffee Lena has made correctly, which is a thing she does without thinking. She has been making Wren's coffee correctly for 6 weeks, since the first Tuesday evening with the data terminal, since she understood somewhere below the level of active decision what Wren took in her coffee and began making it that way without announcing this. Wren opens the first file. The plan has 3 parts, she says. They work sequentially and they reinforce each other, but any one of them failing doesn't necessarily collapse the others. I built it that way. She sets a sheet of paper on the table, handwritten, in the small right-slanted notation Lena recognizes from the PD, 12. Part 1 is the leak infrastructure. Sable. Sable's network. I've had a channel to her since before the transfer. She has the routing to get information out of the ministry's operational system and into public record, not full public, but enough. Enough to matter, to create a record that exists outside the ministry's own file architecture. Wren's finger moves to the second line. The specific information is the algorithm itself. The classification architecture, the way the anomalous flag functions, the criteria that trigger it, the correction program referral chain. Not my testimony or yours. The system's own documentation, made visible. She can get that out. She has done it before with comparable material. Less sensitive, but comparable. Wren is precise about this. She does not oversell Sable's capabilities or undersell her constraints. The timing matters. It has to go out after we have the third part in place, not before, or it surfaces without context and the ministry simply reclassifies and moves on. Lena nods. She is reading the sheet as Wren talks, mapping the architecture of it. Part 2. The algorithm rewrite. Wren looks at her. This is yours. The anomalous flag. The classification logic that triggers the correction program referral. If the flag doesn't function, if a same-sex match result doesn't produce the anomalous classification in the first place, the referral chain never initiates. The correction program can't process cases it doesn't receive. She is watching Lena carefully. You helped write the original code. I know the architecture better than anyone still at the ministry, Lena says. I've been maintaining it for 6 years. She is quiet for a moment, running the shape of it in her mind, the partitions, the subroutines, the specific places where a change made to look like a routine maintenance update would propagate through the system without triggering a flag in the audit logs. She had been thinking about this in the abstract for 3 years, the way she thought about most things that frightened her, structurally, at a distance, with contingencies she never intended to use. It's possible. It would need to be incremental. 6, maybe 8 weeks of staged updates to avoid surfacing in the integrity logs. I know. And it would only hold for 18 months, 2 years at most before a dedicated forensic review would find it. That's enough time, Wren says. If the third part works, we won't need more than that. Lena looks at her. Show me the third part. Wren is quiet for a moment. She picks up her coffee, both hands, the careful stillness of someone who is about to say something she has been precise about for a long time. The third part is the record. The testimony. Not yet. That's the contingency, what we do if everything else fails and they move on us. The third part before that is something smaller. She sets down her coffee. It's a forward record. Not buried, not hidden, filed. In the ministry's own archive, under legitimate cross-references, in a form that doesn't read as evidence of anything until it's read alongside the testimony. She slides a second sheet of paper across the table. It's the documentation of what we are. Not what we've done. What we are, the match result, the marks, the 18 months. Filed in the language of the system, using the system's own taxonomy, so that when the testimony comes, what it's confirming is already in the record. Lena looks at the sheet. She is reading it the way she reads everything she is trying to understand structurally, for the architecture beneath the language, for the places where the system's own mechanisms become the evidence rather than the threat. You want to give them a story, she says. I want to give them a record. Wren says it plainly. There's a difference. A story can be dismissed. A record exists in the system on the system's own terms. When the deputy minister reads the interrogation transcripts, and if they move on us, he will use the comparison protocol to look for inconsistencies between our accounts. The comparison protocol will find none, because there are none. What it will find instead is two accounts of the same true thing, consonant down to the detail level, filed in the ministry's own evidentiary standard. Not a story. A fact. She pauses. And a fact in their file is harder to erase than a fact anywhere else, because erasing it requires acknowledging it first. The kitchen is very quiet. Lena reads the sheet again. She reads it the way she reads data she has already decided she agrees with and is now stress testing, looking for the places it fails, the assumptions it rests on, the variables it hasn't accounted for. She finds 3. She sits with them. The comparison protocol, she says. I wrote it. I know. It doesn't have a flag for two people telling the same true story. I didn't build one. There was no use case. She looks up. There still isn't. The protocol will run, find no inconsistencies, and close without an action item. Wren is watching her with the eyes that do not look away. He'll read the transcripts himself, Lena says. He won't let the protocol close without a manual review. That's how he works. Yes. And when he reads them he'll understand what we've done. Yes. And the file will exist in his record. His name on it. The ministry's hand on every page. She sets down the sheet. Something has reorganized itself in the room, not dramatically, not visibly, but she can feel it, the specific shift of weight that happens when something you have been managing at a distance becomes something you are deciding to move toward. He can classify it. He can keep it. But it will be in the record, and he will know it is, and we will know he knows. Yes, Wren says. That's not safety. No. Wren does not pretend otherwise. It may never be safety. But it is. Undeniable, Lena says. A pause. Wren looks at her with the specific quality of attention that means she is not managing what she is feeling. Show me the record part again, Lena says. Wren slides the sheet back across the table. Lena reads it. She is quiet for 2 minutes, which is a long time, and Wren does not fill the silence, which is correct. She is reading with the full weight of her 6 years of architecture expertise and the specific intelligence of someone who has spent her career understanding where systems break and where they hold. She picks up a pen. She makes a notation in the margin of the second sheet. Then another. She slides it back. Wren reads the notations. Something moves in her face, the small shift, the one she doesn't perform. This closes the cross-reference gap I hadn't resolved. The protocol pulls from 2 indices. If the testimony doesn't reference both, the comparison runs incomplete. Lena sets down the pen. I can make it better. Yes, Wren says. I know. That's why you brought it to me. That's part of why I brought it to you. Wren's voice is even, the evenness that is not flatness, the steadiness of someone saying something precisely because it is true. The other part is that you should have been in this from the beginning. I'm sorry you weren't. I should have found a way to bring it to you sooner. It is the closest thing to an apology Lena has heard from Wren, and it is not elaborate, and it does not perform remorse that Wren does not feel. It is accurate, which is the thing Wren offers instead of theatrics, and which Lena, after 6 weeks of learning what accurate looks like coming from this specific person, has begun to understand is its own kind of intimacy. She says, "You were protecting me." Yes. And I understand why you did it. And I need you to understand that being protected without my knowledge is not protection. It's management. She says it without heat, as a fact, observed accurately, the way she offers things she needs to be heard. I know the difference. I've been on both sides of it. Wren is quiet. She receives this in the way she receives things she has already known, without deflection, without excuse, with the stillness of someone who has accepted a weight and is deciding where to put it down. I know, she says. I won't do it again. Lena looks at her. She believes her, which is a decision and also not a decision. It is the conclusion she arrives at when she runs Wren through the only metric that has ever been reliable, which is, what does this person do with something they have accounted for completely? And the answer is that they act on it, precisely, and they don't look back. All right, she says. They sit with it for a moment. The kitchen is November warm, the light going golden in the late afternoon, the coffee going cold in the cups they have both forgotten to drink. Then Lena picks up the sheet again. Walk me through the algorithm rewrite timeline. I want to know how many maintenance windows we can use before the integrity logs show a pattern. And Wren picks up her pen. They work until the building's evening logs activate. They are precise and careful and thorough, and the plan they build across the kitchen table over 3 hours is better than the plan Wren brought to the table, which was already good, and better than the plan Lena would have built alone, which she was already beginning to build in the margins of her thinking since the quarterly review. It is theirs. It is the most intimate thing they have made together yet, and they are both aware of this, and neither of them says so, which is correct, which is how they build things. At 9:15 Lena closes the last file and looks across the table. Wren is looking back. They are in the kitchen in the November dark and the plan is built and neither of them has to be anywhere that requires the managed register, and Lena has been managing her distance for 6 years and is very tired of the distance and the management and the careful calibration of exactly how much she is allowed to want. Stay, she says. It is not a question. It is the specific precision of a woman who has decided that she is done approaching things from every angle except the direct one. Wren stays. Chapter 17, calls him on Sundays. Tomas answers on the second ring, the way he always does on Sunday afternoons, which is with the specific warmth of someone who has been waiting for the call even though he would deny this if asked, who calibrates his voice to exactly the register that makes Lena understand she is the call he was waiting for and not merely a call. You sound different, he says. She is standing at her kitchen window with her coffee, watching the December Sunday go gray and late outside. The apartment is quiet in the way it has not been quiet recently, a new quality to the quiet, something more like a rest between sounds than an absence of them. Wren left this morning, which is a sentence she is not going to examine too precisely right now, on a Sunday afternoon, standing at her window with her brother on the phone. I sound the same, she says. You don't. You sound settled. It's Sunday afternoon. You're never settled on Sunday afternoons, Tomas says, in the tone of someone who has been paying attention for 29 years and does not intend to stop. Usually you sound like you've just run a calculation that hasn't finished processing. That's called being a data analyst. That's called being you on Sundays. A pause. She can hear him in his kitchen, the particular acoustic quality of the room she has sat in every week, the sound of something being stirred or poured. Marco is making something elaborate. You should come for dinner. I'm in the city. I know you're in the city, that's where you live, that's where we live, that's, Lena. Come for dinner. She almost says yes. She thinks about the kitchen, the bread smell, the warm suffocation of it, Marco's sister's apartment and the neighbor's instrument and the ordinary Sunday weight of her brother's company. She thinks about what it would cost tonight, specifically tonight, to sit across from Tomas and perform the version of herself he knows, not lying, she never lies to him, only calibrating, when she is, at this specific moment, less calibrated than she has been in 6 years. She is afraid he would see the difference, and she is also afraid he would not, and she cannot decide which frightens her more. Next week, she says. I have work I need to finish. It's Sunday. The work doesn't know that. The work, he sighs, which is the affectionate version of his sigh, the one that means he has accepted defeat and wants her to know he is registering his position for the record. Next week, then. Come early. I'll come at the time I come. Which is always exactly when the transit gets you there, and you'll say the transit was fast, and I'll say you could have come earlier, and you'll say you were working, and we'll have the same conversation we always have. He is smiling, she can hear it. I find it very comforting. The consistency. I know you do, she says. Are you sleeping? Yes. Properly? She thinks about the last several weeks. Better than I was. Good. A pause. The reassessment offer from the ministry. The one I mentioned last time. Tomas. I'm not pushing. It's an annual thing, and the window closes in January, and I know you have your reasons for not, I've always known you have your reasons, He stops. She can hear him deciding how much of the sentence to finish. I want you to be all right. Whatever that looks like. She stands at the window. The city is going dark outside, building by building, the government district lit in its permanent institutional yellow. Somewhere 22 minutes away by transit, Wren is in her own apartment, probably with a file open and a cup of tea she has forgotten to drink. Probably aware that Lena is on the phone with her brother. Probably not thinking about it, because Wren does not spend energy on things she cannot manage, and she cannot manage the phone call, so she has filed it and moved on. This is one of the things Lena finds simultaneously maddening and, in the way of qualities that are genuinely themselves, something she loves. I am all right, she says. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He is quiet for a moment. You do sound different, he says again. Not bad different. Just different. Different how? Like you've put something down. He says it carefully, the way he says things he has been holding. Like you used to carry something and you're not carrying it right now. She thinks, I'm carrying different things now. Things I chose. She says, I've been sleeping better. That's probably it. All right, he says. He does not believe this is all of it. He has never believed she gives him all of it, and he has made his own accounting of this, a long time ago, and decided that the accounting came out on the side of loving her anyway. She knows this. She does not deserve it, and she also does not know how to operate any other way with him. They talk for 40 minutes. He tells her about the Southern District Infrastructure Project. The Phase 2 has run into a geological survey issue that is costing them 3 weeks, and about Marco's sister's new apartment which apparently has a very good light in the mornings, and about the neighbor who has graduated from the instrument with ambition to something that might, with practice, become actual music. She listens with the genuine attention she always gives him, because listening to Tomas is one of the things she is allowed to do fully, one of the rooms of herself she does not have to partition. She thinks, as she listens, about what she would lose. She has thought about this before, in the abstract clinical way she thinks about things that frighten her, catalogued the losses, weighed the specific grief of each one, filed them. She has done this exercise dozens of times and it has never, not once, made the losses feel more bearable, because bearable is not the right word. They are not things to be borne, they are things to be grieved, and she has been deferring the grieving for 6 years by keeping the losses abstract. But tonight she thinks about it differently. She thinks about his face, the specific warmth of it across the table, the way he smiles at her like she is the fact of her existence is a continued surprise he has decided to be grateful for rather than take for granted. She thinks about the bread smell and the grandmother's recipe and the 12 years of marriage to Marco that have made her brother into the specific person sitting in that kitchen right now, warm and safe and slightly too loud and genuinely, completely content. She thinks, his life is real. The trade he made is real. The ministry's offer is genuine and the room it leads to has warm light and bread in it and he is in that room and she loves him. She also thinks, the room she is building is real. The plan on the kitchen table is real. Wren asleep in this apartment this morning, the specific quality of her presence in a space, the way she woke up and lay still for a moment before she moved, assessing, the way she always assesses, making sure what she was seeing was real before she responded to it, and then turned her head and looked at Lena in the gray morning light. That is real. The two things are both real. She has been, for most of her adult life, trying to make one of them not real, or real only in the abstract, or real only in the place she keeps things she cannot afford to feel at work. She is not going to do that anymore. She has made this decision, and she has made it with the specific, settled quality that decisions have when you have run every scenario and the accounting is complete. Lena, Tomas says. Still here. I said, are you going to the ministry function in January? The annual review dinner. Probably not, she says. You know I hate those. You hate everything that requires sustained social performance outside working hours. That's accurate. It's accurate, and it's also a problem. You should go. Odette will be there, presumably. Odette will be anywhere there is free food and professional gossip. He laughs, too loud. She closes her eyes for a moment and just listens to it. Come for dinner next week, he says. Actually come. Don't cancel. I won't cancel. You have cancelled on me 4 times in the last 3 months. Twice. The other 2 times were postponements. Semantics. Important semantics. She sets down her coffee cup. The city is fully dark outside now, the windows showing her nothing but the grid of lit buildings and her own faint reflection. I'll come next week. I promise. Good. A pause. I'm glad you're sleeping better. She hangs up 10 minutes later. She stands at the window for a moment with the phone in her hand, thinking about the word settled. She has never been settled, not in the way Tomas means it, the organized, sanctioned, legible kind of settled that the ministry tracks in its partnership status records and that her brother has been gently, consistently, lovingly suggesting she pursue for 6 years. She is not going to be that kind of settled. She has known this and managed the knowing for long enough that it has become structural rather than painful, most days. But she is, tonight, something adjacent to it. Something that is hers rather than the ministry's. Something built on a kitchen table in November with a pen and a set of files and a woman who checked her work 17 times before she filed the request and has been methodically, patiently showing up ever since. She is also, underneath the settled quality, afraid. This has not changed and will not change until the plan runs and they know what comes after. The fear is structural, chronic, low-grade, the specific texture of living inside a system that has classified your existence as an error and has a facility for people like you. She knows this fear's architecture the way she knows the ministry's architecture, from the inside, with the intimate contempt of expertise. But tonight the fear is in the correct proportion to the other thing. Tonight it is the price rather than the weight. She calls Wren. Wren picks up before the second ring. How was Tomas? Wren says. She hasn't told Wren she was calling him tonight. He said I sounded different. You are different. Is it obvious? To him? Probably. A pause, the textured kind. He knows you. He knows a version of me. She moves to the couch and sits down. He knows the version that comes to Sunday dinner and answers his questions with the true parts of the truth. Most people's families only know a version. Wren says it without judgment, as a structural observation. That doesn't make what he knows less real. I know. She pulls her legs up. He asked about the reassessment offer. What did you say? That it wasn't for me. Wren is quiet. Not the accounting kind of quiet, the simpler kind, the kind that means she is present in the silence and doesn't need to fill it. Lena has been learning the difference over the past weeks. Wren has many silences and they are not interchangeable. He worries, Lena says. He'll always worry. And he doesn't know what he's worrying about, which is the part one can't fix. No, Wren says. You can't. Does that? She stops. Does it what? Does it bother you? That he doesn't know. Wren is quiet for a moment. That is specifically the accounting kind. Ask me again in a year, she says. Right now what matters is that you're all right with it. I am. She turns her head and looks at the window, at the dark city outside. Wren. Yes. He said. I sounded settled. She says it carefully, putting it down between them like something she is not sure how to hold. I've never sounded settled before. In 6 years of Sunday calls. Wren says nothing for 3 seconds. Then, good. It is a single word and it carries, in Wren's specific economy, the weight of everything she does not perform, all the things she has been thorough about and decided not to say directly, the accounting that produced the transfer request and the 17 drafts and the 18 months and the kitchen table and the plan that is now both of theirs. One word. Good. Lena says, I'm going to the ministry annual dinner in January. You hate those. I know. But you'll be there. A pause. Then, in the tone Wren uses for things she finds unexpectedly true, yes. I will. Lena goes to bed earlier than she usually does on Sunday evenings. She lies in the dark and thinks about tomorrow's queue and the first maintenance update she has scheduled for Tuesday, the first step of the algorithm rewrite, incremental, invisible, exactly the right size to look like routine cleanup to anyone who isn't looking for it, and about Tomas's kitchen and the bread smell and the phone call and the word settled. She falls asleep without fighting it. It is a Sunday. She called him. She always does. Chapter 18, An Unverifiable Reason to Stay. The key appears on a Tuesday. Wren does not know when Lena put it there. She finds it on a Wednesday morning, inside the front pocket of her coat when she reaches in for her transit card, a small, standard-cut key on a plain metal ring with no identifying markings, which is either characteristic of Lena or a deliberate security precaution or both, because with Lena those are frequently the same thing. She stands on the pavement outside her building in the December cold for a moment, holding the key, and then she puts it in her pocket and takes the transit to work. She does not mention it. Neither does Lena. This is how it happens, not through declaration, not through conversation, but through the specific grammar they have built together over the course of months, a grammar that lives in the margins of auditable language and that both of them speak fluently by now, that has its own syntax and its own weight, that says things in the exact amount of space required and no more. The key is in the grammar. Lena put it in her coat pocket sometime between Tuesday morning and Tuesday evening, which means either before work or after, and either way it required Wren to have left the coat in Lena's apartment, which she did, which is a fact that has its own grammar too. By December they have developed a routine that has no official name and no documented reason and that both of them would describe, if asked, as an ongoing interdepartmental working relationship requiring periodic in-person data review. Wednesdays. Wren arrives in the morning early enough to make coffee, which she does with the specific attentiveness she brings to things she has decided to learn. She asked Lena once, in October, how she took her coffee and Lena had looked at her in the way she looks at things that surprise her and said, "You already know how I take it," and Wren had said, "I wanted you to tell me yourself," and that had been the end of that conversation. And also, in some way she has not been able to fully annotate the beginning of something. She makes the coffee. She puts both cups on the table. Lena comes out of the bedroom at 7:20 with her hair not yet fully organized and her eyes doing the thing they do in the mornings, which is make you understand exactly how much processing is already happening behind them even before she's had the coffee. Wren does not say anything about this. She has noted it carefully and filed it where she files things she is still in the middle of understanding. They drink their coffee and talk, which means Lena reads the overnight Q digest on her tablet and occasionally says something sharp about the ministry's data architecture, and Wren reads the compliance briefing notes and occasionally responds to the sharp things, and the conversation moves at the pace of two people who have stopped needing to fill silences and have started trusting them instead. Then they go to work. This is Wednesdays. Thursday evenings Wren brings food, which she does because she has assessed that Lena does not eat properly on the evenings she works late, and she works late most Thursdays, and Wren has decided that this is a correctable variable. Lena has not asked her to do this. She has also not asked her to stop, which Wren has logged as consent. Lena objects, once, "You don't have to feed me." "I know," Wren says, and puts the containers on the counter, and that is the end of that. Friday nights are variable. Sometimes Wren goes home, which they both understand as a necessary privacy, a maintenance of the separate interior lives that both of them have been living alone for long enough that the aloneness is structural and requires tending. Sometimes she doesn't. The sometimes she doesn't happens with increasing frequency, which is information Wren has noted and not analyzed too precisely, because some accountings are better left running at a low background level rather than brought into active processing. She has been doing this, the low background accounting, since the first night she stayed, which was the Saturday of the plan, which she had not planned on staying for and which she had also, she acknowledges honestly, understood before she arrived was a possible outcome. She is someone who arrives prepared. She is also someone who has learned, in the months since October, that prepared and expecting are not the same thing, and that some things are better when they arrive as themselves rather than as the shape she anticipated. It had not been what she expected. She is still working out the precise language for what it had been. The marks. She thinks about them in the specific way she thinks about things she intends to hold accurately. They are ministry taxonomy, the biological confirmation of a match result, the system's own notation for what two people are to each other in the language of the state. She has spent 3 years filing the paperwork of a system that called marks like there's an error, that had a protocol for people who bore them and a facility at the end of the protocol. She thinks about this every time she is aware of the marks, which is not constantly but is more than incidentally, and she thinks about it with the full weight of what it is and what it has cost. She also thinks, these are real. Not the taxonomy, not the classification, not the ministry's meaning for them. The fact of them. That she and Lena share a record that was written on their bodies by the same system that tried to erase it, and that the record is accurate regardless of what the system decided to do with it. One evening in December she wakes at 2 in the morning and Lena is asleep and the apartment is very quiet. She lies still for a while and does something she rarely does, which is exist without a task. No accounting running. No notation file open. No calculation, she is partway through. Just, December, the apartment, the sound of Lena's breathing, which is the most unguarded version of her because it is entirely without performance, and Wren is awake in the room with it. She has not been unguarded in a room with another person for longer than she can accurately remember. She is not sure unguarded is the right word for what she is right now. She is still fully aware, still has the ambient cataloging running, still knows the exact sound of the building's HVAC cycle and the transit schedule outside. The attention does not turn off. But she is not using it to manage anything. She is just here. In the room. With Lena, who is asleep, who is making no demands on her and does not know she is awake. She is here for no documentable reason and she is staying for no documentable reason, and the staying is not a strategy and she is going to have to find language for what it is instead. She thinks, this is the thing the plan is for. Not in the operational sense, not the files and the algorithm and the contingency testimony, though those are real and she reviews them in the background even now, because she does not stop being careful when she is also being this. But the thing underneath the plan, the reason the plan has to exist rather than not exist. This. The room. The breathing. The Wednesday mornings. The key in the coat pocket. She had run every scenario and there was not one that made sense except this. She is still running them, and they still come out the same way. She goes back to sleep. There is a morning in early January, after the plan has been in motion for 3 weeks, after the first 2 maintenance updates have gone in clean and invisible, after Sable has confirmed the revised channel and sent back 3 words that Wren translates to ready when you are, when the marks are simply present. They are in the kitchen. It is a Wednesday. Lena has pushed her sleeve up to reach past Wren for the coffee press, and Wren's sleeve is already up from the washing she has been doing at the sink, and the marks are there, Lena's on the inside of her left wrist, Wren's on the inside of her right, both visible, adjacent in the narrow space of the kitchen morning. Neither of them mentions it. This is not avoidance. They have been past avoidance since the archive room, since, well, there it is. This is something else. The marks are not the point anymore, which is not a thing Wren knew she would feel but which she has been feeling for several weeks with the specific clarity of something that has resolved correctly. They are in the ministry's taxonomy, and the ministry's taxonomy is an impoverished language for what they are to each other, and the gap between the taxonomy and the reality is not something she is going to spend more of herself on than it deserves. She passes Lena the coffee press. Lena takes it without looking, because they are two people who have learned the geography of a shared kitchen and no longer need to look. The third maintenance update is next Tuesday, Lena says. She is reading her Q digest. I'm building it into a larger batch so the access pattern reads as routine. Good. Wren dries her hands. The timeline is holding? Ahead of it, actually. 2, maybe 3 weeks ahead of what I projected. She sets down the tablet and picks up her coffee. I didn't account for how fluently I'd be able to work it in. I wrote the original code. It's like editing something you already know by heart. She pauses. Is that alarming? That you're ahead of schedule? That it's easier than I thought? Wren looks at her. Competence isn't the same thing as recklessness. No. But it feels, Lena looks for the word. It feels like the system trusting me. And I've been exploiting that trust for 6 years. Her voice is even, she is not performing guilt. She is being accurate. I don't know if that's different now. It's not different, Wren says. What's different is what you're using it for. Lena is quiet for a moment. Then, that's a generous reading. It's an accurate one. She picks up her own coffee. You've been keeping yourself safe inside that system for 6 years. Now you're using the same access to make it less able to harm other people. The competence didn't change. The direction did. Lena looks at her in the way she looks at things that have reorganized the architecture of how she was thinking about something. You've thought about this. I think about most things. You've thought about this specifically. Wren holds the coffee with both hands. I've thought about the parallel, she says. Between what you do with the system and what I did. I spent 3 years being thorough in a direction that caused harm. Then I spent several months deciding what direction to be thorough in instead. She sets down the cup. The thoroughness didn't change. The direction did. I find it helpful to believe that's a meaningful distinction. Lena is watching her. She does this, Wren has catalogued it, the specific quality of Lena's attention when she has decided to look at something directly rather than from the managed distance. Do you believe it or do you need to believe it? A beat. It is a precise question and Wren gives it the precision it deserves. Both, she says. Most useful beliefs are both. Lena almost smiles. The almost smile that is not the unguarded laugh from the archive room but something quieter, something more daily, the expression she makes when something has landed correctly and she is not going to perform relief about it but is also not going to hide that it has landed. All right, she says. She picks up her bag. She is running 3 minutes later than usual, which is unusual for her. She stops at the door and turns back. Wren is at the sink, rinsing the coffee cups in the way she does things, completely, without cutting corners, because she lives in the same space now in some operative sense and half-done things in shared spaces are a form of disrespect she finds inefficient. Wednesday, Lena says. I'll be here, Wren says. She is. She always is. Chapter 19, The Code is Running. It is a Tuesday in February, which is the novel's permanent irony and her most specific one. She pushes the final update at 7:58 a.m., before her first cup of coffee has finished brewing, because she has been awake since 5 and has reviewed the update 4 times and the 5th review would be redundancy rather than diligence, and she knows the difference, and she is done waiting. The system accepts it. She watches the processing bar cross the terminal screen, the same terminal screen she has been watching for 6 years, the one she knows the architecture of the way she knows the architecture of her own hands, and the bar completes and the confirmation code appears and the update is live and the flag that would have classified a same-sex match result as anomalous and triggered the correction program referral chain has stopped functioning. For anyone processed in the ministry system from this morning forward, a same-sex match result will return a primary percentage and a name and no flag. No secondary review. No correction program. Just a number and a name, which is what everyone else has always gotten. She sits at her desk and does not move for approximately 90 seconds. The coffee finishes brewing. She pours it. She drinks it standing at the kitchen counter, which she sometimes does when the apartment feels like it requires more space than the table provides. She looks out the window at the February morning, pale, cold, the city going about its specific early morning business, and she thinks about the update running through the system right now, propagating through the partitions and subroutines and classification indices she helped write 6 years ago and has been incrementally dismantling for the past 8 weeks, buried in routine maintenance flags, invisible to the standard audit protocols. She had scheduled 6 weeks for the rewrite. She finished in 5.5. She had spent the final 3 days reviewing the completed code with the patient thoroughness she brings to things she knows are correct and needs to verify anyway, because correctness and verification are not the same thing and she will not let them be. The code is correct. She gets dressed. She takes the transit. She arrives at her desk and opens her queue, which has 14 items, which is light for a Tuesday, and she works through them with the practiced absence that is, this morning, not absence at all. She is entirely present, more present than she has been in 6 years of Q mornings, because the thing she has been managing for 6 years has shifted in her chest from a weight she carries to a thing she has done. She texts Wren, not through the ministry system, through the personal channel they established in November, which uses Sable's relay and which is technically not texting but produces the same functional outcome. The message is 3 words, because 3 words are sufficient and she has been spending less time on insufficient things. The code is running. The response comes back in 4 minutes, which means Wren was not at her phone when the message arrived and checked it when she could. She does not keep her phone accessible during active compliance reviews, which is a professional habit Lena knows and has accounted for in her expectation of response times. When? 7:58, a pause, longer than 4 minutes this time. She is in a meeting or a review. Then, tonight. Lena puts the phone away. She opens the 5th item in her queue and works. She does not tell Odette. Odette appears at 10:30 with coffee and the expression she wears when she has noticed something and decided, in the specific deliberate way she decides things, that she is going to comment on it obliquely rather than directly. She studies Lena from the doorway with the bright assessment she brings to most things she is interested in. "You look like someone who has finished a very large project," Odette says. "I submitted the schema amendment batch last month," Lena says. "That's not the project I mean." She puts the coffee on the desk. "You have that look you get when something has resolved correctly that you've been working on for a long time. I have a lot of projects running. Not like this." Odette leans against the doorframe. She is doing, as she always does, the thing where she says the true thing sideways and waits to see what comes back. "Is everything all right?" Lena picks up the coffee. "Yes," she says. "Everything is, actually." Odette's expression shifts, not wider, not more legible, but somehow warmer, which is the thing her expressions do when she has received confirmation of something she was hoping for rather than something she was merely expecting. She has been Lena's closest friend for 4 years and she has, over the course of those years, developed an elaborate and careful policy of choosing not to know certain things while remaining entirely aware of the shape of them. Lena has always found this both useful and, in the particular way of unconditional things, quietly devastating. "Good," Odette says. She does not ask anything further, because she has never asked anything further, because that is the agreement and she keeps it. There's a memo from the systems team about the Q1 archive parameters. "I told them you'd get to it by Thursday." "I'll get to it by Thursday." "You always do." She picks up her own cup. "Wren's been in a good mood this week." "Has she?" "She nodded at me in the corridor this morning and it contained what I would describe as warmth." Odette's voice is entirely neutral. "For Wren. Relative warmth." "That's good," Lena says. Odette's expression does the thing it does when she has received everything she came for. She leaves without finishing the sentence she is not going to finish, which is, as always, the correct choice and the one that makes Lena's chest do something she does not have language for in the register she is permitted to use at work. The afternoon passes. She submits 3 memos. She reviews the systems team's archive parameter draft and finds 2 efficiency gaps and notes them. She processes her queue. She is, by every metric the ministry tracks, indispensable, and she has, at 7:58 this morning, made herself indispensable to something the ministry did not authorize, which is a distinction that she has spent 6 years being afraid of and is, this afternoon, for the first time, not afraid of. Not unafraid. There is a difference. She is not unafraid, she is still performing the stillness, still maintaining the professional register, still aware that the space between what she did this morning and what the ministry would do if it found out is the same space she has been living in for 6 years and that this morning has made slightly more consequential. But the fear has a different shape today. Less like the specific chronic terror of someone who is hiding and more like the specific sharpened awareness of someone who has decided to act. She takes the transit home. She makes dinner. She eats at the table rather than the counter. Wren arrives at 7:15. She does not knock anymore, which is the key. She comes through the door and takes her coat off and hangs it on the hook that has become, through no explicit agreement, her hook, and she comes into the kitchen and Lena is washing the last of the dinner things and Wren stops in the kitchen doorway and looks at her. How long before someone notices, she asks. Not congratulations. Not how do you feel. She asks the right question, which is the operational one, which is the one that matters and that Lena has been ready to answer since the moment the confirmation code appeared. 18 months, Lena says. 2 years if we're lucky. It would take a dedicated forensic review to find. The change reads as routine maintenance in the standard audit logs. Anyone looking casually won't see it. Anyone looking carefully will take time. Wren is quiet for a moment. She comes into the kitchen and leans against the counter beside Lena in the way she does when she is processing something she has already accepted and is now looking at from all its angles. That's enough time. It might not be. Lena dries her hands. If Stroud assigns a forensic review before the 18 months are up. If someone flags the maintenance logs. If. I know, Wren says. It still might be enough. Lena turns and looks at her. Wren is looking back, and her face does not change, but her eyes do the thing they do, and what they are doing right now is something Lena has been cataloging for months and has not yet found complete language for, which is, looking at Lena with the full weight of having accounted for the risk and decided it was worth it, every time, every day, from the moment she sat in the eastern sector with a 97.3 on a screen until now, until this kitchen in February, until that's enough time. We did something real, Lena says. Yes. And permanent. Even if they find it, they can't unfind it. They can correct the code but they can't uncorrect the cases that ran through the system while it was clean. No, Wren says. They can't. They stand in the kitchen for a while and let it be real. This is something Lena has been learning over the past months, not to rush the moments that are what they are, to give them the space to land. She is not good at it yet. She is better than she was. She says, I want to tell you something. Wren waits. When I was 23, the week before I started at the ministry, I had a roommate. Elena. She has not said the name out loud in 6 years. It comes out with the specific weight of words that have been held in silence for a long time. Her match result came back anomalous before mine did. A few months before. She made the appointment. She went through the correction program voluntarily. She pauses. She told me she'd made peace with it. She was calm. She said it was the right thing. Wren says nothing. She is present with the precision she brings to things she is not going to hurry. I smiled, Lena says. I told her I understood. And I watched her go. She looks at the wall above the sink, not at Wren. I have been angry about that smile since the day I did it. And I have been, for 6 years, trying to make it mean something different by being useful enough, by being invisible enough, by keeping the buried file buried and not touching any of it and staying in my lane. She stops. What I did this morning is for Elena. It's for the 47. She looks at Wren. It's for us. But it started with Elena. Wren reaches across the narrow kitchen space and puts her hand over Lena's on the counter. Not a gesture, not a performance, a fact. 3 seconds of contact, which is the same duration as the first time their hands touched in the archive room, and which carries, in this context, the weight of everything between those 2 moments. I know, Wren says. They are quiet for a long time. Then Wren says, the forward record. The documentation we've been building. The maintenance updates are in place. The leak infrastructure is ready. She is precise because precision is the register she uses when she loves something and wants to protect it accurately. We're in a good position. A precarious one. A good one. She takes her hand back. We did something real and permanent tonight. Let it be that for one evening. And Lena, who has spent 6 years refusing to let anything be only what it is, looks at her and lets it be that. One evening. They make coffee. They sit at the kitchen table. They do not work. It is a Tuesday. Chapter 20, The New Team. The reassignment lands on a Monday. It comes through the standard administrative channel, formatted as an interdepartmental memo under Stroud's signature, carbon copied to the relevant sectoral heads and to Wren's direct supervisor in compliance. The subject line reads, Special Project, Data Integrity Review Panel, Legacy Classification System. The body is 4 sentences. Wren is to lead a new cross-departmental review team. The team's first assignment is a forensic audit of recent maintenance updates to the ministry's classification algorithm. She reads it twice at her desk. Then she closes the memo and opens the next item in her queue and works through it completely before she does anything else, because she does not react to information before she has finished processing the information immediately in front of her. This is not a technique. It is how she is built. She processes 3 more items. Then she contacts Sable. The message goes through the relay in under 90 seconds. It is 2 words, timeline changed. She puts the phone away and opens the forensic audit assignment parameters. They are thorough. Stroud has given her a team of 4, 2 data integrity analysts she doesn't know, a system specialist named Farrick who she has seen in the 3rd floor corridor and assessed as precise and slightly incurious, which is useful, and a junior compliance officer named B who she recognizes from the building's common area as someone who does not look up from her work when there are sounds she doesn't recognize, which is even more useful. He has given her full access to the maintenance log archive for the past 18 months. He has given her a 10-week deadline and a direct reporting line to his office. He has given her, specifically, the assignment of finding the thing Lena built. She sits with this. The assignment is a trap and she knew the trap was coming and she is inside it now, and the trap has 2 exits, find the rewrite and report it, in which case Stroud owns her, or decline to find it, in which case Stroud owns them both. She has been in compliance work long enough to recognize an elegant trap when she is standing in it. She has also been working under or adjacent to Stroud for long enough to understand that the elegance is the point. He does not need her to find the thing, he needs her to be the one who is looking, because the act of looking places her, definitionally, inside the investigation. If Lena is the instrument, Wren is now the accountability structure above the instrument, and whatever the instrument has done, the accountability structure is complicit. He has done this before. She has watched him do it. She knows the mechanics. She also knows, which is the variable he may not have fully accounted for, that she is not going to use the mechanics against Lena. She returns to her office. She closes the door. She reviews the assignment parameters again, this time with the specific attention she brings to systems she intends to work inside while also working against, looking for the places where the assignment's architecture has gaps, where the reporting requirements are technically satisfiable without being substantively damning, where the gap between what the investigation is designed to produce and what it can be documented as producing is wide enough to accommodate a careful person. The gap exists. It always does. This is the thing Stroud's elegance tends to miss. He builds traps with professional precision and does not always account for the possibility that the trapped person is as precise as he is. She has approximately 3 weeks before the trail leads somewhere she cannot redirect without flagging her own methodology. She has already run the math. At 3 o'clock she goes to the common area for coffee and finds Farrick already there, reading something on his tablet with the focused detachment of someone who is either deeply absorbed or very practiced at appearing to be. "Officer Reyes," he says, without looking up. Ferric. She pours her coffee. Have you had a chance to review the assignment parameters? I read them this morning. He sets down the tablet. He is, she decides on closer assessment, more observant than he appears. Broad scope. 18 months of maintenance logs is a significant dataset. It is. She picks up her coffee. We'll start with the system-level changes. Macro changes first, then granular. I want to understand the shape of the dataset before we go into the detail. He nods. Sensible. We'll meet tomorrow morning. 8 o'clock. I'll be there. She returns to her office. At 5:15, when her team has left and the floor is going quiet, Sable's response arrives. 4 words. You have less time. She reads it. She translates it. Less time than 3 weeks, which means Sable has information Wren doesn't have, which means something has changed in the external environment that has shortened the window she thought she had. She does not ask what. Sable will tell her what she decides to tell her, and the asking would not accelerate the disclosure. Wren has learned this. She updates her mental timeline. Shorter. How much shorter is the variable she cannot pin down, which is the kind of variable she most dislikes. She works with it the way she works with all uncontrolled variables, by strengthening everything she can control around it. She closes her computer and puts on her coat. She does not call Lena yet. Not from the ministry building, not tonight. The call needs to happen from the personal channel, from somewhere outside the range of the building's ambient recording systems, and it needs to happen when she has finished thinking through what she knows and what she needs to tell and in what order. She takes the transit home. She makes tea. She sits at her kitchen table. She thinks. The shape of what Lena built is, she already knows from the maintenance log she has preliminary access to, elegant. Not in the way an amateur might call something elegant. The word she would use in a compliance report is integrated. The changes are integrated into the standard maintenance architecture so thoroughly that each update, read in isolation, is indistinguishable from routine cleanup. You would have to know what you were looking for before you could see the pattern, and knowing what you were looking for would require already understanding the algorithm well enough to have rewritten it, which means the only people capable of finding it are people who were close enough to the original code to have written it themselves. Of which there are 4 still at the ministry. Of which she is now one. She thinks about the shape of the code the way she thought about it in the archive room, late at night with the files spread across the table, with the specific admiration she has for precision work, the quality of attention that the thing deserves on its own terms. Lena had said it's like editing something I already know by heart, and the code shows it. There is an intimacy to it, a fluency. It is not the work of someone who was afraid while they were doing it. Or it is, but the fear did not make it sloppier. It made it more thorough. She touches the scar on her right hand. She sits with the timeline, the revised one, the one with the unknown variable at the end, and she thinks about the 3 parts of the plan and where each of them stands. The algorithm rewrite, complete, running, invisible for now. The leak infrastructure, Sable, confirmed ready, window open but narrowing. The record, partially built, documentation accumulating in the ministry's own archive, the testimony not yet written in its final form but the bones of it assembled. 3 weeks was enough time. She does not know yet if less than 3 weeks is. She contacts Sable with the question, how much less? Sable's response, arriving 11 minutes later, 10 days. Possibly 7. Wren sits with 7 to 10 days. It is not enough time to complete the record, not in the form she wants it in. The forward documentation is assembled but there are gaps, specific gaps that she and Lena have been filling incrementally, that require another week of access to the archive at minimum. It is also not enough time to wait. The window that Sable has flagged, she still does not know what external development is closing it, is not the same window as the forensic audit, and the 2 closing simultaneously would eliminate both options rather than giving them a choice. She needs to tell Lena. She picks up the phone. Lena answers on the 3rd ring, which means she was not near it, which means she was working. The reassignment. Lena says before Wren speaks. The words are very flat, which is how Lena sounds when she is frightened. I heard about it from Odette. She heard from the facilities coordinator, Wren says. It is not a question. The team needs a larger room. A pause. How long have you known? Since this morning. I was waiting to be off the building system. There is a silence that is not the comfortable kind, not the textured quiet she has learned to read, but something held down, something being controlled. How long before the audit trail leads somewhere you can't redirect? 7 to 10 days, she says. That's the revised estimate. Something external has closed the window faster than I projected. What's something external? I don't know yet. Sable flagged it. She'll tell me what she decides to tell me. Another silence. Longer. Wren sits with it. How long have you known this was the assignment? Lena says. Not today. How long have you known this was the form it would take? It is a precise question and Lena asks it in a precise tone, and Wren has known for several weeks that this question would arrive and has been thinking about how to answer it with the full accuracy it deserves. Since the quarterly review, she says. When he said seen and protected, I knew he was preparing to move. I didn't know the specific shape of the move. I knew it would be something that put me in a position where the investigation and the protection were the same action. The silence is very long. You didn't tell me, Lena says. No. Why? Because, Wren says, and stops. She has told herself she will be accurate and she will not soften it, and she will not make an excuse that uses the plan as cover for the thing underneath the plan, which is that she is afraid for Lena in a way that is not operational and that sometimes, still, makes her want to absorb more than her share. Because I was protecting you. And I know what you said about that, and I know it was right, and I am telling you now because you are right. The silence is different from the last one. Not agreement, not forgiveness either, not yet, but something she recognizes as the specific quality of a silence Lena holds when she is deciding to be fair rather than furious. All right, Lena says. All right? I mean, I heard you. A beat. We'll deal with the rest of it later. What's the timeline on the record? Wren picks up her pen. They work through it for 40 minutes, on the phone in their separate apartments, building the revised plan with the compressed efficiency of two people who have been working together long enough that the efficiency is real and not performed. When she hangs up, she sits with the phone for a moment. She is aware that she has, once again, been managing Lena's exposure without full disclosure. She is aware that she has, once again, accounted for this with her own reasoning before she told Lena what the reasoning was. She is aware that this is her wound and her lie, and that Lena has been specific about what it costs her, and that the awareness does not make the behavior stop, which is the thing about patterns that makes them patterns rather than decisions. She is going to have to do better than awareness. She files this honestly, not done. Still in progress. She opens the forensic assignment parameters again and reads them from the beginning, slowly, looking for every gap. There are enough of them. She starts building her methodology. She arrives early to the review the next morning. She intended to. Chapter 21, she stayed late. Lena finds out on a Wednesday, which gives her one full day to process it before she has to sit across from Wren in a conference room and pretend she doesn't know. She doesn't sit across from Wren in a conference room. That's the thing. That's what the reassignment means. Wren has a new team, a new room 2 floors up, a reporting line that routes directly to Stroud's office rather than through the standard compliance hierarchy. The administrative geography of the ministry has rearranged itself overnight, and now there is more space between them than there was on Tuesday, and Lena finds this out from Odette over coffee at the second-floor break station, in the casual way that administrative news travels between people who have been in the same building long enough to track its rhythms. Reyes got pulled for a special project, Odette says, refilling her mug without looking up. Stroud's signature. Data Integrity Review, Legacy Classification System. She pauses. That's your system. One of my systems, Lena says. Her voice is even. She is very good at even. It's a broad portfolio. Odette looks at her for a moment in the particular way she has, not the way of someone who is about to say the thing, but the way of someone who has already decided not to say it and is filing the decision for future reference. Right, she says. Well. They needed a bigger room for the team, apparently. Farrick from Data Integrity is on it. And B, you know B, the junior officer on level 2? I know who she is. Right. 4-person team. Odette stirs her coffee. Stroud knows how to put together a review panel, I'll give him that. Lena does not say anything to this. Odette does not require her to. She returns to her desk. She puts her hands flat on the surface and she looks at the wall behind her monitor and she counts to 10, which is not a technique she uses because she learned it somewhere but because somewhere along the way her body decided that 10 was the number of seconds required before she could be trusted to respond to information rather than react to it. She gets to 7 before she picks up her pen and writes on the notepad beside her keyboard, 18 months of maintenance logs. 4-person team. Direct reporting to Stroud. She stares at the words. Then she crosses them out with 3 clean horizontal strokes and tears the page from the notepad and folds it once and puts it in the pocket of her blazer rather than the bin, because she is a person who has been careful for 6 years and does not stop being careful because she is frightened. She works through her afternoon queue. She is thorough. She does not make errors. At 3 o'clock she attends a calibration meeting in the 4th floor conference room and contributes twice and does not draw attention to herself and does not look at the door when compliance staff pass in the corridor outside the glass partition. She stays late. This is not unusual. She has always been someone who stays late, not out of dedication to the ministry's mission, which she has never held any particular feeling about, but because the building at 7 o'clock has a different quality than the building at 5. The monitoring protocols run at standard intervals until 6, then shift to overnight logging mode, which has different coverage parameters, different data retention, different flagging thresholds. She has been exploiting this differential since her 2nd month of employment, not for anything actionable, just because she has always preferred to think in the building rather than away from it, and the 6 o'clock transition gives her an hour of relative quiet in which her thinking feels less surveilled. Tonight she uses the hour differently. She opens a new document in the secure drafting partition, the one she has been using for the past 6 weeks to build what she and Wren have been calling, in the shorthand of 2 people constructing something dangerous in the margins of their regular lives, the record. She reads what she has. She thinks about what she does not have yet. She does not add anything tonight, the shape of tonight is wrong for it, too charged, too close to the Wren information. But she reads it with the specific attention of someone who is measuring a gap between what exists and what is needed, and making notes. At 7:45 she closes the document. She shuts down her terminal. She puts on her coat. She calls Wren from the bus. Personal channel, not ministry network. They have been careful about the distinctions since the beginning, careful in the way of people who understand that carefulness is not paranoia but architecture. The ministry's ambient recording protocols don't extend to the transit system's cellular network. This is a gap she identified in year 2 and has never flagged. Wren answers on the 2nd ring. I heard about the reassignment, Lena says. She does not say hello. They have long since stopped managing the performance of normal phone calls when they are talking on the personal channel. From Odette, Wren says. Not a question. From Odette. She heard from the facilities coordinator. The team needed a bigger room. Yes. Lena watches the city go by outside the bus window. The particular orange of the transit authority lighting, the wet pavement, a man walking a dog that is pulling ahead of him with the confidence of an animal that knows where it is going. How long have you known? The silence on the other end is its own answer. It is 3 seconds long and has a quality she has learned to read, not evasion. Not guilt exactly, but the specific quality of a person who has been holding something with great care and is now handing it over and is watching to see if it will be received the way it was intended. Since this morning, Wren says. The memo came through standard channels. I was waiting to be off the building system before I called. Lena counts to 7. How long have you known it was going to be this kind of assignment? Another silence. Longer. Since the quarterly review, Wren says. When he said seen and protected. I knew he was preparing to move. I didn't know the specific shape. Lena looks at the back of the seat in front of her. There is a sticker someone has half peeled from the headrest, leaving a ghost outline, an adhesive shadow of whatever it used to be. She thinks, she has been sitting across from Wren for 18 months in rooms that are surveilled, learning to read everything she says in the margins between what she can and cannot say aloud, and she has missed this. Not because she is bad at reading Wren. Because Wren is very good at managing what there is to read. You didn't tell me, she says. No. Why? There is a quality to Wren's silence that she recognizes now, that she has learned the way she has learned all of Wren's registers, through proximity and attention and the specific discipline of someone who has decided that knowing this person accurately is worth the effort of learning their whole vocabulary. It is the silence of a woman who is about to tell the truth about something she would prefer not to be true about herself. Because I was managing your exposure, Wren says. And I know what you've said about that. I know what it costs you. I am telling you now because you were right, not because I've stopped wanting to absorb the risk. A pause. I haven't stopped wanting to. I want you to know that I am aware of this about myself. Lena is quiet for a moment. Outside the bus window, the transit route has turned toward the residential district, away from the ministry's grid, and the lighting changes, warmer, more diffuse, the kind of neighborhood where people have put small lights in their windows because they want to, not because the building management requires it. She watches a yellow square of kitchen light pass and then another, and she thinks about Wren's kitchen, the quality of it at 8 o'clock, the particular domestic ordinariness that has become, over the course of a year and a half, something she is frightened of losing. I know you are, she says finally. I'm telling you because. I know why you're telling me. She shifts the phone to her other hand. I'm not saying it's resolved. I'm saying I heard you and I know why. A beat. What's the timeline? Wren moves, she can hear it, the small sound of a chair, footsteps, the ambient shift of someone walking to a different part of an apartment. Working through it. 7 to 10 days, she says. Sable flagged something external. I don't know what yet. The window is shorter than I projected. 7 to 10 days. Lena runs the math the way she has been running math for 6 years, reflexively, automatically, the kind of calculation that lives in the body rather than the mind, that happens before she has consciously decided to do it. 7 to 10 days before the audit trail leads somewhere Wren cannot redirect without implicating herself. 7 to 10 days before the plan they have been building for months becomes the thing standing between them and correction protocol. The record, she says. Where are the gaps? Wren lists them. She is concise and specific, and Lena listens and takes no notes because she does not write things down on the bus. She files them in the part of her memory she uses for things that cannot be written down, the taxonomy she built at 24, sitting in the ministry's server room with a corrupted file partition and a keystroke sequence she had memorized before she typed it. The architecture of a life that has been mostly invisible. We can compress it, she says, when Wren has finished. The gaps. If I access the archive in the evenings, 6 to 8, before overnight monitoring locks the right permissions. That will show in the access logs. I have a maintenance authorization that covers after-hours archive access. Routine file integrity work. I've used it 4 times in the last 6 months. Wren is quiet for a moment. Then, how long will you need? 4 evenings. 5 if the northern sector cross-reference is as thin as I think it is. I can extend the audit's preliminary phase to 10 days, Wren says. If I characterize the macro-level review as incomplete, which it technically is, Stroud won't push back. He wants us to be thorough. That's why he assigned me specifically. Lena almost smiles. It doesn't quite reach her face, but it is in the neighborhood of a smile. He assigned you because he thinks it's a trap. It is a trap. I know. She pauses. It's also ours now. Wren is quiet for a second, that particular quality of quiet that Lena has learned to read as something in the register of emotion that Wren does not have words for. Yes, she says. It is. The bus pulls up to Lena's stop. She stands, holding the overhead bar, watching the doors open. I need you to tell me things, she says. Not sharp, not an accusation, just a statement of requirement, delivered in the flat tone she uses for things that are non-negotiable. Not the operational things. Those I can figure out. But if you know something is coming and you are choosing not to tell me so that I can keep being afraid of the wrong shape, that's not protection. That's him. A long silence. I know, Wren says. I know you know. I'll do better. I know you will. She steps down onto the pavement. The night is cold and damp, the particular wet cold of a city that has been raining without quite committing to it. Get some sleep. You too. She hangs up. She stands on the pavement for a moment with the phone in her hand. The plan has gaps. The timeline has contracted. Wren is now formally inside an investigation into the thing Lena built, which is the elegant trap Stroud has been building since at least the quarterly review and possibly longer, because he is a man who is patient in the way a city is patient, not waiting for one specific thing, but structured to receive whatever arrives. She puts her phone in her pocket. She walks toward the building entrance. She has 4 evenings. Maybe 5. She is going to use all of them. She stayed late tonight. She will stay late tomorrow. The record is not finished. It is close. She is going to finish it. Chapter 22, What She Decides Not to Find. The audit begins on a Thursday. Wren has the conference room on level 4, larger than her office, with a long table and a whiteboard that has been wiped but not cleaned, the ghost text of some previous meeting's agenda still faintly visible in the upper right corner, the word discrepancy surviving in pale ghost blue. She notes it. She does not erase it. Her team arrives at 8 o'clock, which is when she told them to arrive. Sapphic is 2 minutes early, which she expected. The 2 data integrity analysts, a woman named Priya and a man named Casimir who goes by Cass, arrive at 7:59 and 8:01 respectively, which tells her they are the kind of people who calibrate their punctuality to expectations. B, the junior officer from level 2, arrives at 8 exactly and sits at the far end of the table with a notebook already open, which tells her something different. This is not a person who performs competence. This is a person who comes prepared. Wren runs the orientation in 22 minutes. She explains the scope, 18 months of maintenance logs, the full classification algorithm audit trail, standard forensic parameters, and she explains the methodology she has designed for the preliminary phase, macro-level architecture review first, then system-level changes, then granular. She tells them to flag anomalies at the individual level but not to interpret them until the team reviews them collectively. She tells them the first deliverable is a structural map of the dataset. She tells them she expects the preliminary phase to take 10 days. Sapphic asks 2 clarifying questions. The analysts take notes. B stops writing partway through Wren's explanation and simply listens, which Wren files as, processes orally, retains without needing to transcribe. Useful. She assigns initial segments and dismisses them. She sits alone in the conference room after they leave. The whiteboard ghost reads discrepancy in its faint blue language. She looks at it. The dataset she is working with is 18 months of maintenance logs covering the full classification algorithm portfolio, which includes, embedded in a routine maintenance cluster from 8 months ago, the first layer of Lena's rewrite. Not the whole thing. Not the functional core. The first layer, the setup layer, the one that doesn't do anything on its own but that is necessary for the subsequent layers to do what they do. It is disguised as a permissions calibration update, which it also technically is, because Lena is someone who builds her misdirections to be structurally true in the direction they're pointing away from. Wren has already found it. She found it in the preliminary access she was given before the team assembled, not the full archive, just the structural index, the table of contents of 18 months of log entries. She found it the way she finds most things, by looking at what wasn't where it should be and understanding what that absence was covering. She has not documented this finding. She is aware that this is a significant professional choice. She is making it with her eyes open, which is how she makes all significant choices, because she has found that the ones that get made in the peripheral vision tend to be the ones that come back. She is leading an investigation. She is the accountability structure. The fact that she has found something material and chosen not to enter it into the preliminary log is not something she can sustain indefinitely. It will show, eventually, in the gap between what the log records and what the log should record, and Stroud will see the gap, and the gap will tell its own story. She has approximately 10 days to make that story complicated. She opens her laptop and begins building the structural map. The dataset is genuinely large. 18 months is a substantial archive, and the classification algorithm has had 37 maintenance interactions in that period, which is higher than average but not anomalous given the system's age. She maps it properly. She does not look for what she is looking for. She looks at the whole shape, the way she would if this were any other audit, and she lets the shape tell her what it contains. It contains, she can see now, something more sophisticated than she expected. She has been thinking of the rewrite as a single discrete intervention, a change that happened and then stopped. What she is seeing in the structural map is different, not a change but a conversation. A series of incremental adjustments, each one responding to what the previous one revealed about the system's behavior, each one building on the last with the specific iterative intelligence of someone who is not following a plan but is developing one in real time, in response to information that only becomes available as the work proceeds. It is not the work of someone who was afraid while they were doing it, she thinks again. Or it is, but the fear did not make it stop. It made it more careful. She sits with this for a longer moment than is strictly professional. Then she closes the structural map and opens the preliminary log and begins to document the shape of the dataset in the terms she has decided it should be documented in: broad strokes, macro-level characterization, nothing specific enough to constitute a finding. She describes the volume of the archive. She describes the general categories of maintenance interaction. She describes the methodology for the granular phase. She does not describe the permissions calibration cluster from 8 months ago. She saves the log. She checks the time. She has been in the conference room for 4 hours and the morning has run into early afternoon without her noticing, which happens sometimes when she is in the architecture of a problem, when the problem has sufficient structure that working inside it produces a kind of absorption that isn't quite pleasure but is adjacent to it. She picks up her phone. The relay is secure enough for a short message. She types, archive. 4 evenings. I'll hold the preliminary phase. She sends it to the number that routes to a contact Sable set up in the first month, the one Wren has used 6 times and never given a name to, because unnamed things are harder to locate. She puts the phone away. At 2 o'clock she finds B in the narrow secondary break room on level 4, making tea with the focused attention of someone who treats the mechanics of tea-making as a procedural problem rather than a domestic comfort. Wren pours herself water and stands at the counter. How are you finding the preliminary data? She says. B considers this with the brief seriousness of someone who does not give unconsidered answers. Broad, she says. 18 months is a lot to map before you go granular. It is. The permissions clusters look like they could be interesting, B says. She says it neutrally, without emphasis, the way someone might say the weather looks like rain, observationally, not predictively. A lot of activity in months 7 through 12. Wren looks at her. B meets the look with the even attention of a person who is not performing anything. Should be a priority in the granular phase, I'd think. I'll note that in the methodology update, Wren says. Right. B picks up her tea. She is almost at the door when she stops, not turning fully back. I find I focus better when I know what I'm looking for, rather than just mapping. If you have a sense of the priority areas, it helps. She pauses. For my work style. Just for my work style. She leaves. Wren stands at the break room counter and drinks her water and reassesses B with the thoroughness the reassessment deserves. B has seen it too. Not all of it, she couldn't have, not from the structural index, but she has seen enough to know that the permissions clusters in months 7 through 12 are the interesting territory, and she has communicated this to Wren in the most undeniable possible way, openly, without implication, in a sentence that could be read as a junior officer making a methodology suggestion to her team lead. Wren does not know what to do with this. She files it, B. Junior officer, level 2. Noticed. Said so obliquely. Reason undetermined. Assess further before deciding what it means. She returns to the conference room. She works until 6, when the team goes home. Then she works alone. The archive is different when the conference room is empty and the building is in its after-hours configuration, the heating cycling down, the corridor outside the glass partition going quiet. She has always worked better in buildings after the people have left. The absence of ambient human noise is a kind of information in itself, she has always found, the way a silence in a conversation carries content that speech doesn't. She goes through the permissions clusters. She goes through them the way she goes through everything, thoroughly, methodically, with the specific quality of attention that takes in everything it can and stores what it doesn't immediately understand for later processing. She documents what she finds in a separate file, not the team's log, her own, which she saves to the offline partition she has been using since the assignment began, the one that routes through the relay and disappears from the ministry's server at midnight. What Lena built is not just sophisticated. It is, she finds herself thinking, a kind of argument. Not a hidden argument, not something that requires excavation to find, once you know what you're looking at. An argument made in code, in the architecture of the system itself, that the category, anomalous, has no technical basis in the matching algorithm's core logic. That the flag was inserted, not derived. That someone decided, in 2031, that the algorithm should produce a different result than the one it was designed to produce, and that this decision was implemented as a correction rather than a design choice, which means it was implemented in a way that could be reversed by someone who understood the original design. Lena understood the original design. She helped write it. She has, over 6 years and 37 maintenance interactions, restored it. Wren sits with the full shape of what Lena did, and she is aware, she permits herself to be aware, in this empty room, in this after-hours quiet, with no one watching, of something that is not operational admiration and is not the strategic calculation she is accustomed to making and has no clean name in the vocabulary she uses for herself. She touches the scar on her right hand. The right hand is still. The left hand rests on the edge of the table. She looks at the screen and she thinks about Lena at 24, in a server room, making a decision she has been paying for ever since, and then at 30, in a different server room, beginning to take it back. She thinks about the quality of that work, not the fear but the patience of it, the long-sustained intelligence of someone who was going to do this regardless of the time it took. She thinks, I came because the match was 97.3 and every other scenario ran worse. She thinks, that is not all of why I came. She closes the offline file. She closes the team's log. She stacks the folders, physical and digital both, in the order she will need them for tomorrow morning session. She picks up her phone and reads the message that arrived from the relay at 6:47, day 1. For more. And then, below it, after a gap, thank you for holding the window. She does not reply. There is nothing to reply with that would not be evidence if read by the wrong person, and there are always wrong people reading things. But she sits with the message for a moment longer than is necessary, and she thinks, 3 parts to the plan, and the record is the one she trusts most, the one she can see most clearly, the one that looks, from here, like it has a fighting chance. She puts her phone in her pocket. On her way out she passes the secondary break room. The light is off. She glances in through the glass panel in the door, the narrow room, the kettle on the counter, BEA's notebook left open on the small table by the window. From here she can read the top of the page. It is a list of the audit's macro-level categories, written in the precise shorthand of someone who transcribes for accuracy rather than record-keeping. The permissions cluster category has been crossed out. Not annotated, not flagged. Crossed out once, cleanly, the way you cross out something you have decided is not worth pursuing. Wren looks at this for a moment. Then she walks on. She updates her assessment of B, not Stroud's. Not filing for later. Someone who has looked at the same thing Wren has looked at and made the same decision, independently, in the same building, for reasons Wren does not have and will not ask for. She files this not as a threat and not as an asset and not as an open variable. She files it as another person who decided not to find something. The ministry is full of them. She has known this for years. She has simply not, until now, been in a position to feel it as anything other than solitude. She closes the conference room. She takes the stairs. She arrives early to everything she intended to. Chapter 23, the first real one. It starts because of the scar. Or it starts because of B. Wren tells Lena about B on the fourth evening, standing in Lena's kitchen at 9 o'clock with their respective documents spread across the table in the controlled disorder of a working session, and Lena hears the story of the break room and the oblique sentence about permissions clusters, and she sets down her pen and says, "When did you know that B had noticed that she might be a problem?" Wren is quiet for a moment. "I'm not certain she is." "When did you start being uncertain?" "Since yesterday." Lena looks at her. "And you're telling me now?" "I'm telling you now," Wren says, and something in her tone is careful in the specific way that means she is choosing words for accuracy, not for how they will land, because I told myself I would tell you things that might affect your decisions. Not just the operational things. And B might affect your decisions. Lena picks up her pen again. She puts it down. "All right," she says. It is not all right, and Wren knows it is not all right, and they both know Lena knows, which is how they get to the fight, not through the B conversation, which Wren has handled with the transparency she promised, but through the conversation underneath the B conversation, the one that has been building since the phone call on the bus 4 days ago. It begins with Lena saying, very quietly, "I need to ask you something." Wren waits. "The plan has 3 parts," Lena says. "The algorithm. The leak. The record." She does not look up from the table. "The record is the part we've been building together. The algorithm is mine. The leak," she stops. "Tell me about the leak." Wren is still. "Tell me what you've agreed to with Sable that I don't know about." The silence is very long. Long enough that Lena does look up, and Wren is looking back at her with the expression that is not an expression, the composed, attentive stillness that Lena has spent 18 months learning to read, that she can now read accurately enough to know that this is not nothing. This is the face Wren makes when she is deciding something. "The leak infrastructure requires a handoff point," Wren says. "A moment at which the documentation transfers from our possession to Sable's distribution network. I negotiated the terms of that handoff. The terms include a condition that if either of us is detained before the transfer completes, Sable initiates a partial release using what she already has." Lena sets her pen down very deliberately. "What does Sable already have?" "The algorithm documentation. I sent it to her 7 weeks ago." The apartment is very quiet. 7 weeks ago, Lena says. "Yes." "Before the reassignment?" "Yes." "Before you told me the timeline had changed?" "Yes." Lena stands up. She walks to the kitchen counter and she stands there with her back to Wren, looking at the window above the sink, at the city outside it, at the dark and the amber and the particular quality of light that she has been looking at from this specific window for 4 years and that now feels like evidence of something she has not wanted to see. "You made a plan that included me," she says. "Without telling me." Wren does not say anything. "You decided what I needed to know and when I needed to know it, and you managed my exposure and you built contingencies that depend on my behavior without consulting me about whether I agreed to them." She turns around. Her voice is not raised. It is very even, in the register she uses when even is the thing she is working hardest to maintain. That's what he does. That is exactly what Stroud does. He looks at people and he decides what they can bear and he manages the information accordingly and he calls it protection. Wren absorbs this. She does not deflect. She does not explain her reasoning immediately, which would be a deflection wearing the costume of transparency. She sits with it. "I know," she says. "Is that why you came here?" Lena asks. "To protect me?" "No." Wren's voice is careful in the way of someone who has told herself she will be accurate and is being accurate even about the things she would prefer not to be accurate about. "I came because the match was 97.3 and I had already run every other scenario and there wasn't one that made sense. I came because I wanted to. Not to protect you." A pause. Wanting to protect you came later. When I understood what it was costing you to be here. And then you started managing it. And then I started managing it. Yes. Without telling me. Without telling you, Wren says. Because I am someone who, when she is frightened for a person, absorbs more than her share. I know this about myself. I told you I know it. Knowing it does not make it stop. A beat. I am working on the gap between knowing and stopping. Lena is quiet for a long moment. The kitchen holds the particular quality of a room where two people have been spending evenings, the second mug always on the left side of the drying rack, the specific drawer where Wren puts the pens that Lena leaves on the counter, the small unconscious rearrangement of a shared space that has happened without either of them narrating it. She looks at the mug. She looks at the drawer. She looks at Wren. When you said the timing on the leak had changed, she says. Did you mean the external thing Sable flagged, or did you mean you'd already sent the algorithm documentation and the clock started then? Wren meets this without flinching. Both. Lena closes her eyes. She thinks about the quarterly review, Stroud's voice through the wall, seen and protected, the particular cold of that phrase landing in her chest the way things land when you understand what they mean before you understand why. She thinks about Wren absorbing that phrase with the stillness of someone who already knew what it meant, who had been building against it, who had decided that the best way to protect Lena from the threat of someone managing her without her knowledge was to manage her without her knowledge first. She opens her eyes. I need you to understand something, she says. I have spent 6 years letting this system tell me what I'm allowed to know about myself. I have spent 6 years managing my own exposure so carefully that I stopped being able to feel the difference between being afraid and being fine. And I chose you. I chose you, specifically, because you were the person who made that feel less permanent. She stops. If you make the same decisions about what I can know and what I need to be protected from, if that's what this is, then I don't know what we're building. I don't know who it's for. Wren is very still. Then she says, it's for you. It was always for you. That's the problem. That's not. I know it's not good enough. She looks at Lena with the direct attention that has always been one of the things Lena finds most difficult to receive, not because it is unkind but because it is simply, fully, accurate. I am going to tell you the thing I have not been telling you about Sable, and then I am going to tell you the other thing I have not been telling you, and then I am going to ask you what you need from me going forward and I am going to do what you say. Not because it is the operational best practice. Because you are right that you deserve to know and I am going to make myself deserve your trust, which means I have to start by being completely honest about the ways I have not been. Lena sits down. They are at the table for another hour. Wren tells her about Sable and the partial release condition and the 2-week timeline Sable has given her, which is not the same as the timeline she gave Lena. She tells her about the contingency she built for the event of her own detention, not Lena's, hers, which routes the records documentation through Sable's network automatically at 72 hours if Wren does not check in. She tells her about the things she has not been saying about B, that she thinks B knows, and that she thinks B is choosing not to move on it, and that she has no operational explanation for this that she trusts and has therefore been sitting on it while she assessed. Lena listens to all of it. She asks questions where there are questions to ask. She does not say anything unnecessary. When Wren finishes, the kitchen is quiet. The B question, Lena says. What's your read? That she has looked at the same thing I have looked at and made a decision not to find it, Wren says. Which is either protective, she doesn't want to be the person who found it, or something else. Something I don't have enough information to characterize. Or she's filing it and waiting. Yes. Stroud's approach. Yes. Wren pauses. I don't think she's Stroud's. I don't have a basis for this. It's an assessment. Lena thinks. Leave it, she says. We can't manage B. We only have 5 days. We focus on the record. Wren nods. They return to the documents. Lena fills a gap in the northern sector cross-reference. Wren reads the previous section and flags 2 places where the language is technically accurate but slightly thin, places where the account is present but not as present as it could be, places where the real story is there but could be more undeniably there. Lena reads the flags. She agrees with both of them. She revises. At 11:30 Wren says she should go and Lena says yes, and neither of them moves. The thing I said about Stroud, Lena says. I meant it. I wasn't just. I know you meant it. It's not the same thing. I know it's not the same thing. You're not, she stops. You're not the same as him. I'm not. But the behavior is something I am going to change. Wren looks at her. Not because it's operationally sound. Because you said it was the thing standing between you and knowing what we are. Lena is quiet for a moment. Stay, she says. Wren stays. They do not resolve everything tonight. The record is still incomplete. The timeline is still contracting. B is still an open variable. The plan still has its 3 parts and all 3 of them are still in motion in ways that will not slow down because they had a fight and decided to sleep in the same apartment anyway. But in the morning they return to the table, and the table has all the same documents on it that it had the night before, and they work through the gaps with the compressed efficiency of 2 people who have been working together long enough that the efficiency is real, and at 7:30 Wren says she needs to be on the level 4 transit by 8 and Lena says she knows and she makes coffee while Wren puts on her coat. Wren picks up her bag. She stands at the kitchen doorway for a moment. The 72-hour contingency, she says. I should have told you. Yes. I'm going to tell you the timeline in real time, from now. Not the managed version. Good. Wren looks at her. Not the operational look, not the assessment, the other one, the one Lena has been accumulating over 18 months in the margins of a language that didn't have words for what it meant. I'm going to do better than awareness, she says. I meant that. I know you did, Lena says. Wren goes. Lena stands in the kitchen with her coffee and she looks at the window and the city behind it and she thinks, the fight is not over, exactly, but the fight was also not the whole thing, and the not whole thing is still here, which is the relevant fact, and she is going to make something of it. She has 4 more evenings. She gets to work. Chapter 24, Nothing Gets Lost. Stroud calls on a Tuesday. Not her desk terminal, her direct line, the one that routes through the deputy minister's office and bypasses the standard interdepartmental queue. She picks up on the second ring because she was near it, which means she was working, which she always is. Analyst Vasquez. His voice is warm. This is the specific warmth of someone who has decided that warmth is a tool and has been using it long enough that it sounds almost organic. I hope I'm not interrupting something urgent. Nothing that can't be paused, she says. Her voice is even. She is very good at even. Good. I wanted to touch base on something minor, a data query that came up during the review team's preliminary work. A small discrepancy in the northern sector records from approximately 18 months ago. A gap in the version history for one of the calibration files. He pauses. I thought it made sense to go directly to the analyst rather than route through the standard query process. Given your expertise with the system. He knows, she thinks. No, he suspects. No, he has suspected for a long time, and this is not a discovery call. This is a measurement call. He is calling to measure the distance between what she knows he knows and what she lets him see, and the measurement itself is data. Of course, she says. Happy to help. Which calibration file? He tells her. It is, as she expected, the permissions cluster, not the permissions cluster that Lena's rewrite begins in, but the one adjacent to it, close enough to be suggestive and far enough to be deniable. He is fishing in the right pond with the wrong bait and he knows the bait is wrong and he is watching to see if she knows it too. She tells him what she knows about the northern sector calibration files, which is genuinely a lot, because she has had 18 months of deliberate proximity to Lena's work and has read the maintenance logs with the specific attention of a compliance officer who understands what she is looking at. She is informative. She is helpful. She cross-references 2 adjacent log entries from her own memory and offers to pull the supporting documentation. She gives him nothing. That's very thorough, he says, and she can hear in it what he always puts in that phrase, the specific professional respect of a man who collects precise people and is noting that she is being precisely unhelpful. I appreciate you taking the time. Of course, Deputy Minister. I'll let you get back to it. He hangs up. She sets the phone down. She sets it down carefully, which is a thing she does when she is doing something with her hands that she does not want to give information to. She looks at her desk. She looks at the monitor, at the open calibration file she was working in before the call, at the cursor blinking in the northern sector documentation with the patience of a machine that does not know it's being waited on. She stands. She picks up the phone, her personal phone, the one that does not route through ministry systems. She puts it in her pocket. She walks to the bathroom. The bathroom on her floor has 4 stalls and a window that faces the inner courtyard, which means it is not covered by the external building surveillance. She knows this because she checked in her first month of employment and has been checking the coverage map periodically ever since. She goes to the furthest sink. She turns on the cold water. She runs her hands under it until the cold of it settles something in her chest that needed settling. She looks at herself in the mirror. She looks, she thinks, like a person who just had a professional phone call about a calibration file. She looks composed. Her hands are still under the water and she is looking at her own reflection with the even attention she uses for things she needs to see accurately. He is circling. Not closing. He is not a person who closes prematurely. She has understood this about him for years. The patience is not a technique, it is simply how he is structured. But the circle is tightening. The distance between the phishing call and a formal query has shortened, and the formal query, when it arrives, will be different from a call. It will be documented, it will be entered into the ministry's administrative record, and it will have her response attached to it, which will become the first official evidence of where she was standing when the ground shifted. She has been thinking about this for weeks. She and Wren have discussed it in the shorthand of 2 people who are building against a specific eventuality. If he moves formally, the record needs to be ready. Not just assembled, completed, in its final form, the testimony written and the documentation cross-referenced and the whole architecture standing on its own legs, capable of being submitted in the form it will need to be submitted in. She turns off the water. She dries her hands. She goes back to her desk. She closes the calibration file. She opens a new document in the secure drafting partition, the partition that has a maintenance authorization attached to it, the one she has been working in during the after-hours window for the last 4 evenings. She looks at what she has built. The record, in its current form, is 27 pages. It covers the match result, the Tuesday, the 17 seconds, the keystroke, and the 6 years between then and the moment Wren's transfer request arrived on her desk, with the level of detail that she has spent her career developing for official documentation, specific, sequential, cross-referenced where cross-references exist. It covers the 18 months. It covers the apartment, the marks, the grammar of caution they developed together in the margins of a language that had no words for what they were. It is not quite finished. The section on the correction program's architecture is thin. She has been careful about this section. It is the one most likely to be read as ideological rather than evidentiary, and she has been trying to write it in the register of documentation rather than argument, which is harder than it sounds because the facts of the correction program are themselves an argument, and pretending they are not would make the account less accurate. She has been circling it. She has been waiting for the right words to come. She types, the correction program was implemented in 2031 as an administrative override to the matching algorithm's output logic. The algorithm, as originally designed, did not distinguish between same-sex and opposite-sex match results. The override was inserted to produce that distinction. This is documented in the system's version history under Maintenance Update April 17, 2031, which I helped review in my 3rd month of employment and did not, at that time, fully understand the implications of. She reads this back. She types, I understood the implications within the year. I did not report them. I did not report them because I understood, with the specific clarity of someone whose existence has just been categorized as an error by the institution she works for, that reporting them would be the same as reporting myself. She reads this back. She keeps going. She writes for 3 hours. The building's overnight monitoring logs activate at some point during the second hour, which she tracks peripherally, the shift in the corridor outside, the quality of the building's ambient sound, and she adjusts her posture slightly, the unconscious recalibration of someone who has been careful in this building for 6 years, and keeps writing. She is not afraid while she is doing this. She is aware that this is notable. She has been afraid, in various registers, for 6 years, not always acutely, not always consciously, but as a kind of atmospheric condition, a background weather of the life she has been living. She has been afraid of the audit scripts and the flagging thresholds and the system she helped design to catch people like herself. She has been afraid of the word that is not in the record and the record that would exist if it were. She is writing it into the record. Now. Deliberately. In the drafting partition that uses her maintenance authorization, in the building's own system, under her own name. She is writing herself into existence in the only language the state understands, which is the language of official documentation, and she is doing it in the building where she has been invisible for 6 years, and she is not afraid. She is something else. She does not have a name for what it is. It is in the register of something that has been put down. At 9:47 she reaches the section that has been the hardest section to write. She types, "I was 23 when the correction program was implemented. I was 24 when I buried the match result in the legacy partition. I was 29 when Wren Reyes transferred to this ministry and I understood what her name on the transfer request meant." She stops. She types, "I want to say something about what it costs to live inside a system that has classified your existence as an error. To be the person who helped build the system. To spend 6 years being very careful and very quiet and very useful, because useful people are not looked at closely, because looked at closely is the thing you cannot afford." She stops again. She types, "It costs you the ability to distinguish between being safe and being afraid. You stop being able to tell the difference. You get very good at both and you cannot always find the seam between them." She reads this back. She keeps it. She saves the file at 10:17. She sits for a moment with the cursor on the save confirmation dialog, the small digital notation of a thing that now exists in a way it did not before, a thing with a timestamp and a file location and her name in the metadata. She thinks about the call from Stroud. The warmth in his voice, the calibration file, the bait that was the wrong shape. She thinks, write it all down. You're going to need to, eventually. I'm making it easier for you. She puts on her coat. She turns off the desk lamp. She walks to the transit through the quiet of the Ministry district at 11 o'clock, and the city is the way it always is at this hour, reduced to its essentials, the orange streetlights and the wet pavement and the transit authority schedule running on its overnight frequency. She does not look at her phone. She does not run the math again. She has run it already. She knows the timeline. She knows what the next 5 days look like and what the 5 days after that will probably look like and what she will need to do in both of them. She gets on the transit. She thinks, nothing gets lost. She thinks about what Stroud said to her, once, in a quarterly meeting she was not supposed to be in. She had walked past the conference room and heard it through the door, which was slightly ajar, the specific ajar of a door left open by someone who does not mind being overheard because what they are saying is intended to demonstrate something. He had been speaking to a sectoral head about a compliance investigation. He had said, the ministry's systems are thorough. Nothing that enters them leaves. That is the assurance we offer. The sectoral head had said something she couldn't hear. Stroud had said, then use the system. That's what it's for. Nothing that enters the system leaves. She had filed this at the time as a warning. She is filing it now, differently, as a feature. She gets off the transit. She walks to her building. She takes the stairs because the lift records floor destination and she is a person who, after 6 years, does not give the system information it isn't already going to have. She makes tea. She does not work. She sits at her table for 20 minutes and lets the evening be what it was, a thing she did, a record that now exists, and then she goes to bed. In the morning she will stay late again. There is one more section to write. Chapter 25, they come on a Thursday. The record is finished on a Wednesday night at 9:43. Lena sits with this for a moment, the cursor on the saved confirmation, the timestamp, the 31 pages in the secure drafting partition under her maintenance authorization, cross-referenced and internally consistent and, she thinks, as true as she knows how to make it. She reads the last paragraph one more time. She thinks about whether it is the right last paragraph. She decides it is. She saves it. She sends a message through the relay. 3 words, it's done. Wednesday. Wren's response comes 40 minutes later, from the relay that routes through Sable's contact, confirmed. 9 days. And below it, after a pause that she can feel in the brevity of the message, I read the section you flagged. It's right. Lena sits with this for a moment too. Then she goes home. On Thursday morning she wakes up at 6 and makes coffee and stands at the kitchen window while the city does the thing it does at early light, reveals itself as the same city it always was, nothing new, nothing fixed, just the continuation of a thing that began before she was here and will continue after. She is aware that she has been awake since 5, aware of the particular quality of her body's alertness, the kind she has learned to associate with days that have been decided rather than open. She is not afraid. She is, she thinks, testing the word, ready. Which is not the same as not afraid but is something she has not felt in a long time, and she is going to be accurate about it even if accurate is complicated. She takes the transit to the ministry. She is at her desk by 8:15. She processes her morning cue. She is thorough. She attends a 10 o'clock methodology review and contributes once and does not draw attention to herself. She eats lunch at her desk. She is, to all available observation, a ministry analyst in the middle of an ordinary Thursday. At 2:47 she hears them in the corridor. She doesn't look up immediately. The corridor outside her office runs along the east side of the building, parallel to the main compliance wing, and standard foot traffic at this hour tends toward clusters, the post-lunch surge, the mid-afternoon coordination movement between the sectoral floors. What she hears is different from the standard rhythm. 2 sets of footsteps, measured, purposeful, the specific cadence of an escort formation rather than a working walk. She knows this cadence. She helped document the compliance officer field protocols in her 3rd year. She finishes the sentence she is in the middle of. She looks up. They are in the corridor. 2 officers, not officers she recognizes, which is itself information. Stroud would use people she doesn't know, people outside the standard compliance roster, and between them, walking with her hands at her sides and her face doing nothing, is Wren. Lena's hands go still on her keyboard. Wren is in the coat she wears on days when she has meetings outside the building, the dark gray one, the one that is slightly too large in the shoulders, the one that Lena has watched her put on 100 times in the apartment hallway. She is walking at the pace of the escort, not faster, not slower. Her hands are loose at her sides. Her face is the compliance face, the one that holds nothing. The corridor is busy. A data analyst from Northern Sector passes the opposite direction, not looking. Someone from the 2nd floor is at the copy station 20 feet down, dealing with a paper jam. No one is watching. Their eyes meet. It is less than a second. Lena has spent 18 months learning to read Wren in the margins, in the 3-second silences and the precise word choices and the quality of stillness that shifts when she is afraid. She has learned the vocabulary of Wren's face, the grammar of it, the specific tells that other people might spend years in proximity to Wren and never see, because they are small and they are rare and they require the kind of attention that only arrives when you have decided that someone is worth knowing accurately. Wren's face doesn't move. But her eyes do. When she is afraid, she looks at Lena. The character profile of every person who has known Wren well enough to know this: her face is still, her eyes are the tell, and when she is frightened she looks at the person she is frightened for. She is looking at Lena. Then she is not. She looks away, because looking is evidence and she will not give them evidence. She looks at the corridor ahead of her. She walks past. Her hands are still. The officers on either side of her are talking to each other in the low, professional murmur of people who are doing something routine, and she walks between them like a woman who has been walked somewhere before and knows how it works. The compliance wing door opens. The door closes. Lena puts her hands flat on her desk. She is looking at the wall in front of her. The monitor. The calibration file she was working in before she heard the footsteps, the cursor blinking in the northern sector documentation with the same patient blankness it always has. She counts. She gets to 4 minutes because she is a person who counts, who has learned that the body needs a number to hold onto when there is nothing else to hold, and 4 minutes is long enough for the worst decisions to be made and short enough that the second worst ones haven't fully formed. She sits with her hands flat on the desk and she is aware of the following things in the following order: the weight of the record in the secure partition, 31 pages, finished last night and saved at 9:43, the message through the relay, it's done. Wednesday, Wren's response, confirmed. 9 days. 9 days, from the moment of a formal detention, before Sable initiates the partial release. She has 9 days. She opens the record. She reads it from the beginning. Not because she doesn't know what it says, she wrote it, she knows every word of it, but because she needs to hear it in its finished form, the whole shape of it, the way something reads differently once it is done from the way it read while it was being written. She reads it with the same attention she would give to something she is approving for submission. It is ready. She thinks, choose the plan. Do not burn everything. Do not go to the compliance wing. Do not call anyone. Do not walk out of this building and let the panic make the decisions. She thinks, Wren built a contingency. You built the record. The plan has 3 parts. 2 of them are done. The third one, Sable and the leak, is already running. You cannot stop it and you cannot accelerate it. You can only do the thing you have been building toward for 9 days and 6 weeks and 6 months and 6 years. She opens a new document. She begins to write. Not the record is done, the record is filed, the record is the thing she has been building. This is different. This is the section of the testimony she has been saving, the one she has been composing in her head for weeks without writing down, the one that requires the specific clarity that only arrives when there is nothing left to be strategic about. She writes about the Tuesday. She writes about being 24 and alone in the server room with a match percentage on a screen and the specific quality of silence that descended when she understood what it meant. She writes about the corrupted file partition and the keystrokes and the decision she made that she has been paying for ever since, and she writes about it not as confession but as documentation, in the register she has spent her career developing for official records, precise, sequential, complete. She writes, I buried the result because I understood that the result was classified as an error. I understood that the correction program existed for people like me. I understood that if the result entered the standard archive, it would trigger a review, and that the review would find me. She writes, I was afraid. I was 24 and I was afraid, and I did what the system had trained me to do with things that were inconvenient. I filed it somewhere no one would look. She writes for 40 minutes. She saves it to the partition. She sends a message through the relay, shorter even than the usual, just the time stamp and a single word, Thursday. She locks her screen. She stands. She walks to the window. Her office has a window facing the Ministry District's western block, the particular view she has had for 4 years, the gray administrative buildings and the transit authority signage and the pale sky above them. She stands there for a moment. She is aware that the next time she leaves this building, it may not be in the way she has been leaving it for 4 years. She is aware of this the way you are aware of weather, not because you can stop it, but because awareness is a form of readiness, and readiness is the only thing she has left to do. She goes back to her desk. She picks up her work. She processes 3 items in the queue. She does not look at the clock. She does not look at the compliance wing door, which is not visible from her office anyway, which she has never needed to look at before today. She thinks about the record. She thinks, 31 pages. Her name in the metadata. The ministry's own archive. Cross-referenced, internally consistent, true in the way that 2 accounts of the same events, told honestly and independently and from different angles, are true, the kind of true that cannot be summarized away, cannot be classified as anomalous, cannot be buried in a legacy partition where the audit scripts won't find it. She thinks about the comparison protocol. She thinks about Wren in a room 2 floors up or 2 floors down, answering the same questions, being specific about the same things, describing with the economy and precision of a person who notices everything and does not waste words, describing Lena's laugh, maybe, in the way Lena has imagined her describing it, in the way that a person who loves something describes it to someone who does not deserve the description but is going to receive it anyway, because the description is also the proof. Write it down, she thinks. You wanted a record. Here is your record. At 5:30 she saves her work. She shuts down her terminal. She puts on her coat. She picks up her bag. She looks at her office, the desk, the monitor, the view from the window that is the same as it has always been, gray and flat and the specific color of an administrative institution in late afternoon. She has sat in this office for 4 years and made herself invisible and done her work carefully and been the person the system would not look at too closely, because looking too closely is a thing that has to be decided about, and she has made herself too useful to decide about. She thinks, I am not doing that anymore. She walks out of the building. She takes the transit home. She does not call anyone. She makes dinner. Something simple, something with her hands, the particular grounding of a task that requires only the body and gives the mind something to hold on to. She eats standing at the counter because she cannot bring herself to sit at the table alone. She washes the dishes. She dries them. She sits on the couch in the near dark and she thinks about Wren's hands at her sides, walking the length of the corridor, and she thinks about the less than a second of eye contact, and she thinks, she looked at me because she was afraid. She looked away because she was protecting me. She was being taken and she used her last free second to protect me. She thinks about this for a long time. The apartment is quiet in the way it used to be quiet before Wren, the particular quality of a space that holds only one person's presence. The toothbrush on the bathroom shelf. The second mug on the left side of the drying rack. The drawer where the pens are. She picks up her phone. She puts it down. She opens her laptop. She reads the record again from the beginning. She makes it better, a word here, a phrase there, a place in the northern sector section where the language was slightly thin and she finds the right words now that there is nothing left to be strategic about. She makes it sharper. She makes it more specific. She makes it more theirs. She saves it. She closes the laptop. She makes coffee. She does not need the coffee. She makes it because it is something to do with her hands, because the apartment at 9 o'clock with only one person in it needs the small ceremony of a domestic act to keep its shape. She sits at the table. She holds the mug. She thinks, I am going to put us in the record. I am going to make us impossible to lose. I am going to sit in whatever room they put me in and I am going to look at whatever man is sitting across from me and I am going to tell him everything, completely, precisely, in the language of official documentation, and he is going to write it down in the ministry's own hand, and when he is done, it will be in the record, and nothing that enters the system leaves. She sits with this until the coffee is cold. Then she washes the mug. She puts it back on the left side of the drying rack. She goes to bed. She waits for morning. Chapter 26, The Toothbrush on the Shelf. They do not come for Lena on Friday. She knows they will. The only question that interests Stroud is the sequencing. He will want the transcripts to be separate, genuinely separate, the kind of separate that the ministry's comparison protocol is designed to interrogate. If he takes them together he gets noise. If he takes Wren first and lets Lena sit with the knowledge of it, the knowledge of what Wren might say or not say or be made to say, the waiting becomes the instrument. She knows this because she helped design the instrument. She has been telling herself this since Thursday afternoon, since the compliance wing door closed, since she sat at her desk for 4 minutes with her hands flat on the surface and chose the plan. She knows all of this. It does not make Friday easier. She goes to the ministry. She sits at her desk. She processes her cue with the automatic precision of someone whose body knows how to do the job even when the mind is elsewhere, which hers has always been. She learned early, in the first months after the buried file, how to be completely present in the performance of her work and simultaneously somewhere else entirely, running a different calculation in a partition of herself she did not let the rest of herself look at too directly. She has been doing it for 6 years. She does it now. At 10:30 she passes the compliance wing in the corridor and the door is closed and gives nothing away, which she expected, and she passes it with her face doing nothing and her pace unchanged and she does not look at it. At lunch Odette appears at her desk with 2 sandwiches and sets one down without asking and sits in the chair across from her that is technically not a guest chair but has been functioning as one for 4 years. The review team is down a person, Odette says. She unwraps her sandwich. She does not look at Lena in the way she has been not looking at Lena since Thursday, which is the way of a person who is being scrupulously careful about the direction of her attention. Facilities had to reassign the Level 4 conference room. Administrative consolidation. I heard. Stroud's being very quiet about the whole thing. A pause. He's been very quiet all week. Lena picks up her sandwich. He's always quiet. His particular kind of quiet. Odette takes a bite. Chews. Sets it down. Do you need anything? Lena looks at her. Odette is looking back at her now, fully, directly, with the specific quality of attention she usually turns sideways, the attention she has been declining to use on certain subjects for the entire 4 years of their friendship. She is using it now. Her face says, I know I don't know. I am asking anyway. If there is something I can do in the category of things you would let me do, tell me. No, Lena says. Thank you. Odette nods. She finishes her sandwich. She picks up her wrapper, stands, and says, I'll be in data verification until 6 if anything changes, in the tone she uses for entirely administrative information, and leaves. Lena sits with the sandwich for a moment. She eats it. She goes back to work. She stays until 7. She takes the transit home. She stands in the apartment and she thinks, one night. She has one night. She does not know if she has more than one night or only this one, but she is going to assume only this one, because that is the assumption that produces the right behavior, and she has been building her assumptions toward the right behavior for a long time now. She takes a shower. She stands under the water for longer than necessary and she lets herself be a person who is doing a small, ordinary thing, who is warm and clean and alone in her own bathroom, and she does not think about the compliance wing door or the corridor or the 4 minutes at her desk. She thinks about the water. The sound of it. The specific temperature she has always preferred, which is slightly hotter than is probably good for her, which is a preference she has never examined and has no interest in examining. She gets out. She gets dressed. She brushes her teeth. She reaches past the toothbrush holder to get her comb from the shelf behind it, and her hand stops. Wren's toothbrush is on the shelf. It has been there for 6 months, the quiet permanence of an object that arrived incrementally, not brought in ceremony, not discussed, simply present one morning after a night when Wren had stayed, and present the next morning too, and the morning after, until the absence of a conversation about it became itself a kind of conversation, the kind they have always been best at. Wren's toothbrush on Lena's shelf. Lena's second mug on the left side of Wren's drying rack. A spare key that was put in a drawer without being mentioned and used once and put back and never mentioned. Lena picks it up. It is a very ordinary toothbrush. Dark green, slightly worn at the bristles because Wren uses more pressure than she should. Lena noticed this months ago and did not say anything about it because it was the kind of noticing that felt, at the time, like more than she was ready to claim. She has been noticing things about Wren for 18 months with the careful, accumulating attention of someone who cannot afford to say what the noticing means, and so the noticing has lived in the partition she does not look at directly, building without acknowledgement, until the partition got too full and the things in it started to be visible through the walls. She holds the toothbrush. She thinks about a woman she lived with when she was 26, for 11 months, in the apartment before this one. The woman's name was Renata. She was a graphic designer, warm and easy and entirely unaware of what she was living adjacent to, and Lena had liked her genuinely and kept a careful distance, and one morning Renata had knocked on her bedroom door and said, with the specific gentleness of someone who has thought about how to say something difficult, that she was moving in with her partner and that she was sorry for the short notice. Lena had said, of course, congratulations, take your time. She had smiled. Renata had smiled back and said she understood, and left. She had not understood. She could not have. Lena had been very careful about that. She thinks about the quality of that smile now, the specific performance of ease, the deployment of warmth as cover, the way she had stood in the doorway and watched Renata go and felt, underneath the controlled surface of herself, a grief that had no permissible name. Not for Renata. For the things she had not been able to say. For the version of the conversation that existed in the partition she did not look at, where she might have said, "Wait, I want to tell you something. I want to tell you that I understand what you have with your partner because there is someone I feel that way about. There is a person I have matched with at 97.3 and I have not told you her name. I have not told you anything. I have been standing in your apartment for 11 months being careful." She had not said any of that. She had smiled and said she understood and let it go, and Renata had gone, and Lena had stood in the empty apartment and done what she did with all of the things she could not say, filed them in a place where the audit scripts would not find them, and kept going. If I stay useful enough, the system will leave me alone. She has been thinking this since she was 24. She has been thinking it in various forms, with various evidence, and it has been close enough to true often enough that she kept thinking it. And what it has cost her is everything it has cost her. 6 years of being useful, carefully, precisely useful, the kind of useful that makes you expensive to lose and cheap to overlook. 6 years of the partition. 6 years of being a woman who helps write the comparison protocol and buries her own file in the system she maintains and does her job very well and goes home and does not let herself sit in the bathroom with a toothbrush and feel the full weight of what she has been carrying. She puts the toothbrush back. She goes to the kitchen. She opens her laptop. She opens the record. She reads it from the beginning, all 31 pages, which takes 40 minutes, which she gives it, because the record deserves the same attention she would give to anything she is preparing for submission. She reads it the way Stroud will read it, for inconsistencies, for gaps, for places where the account is present but not sufficiently present, for places where the true thing is there but could be made more undeniably true. She finds 3. The first is in the section covering the 18 months of working alongside Wren. It is accurate but it leans toward the operational, toward what they were building and how they were building it, and it underweights what it was like to be in that building, in those corridors, being precise about glances and careful about silences and knowing, with the growing certainty of someone who cannot act on what she knows, exactly who was standing 12 feet away from her every day. She rewrites it. She is specific about the specific. She includes the Wednesday in the third-floor corridor, Wren's thumb against her knuckle, 3 seconds, the way she did not move. She includes the morning of the marks, which the record had covered briefly and which she now covers in the full, unhurried detail of something she is documenting for the first time in the language it deserves. The second is in the section on fear. She had written it accurately but at a slight distance, the way you write about weather rather than about what the weather does to your body. She closes the distance. She writes about what it does to a person, specifically this person, to live for 6 years in a building whose systems she maintains and to know, every day, that those systems have a protocol for her. She writes about the specific chronic low-grade fear of someone who has made herself so useful that she hopes the utility outweighs the inconvenience of her existence, and she writes about what that hope does to you over time, and she is precise about this in the way she has always been most precise about the things she is most frightened of. The third is the ending. The record had ended on a factual note, the timeline, the documentation, the cross-references. She rewrites the ending. She writes, I am making this account available because I have decided, after 6 years of the alternative, that the alternative is not survivable. Not in the sense of physical death. In the sense of continuing to exist in a way that requires me to be invisible to myself. The correction program was designed to make people like me impossible. I am telling you that it did not work. I am telling you that I exist, that I have always existed, that the system's categories are not the same as the truth, and that the truth, this specific account, these names, this record, is now yours to manage. You may classify it. You may file it. You may keep it in sub-level 3 where the records go when the ministry does not know what else to do with them. It will still exist. We will still have existed. The file will still say what it says, in your hand, on your paper, in your building. We were here. You wrote it down yourself. She reads this back. She keeps it. She saves the file. She closes the laptop. She makes coffee. She does not need the coffee. She makes it because the apartment needs the small sound of it, the specific domestic ceremony of a kettle and a mug and a person standing at a counter, and because she has been filling this apartment with the sounds and objects of a life for 4 years and she is not done with it yet. She carries the mug to the couch. She sits. She thinks about Wren in a holding cell in sublevel 3, not the operational thinking, not the thinking that checks variables and runs scenarios, but the other thinking, the kind she has been keeping in the petition. She thinks about the actual Wren. The Wren who makes coffee at 7 in the morning with the focused precision of someone who treats every task as a procedural problem worth solving correctly. The Wren who is constitutionally incapable of small talk but who has, over 18 months, developed a version of it specifically calibrated to Lena, small talk that is actually information, that is always about something real, that is warmth in the only register she has. The Wren who sleeps on the left side of the bed and does not move, not even slightly, which Lena found disconcerting at first and finds now simply characteristic, simply Wren, simply what Wren does, one of the 100 ordinary specific facts of another person that you accumulate without meaning to until they are more familiar than your own habits. The quality of Wren's silence at 10 o'clock on a weeknight. The way she reads, chin in hand, elbow on the table, in a posture too still to be casual. The sound of her on the phone with Sable, which is curt and efficient and without the texture Lena has learned to hear in Wren's other silences. The scar on her right hand that she touches when she is working through a decision she has not yet made. Lena has been careful for so long about how much she permits herself to want this. She is not being careful tonight. She sits with the full weight of it, the specific, acute, physical fact of missing someone who is one building away and entirely unreachable, the specific grief of a future she was told she could not have and assembled anyway, in stolen increments, in the grammar of caution, and which is now in a file in sublevel 3, cross-referenced and stamped, waiting for a man who collects leverage to decide what it is worth. She is afraid. She permits herself to be afraid without immediately converting the fear into a plan. She has been converting the fear into plans for 6 years and the plans have been good plans and they have led her here, to this couch, to this mug of coffee going cold in her hands, to this apartment that is hers and also Wren's in all the ways that matter, and she is not sorry about any of it. Not the plans and not the fear and not the record she has just finished writing and not Wren's toothbrush on the shelf. She is not sorry. She is afraid and she is not sorry, which is a combination she does not have a word for and does not need one. She finishes the coffee. She washes the mug. She puts it back on the left side of the drying rack. She goes back to the bathroom. She looks at Wren's toothbrush on the shelf and she thinks, I made us impossible to lose. It is not the same thing as safe. But it is something. It is going to have to be something. She turns off the light. She goes to bed. She lies in the dark and she thinks about the record, not the writing of it, but the existence of it, the fact of it sitting in the secure drafting partition with her name in the metadata and 31 pages and the word roommate nowhere in it and every true thing she has ever known about herself and Wren and what they are to each other filed in the ministry's own language, waiting. She thinks, I am ready. She thinks, I am afraid and I am ready and those are not contradictions. She closes her eyes. She waits for morning. Morning comes on a Saturday, gray and still, the particular quality of a weekend in the Ministry district where the usual foot traffic is absent and the city is briefly, slightly more itself. Lena wakes at 6. She makes coffee. She showers. She puts on clothes she would wear to the ministry, not because she is going, or not yet, but because she is the kind of person who does not want to be found in the wrong clothes. She is eating toast when they knock. 2 officers. Not the ones from Thursday, different officers, which means she is not an extension of Wren's case, which means Stroud has decided they are separate instruments and is handling them separately, which is the correct professional decision and also the one the plan requires. Analyst Vasquez, says the one on the left. She knows his name. He was in the intake processing cohort 2 years after hers. He does not meet her eyes. Yes, she says. She puts down her toast. She picks up her bag, which has been packed since Thursday evening. She follows them out. She does not look back at the apartment. She has already looked at everything in it that she needed to look at. She looked at it last night. She is done looking. She is ready to go. Chapter 27, the other version of the plan. The cell on sublevel 3 is 8 feet by 10 feet, which Wren measures on the first morning by counting her steps along each wall and calculating the standard tile dimension. The walls are pale green, the same pale green as the Ministry's procedural notifications, which she suspects is deliberate, a design choice by someone who understood that institutional color is a form of language. There is a cot, a fixed shelf, a light fixture bolted to the ceiling that runs on a timer she has not yet fully mapped. There is a slot in the door at floor level for meals and paperwork. She has been here for 2 days. She is not afraid in the way she expected to be afraid. She is afraid, she is honest about this with herself, but the fear is a known shape now, a shape she and Lena sat with in the dark in the apartment and turned over carefully and made a working relationship with, and so it does not have the quality of surprise. What she had not expected was how quiet it would be. Sublevel 3 is below the Ministry's ambient building sound, no ventilation hum, no corridor traffic, no the small persistent noise of an institution operating. There is only the timer on the light and the sound of her own breathing and, at intervals, the sound of the slot opening and closing. She uses the quiet. She has been using it the way she uses all available resources, methodically, with the specific purposefulness of someone who has been in compliance work long enough to understand that a room is an environment and an environment has properties and properties can be worked with. She has mapped the light timer. She has noted the intervals of the slot. She has reviewed, in full, the contents of her memory as they pertain to the plan, the 3 parts of it, the state of each part at the moment of her detention, what Lena knows and what Lena has. What Lena has is the record. She knows this because on the first evening, through the channel Sable activates without being asked. This is the thing about Sable, Wren has understood for years, that she does not wait to be told when to move, she watches and she moves when the watching tells her to. A message arrived. Not through the slot. Through a different channel, one Wren had not known was operational at sublevel 3 and which tells her things about the extent of Sable's network that she is filing for later consideration. The message was 7 words. Draft confirmed. 31 pages. Submitted Wednesday night. Wren had read it 4 times. She had sat with it on the cot in the specific quality of sublevel 3's quiet, and she had done what she does with information before she processes what it means to her. She had processed what it meant operationally. 31 pages. Wednesday night, which was the night before Wren's own detention, which means Lena finished it with 1 day to spare, which means the timeline held, which means the plan's 3rd component is complete and in the system and cross-referenced and waiting. She had run this through its implications with the thorough, unhurried attention she brings to systems she intends to work inside while also working against. The plan works. Not perfectly, it has never been a perfect plan, neither of them has ever described it as a perfect plan, and the ways in which it does not work are real and will have real consequences for a long time after sublevel 3. Stroud will keep the file. She knows how he uses leverage and what he does with things that have not yet reached peak utility. He is a patient man. He will not destroy the file, destroying it would be waste. He will wait for the moment at which it becomes most valuable and he will use it, and the use of it will be a kind of ongoing tax they pay for having done this, for having made themselves impossible to erase from his record. This is the cost. They went in understanding the cost. But the plan works. She sits with this for a long time, in the sublevel 3 quiet, and she allows herself to feel what it is, the specific, grounded satisfaction of a thing built carefully and running correctly, and underneath that, something that is not operational and does not have the vocabulary of operations and which she is, slowly, becoming more willing to name. On the 2nd day, this morning, an hour ago, another message had arrived. 1 line, Lena detained Saturday morning. Separate. Same level. Wren had read this once. Then she had put the message down and sat very still on the cot for several minutes, which is the thing she does when she is processing information that has both operational and personal content and she needs to be accurate about both without letting one flatten the other. Lena is here. 2 floors up or 2 floors down. She does not know the geometry of this level well enough to say which. In a room like this one, on a cot like this one, with the light timer and the slot and the pale green walls. Lena, who packed her bag on Thursday evening. Lena, who has been building this record for 6 weeks and who finished it the night before they came for Wren, which is either luck or characteristic Lena, the kind of planning that does not look like planning because it is too embedded in the work itself to be visible as a separate activity. 31 pages. In the system. Under Lena's name. She thinks about what Lena wrote. She does not know, precisely, she has the shape of it, the bones of it, the sections they built together over 4 evenings at the kitchen table with the documents spread between them, and she has the sections Lena described in the compressed clarity of the revised timeline phone call. But she does not have the words. She has never read it in its final form, and she is aware. Sitting on this cot in this room, of how much she wants to. Not for operational reasons. Because Lena wrote 31 pages about what they are to each other and what it cost and what it is worth, and Wren wants to read them the way she wants to read everything Lena writes, with the full, careful attention of someone who understands that Lena's precision is the register she uses when she loves something and is trying to protect it accurately. She picks up the interrogation form. It was slid through the slot this morning, printed on the pale green paper that matches the walls, which she suspects is deliberate, a design choice by someone who understood that institutional color is a form of language. PD 7, revised, 2034. She knows this form. She has filed 37 of them in her compliance career and reviewed perhaps twice that many, and she knows its structure the way she knows all forms she has used extensively, not as language but as architecture, the specific arrangement of questions that is designed to produce a particular kind of answer. She reads it the way she reads everything, for the structure beneath the language, for the vulnerabilities in the architecture, for the gap between what it is designed to extract and what it might accidentally create. The form is designed to extract confession. The questions are sequenced to build toward admission, start with verifiable facts, establish the record, create the momentum of truthfulness, then introduce the incriminating material at the point where the subject has already established a habit of saying yes. It is an elegant design. She knows who wrote the original protocol. It is the same person who wrote the comparison protocol, the same person who is 2 floors up or down on this same level, and Wren finds, reading the form, a quality in it that is distinctly Lena's, the specific architecture of a mind that builds systems by understanding what they are trying to do and then building toward that function as efficiently as possible. The protocol is designed to make telling the truth feel easier than lying. She had thought, when she first encountered it professionally, that this was a technique. She understands now that it is a conviction. She sets the form down. She thinks about the testimony Stroud is waiting for. The testimony the form is designed to extract, the admission, the timeline, the evidence of the algorithm rewrite, the confirmation of the anomalous match result, the names. He wants the shape of the wrongdoing documented and attributed, the leverage made legible and permanent. He wants her to give him what Lena built, in Wren's own words, which would make Wren the accountability structure above the instrument, the compliance officer who found the thing and reported it, which is, on paper, exactly her job. She is not going to give him that testimony. She is going to give him the testimony Lena designed. She picks up the pen they have given her, a standard ministry pen, black ink, the barrel printed with the institutional crest that is on everything in this building, which she has always found slightly overdetermined as a branding choice but understands now as a form of language. Everything here belongs to us, and she begins. She starts with the Tuesday. Her Tuesday, an October morning, an office on the 4th floor of a ministry satellite building, a match result appearing on her screen in the standard notification format, the percentage field reading 97.3. She writes the time, 9:14 a.m., because she noted it then and has not forgotten it, because she is someone who notes the time of things that matter, and this mattered before she had decided to let herself know it mattered. She writes about the quality of that morning, the specific way the light came through the office's east-facing window, the sound of the ventilation system, the particular bureaucratic quiet of a government building on a Tuesday in October. She writes it precisely, with the economy of her usual professional register, and then she does something she does not do in professional reports. She writes what it felt like. She writes that she sat with the result for 11 minutes before she did anything else, because 11 minutes was how long it took her to run every version of what the result might mean and arrive at the one she had been not permitting herself to arrive at. She writes that she then opened a new document and began drafting a transfer request and then closed it without saving it, because she had realized that she was drafting it from the wrong reason, and that the wrong reason needed to be examined before she acted on it. She writes that she went home and sat with it for 4 months, which is how long it took her to be honest with herself about the wrong reason, and that the wrong reason, examined honestly, turned out not to be wrong at all but simply true, which was the more frightening possibility. 17 drafts, she writes. Because she checks her work. She writes about arriving at the ministry. She writes about the badge photo and the lobby and the first time she saw Lena in the 4th floor corridor, not in the staged way of a significant first meeting, but in the incidental way of two people entering the same institutional space on the same morning, passing each other with the professional nod of colleagues who do not yet know each other. She writes about recognizing the specific quality of caution in Lena's bearing, the way she held herself around things she was protecting, because Wren recognized it from the inside, because she had been doing the same thing, because it takes one to know one in a way that is not a cliché when it is actually true. She writes about learning the grammar of caution together. What a glance could carry and what it could not. Which silences were safe and which ones were not, and how they both learned to read the difference without discussing the curriculum. She writes about the 18 months with the specific, accumulated detail of someone who was paying attention the entire time and did not waste a single observation. She writes about the apartment, the toothbrush, the spare key, the second mug, and she writes about it without apology, in the plain declarative language of fact, because it is fact and she is a compliance officer and her professional commitment is to accuracy. She writes about the morning of the marks. She is specific about it. She writes, we were standing in the kitchen. It was a Wednesday, approximately 7 months after my transfer. Analyst Vasquez was reaching past me for something on the counter, and in the reaching, her sleeve moved. The marks were visible, both of them, adjacent, in the configuration the ministry's literature describes as resonance confirmation. We were both still for a moment. Then she looked at me. I said, well. There it is. She laughed. She pauses here. She reads this back. She writes about Lena's laugh. She has not, in her professional life, written about anyone's laugh in an official document. She is writing about it now because Lena told her to be specific about everything, to make it the kind of real they cannot summarize away, and Lena's laugh is real in a way that Wren is not going to let them summarize. She writes, it is not a small laugh. It arrives unexpectedly and fully, the way things arrive when they have been held back, and it changes the quality of the room it happens in. I have been in rooms with her when she laughs and I have observed, consistently, that it produces in me a physiological response that I do not have accurate language for in the register of this document. I am including it because it is accurate. Because she asked me to be specific and I am someone who does what she says she will do. She does not look away from the camera in the corner of the room while she writes this. The camera is mounted in the upper right corner, the standard placement for sub-level 3 holding rooms, and she has been aware of it since she arrived and has not been performing unawareness of it because that would itself be a performance and she is not performing anything. She is writing. She is telling the truth. She is doing it in the full knowledge that the truth is being recorded, because the truth being recorded is the point. Write it down, she thinks. You wanted a record. She writes until the light timer shifts, the afternoon cycle, slightly warmer, which she has mapped as occurring at approximately 2 o'clock. She stretches her hand, which has been cramping, and she reads back what she has written, and she thinks about Lena 2 floors up or down in a room like this one, writing the same events in a different voice. She thinks about the comparison protocol. About the way it works, sequencing the accounts, mapping the consonances and dissonances, flagging the places where the stories diverge in ways that suggest invention. She co-wrote the methodology with Lena, in the first year of the transfer, as a project assignment. She had found it intellectually interesting at the time, the architecture of truthfulness, the specific pattern that emerges when two people are telling the same true story versus the same false one. True stories have texture that false stories lack. The details that are not useful to the narrative, the quality of light, the exact time, the temperature of the room, tend to appear in true accounts and to be absent from constructed ones, because the person who was there has them and the person who was not does not know to include them. Their accounts will be full of useless details. Because they were both there. She picks up the pen again. She writes about fear, the specific, operational, institutional fear of a compliance officer who has spent 3 years working in a system she knows, from the inside, has a protocol for people like her. She writes about what it is like to lead an investigation into the thing the person she loves built, and to find it, and to decide, with her eyes open, in the specific way she makes all significant choices, not to enter the finding into the record. She writes about BEA's notebook with the permissions cluster crossed out, and what that meant, and why she filed it the way she filed it. She writes about the plan. All 3 parts of it, in full, in her own words. She does not leave anything out. She is going to give them everything. She is going to be the kind of specific they cannot manage. She is going to put herself and Lena and what they built together and what it cost and what it is worth into the ministry's own record in her own hand, and the comparison protocol is going to run the 2 accounts against each other, hers and Lena's, from separate rooms, without communication, and it is going to find what it was designed to find when both parties are telling the truth. No flags. She almost smiles. She picks up the pen. She keeps writing. Chapter 28, Tell me about the day. The interrogation room on sublevel 3 is designed to be disorienting. Lena knows this because she helped design it, not the room itself, not the architecture, but the protocol, the sequence of the questioning, the specific combination of sensory pressures intended to loosen a person's grip on their own certainty. The fluorescent light calibrated slightly too bright. The chair positioned so that the subject's back is to the door, which the body dislikes even when the mind knows it is irrational. The table surface cleared of everything except the one thing the interrogator brings in, the folder, the form, whatever is meant to tell the subject what the interrogator already knows and how much of it they should bother pretending otherwise. She had thought of it as a technical problem at the time. She had not thought of herself as the kind of person who would one day sit in the chair. The room is smaller than the holding cell, which she had not expected. The walls are the same pale green. The camera is in the upper right corner, the standard placement, and she looks at it once when she sits down and then does not look at it again, because she will know where it is without looking. She waits. She has been waiting, in various configurations, for 2 days. The waiting is part of the technique, she knows this, she designed the technique, and the knowledge does not make the waiting faster, but it gives it a shape, which is better than the alternative. A shaped thing can be worked with. She has been working with it. She has been sitting in the holding cell going over the record in her memory, reading it back to herself in the quiet of sublevel 3's specific soundlessness, checking for gaps, finding none, checking again anyway because she is a person who checks her work and because the checking keeps her useful and usefulness keeps her still. The door opens. The deputy minister does not send a subordinate. He comes himself, which she expected. She has known since the quarterly review that she is a matter requiring his direct attention, and she has known since the phishing call 2 weeks ago that he considers them personal in the way that collections are personal, the investment of a careful man's patience in something he has been developing for a long time. He is a small man who has learned to take up space by other means. Today the means is the folder. He sets it on the table between them, her folder. She recognizes the classification tag on the tab, her name in the ministry's standard font, and he folds his hands on top of it and looks at her the way people look at things they intend to keep. Analyst Vasquez, he says. I want to give you an opportunity to be straightforward with me. Lena folds her hands in her lap. She thinks, Wren is in a room exactly like this one, 2 floors above or below, with a folder on the table that has her name on it. She thinks, we practiced this. She thinks, I am going to make him put us in the record himself. Of course, Deputy Minister, she says. Where would you like to start? He starts at the beginning. They always do. The match result, he says. The anomalous classification. The corrupted file she buried in a legacy partition of the ministry's database 6 years ago, when she was 24 and newly employed and terrified and absolutely certain she had made a decision she would never revisit. Tell me about the day you first saw the result, he says. And Lena tells him. She tells him about the Tuesday. The office, the screen, the standard notification format. She tells him the percentage, 97.3, a number she has not once forgotten, a number she will, she suspects, be thinking about in whatever form consciousness takes when she is done being a person, and she tells him about the 17 seconds between the result appearing on her screen and the moment she understood what it meant. Not the professional implication. The personal one. She tells him that the professional implication arrived in approximately the first 3 seconds, and the personal one took the remaining 14, and in those 14 seconds the ventilation system became very loud and the room became very small, and she sat in the specific quality of that silence and understood that her life had just divided itself into a before and an after. She tells him about the keystrokes. She is specific about them. She tells him the sequence, not because she needs to, not because the sequence is the part that matters, but because she is a person who documents with precision and the sequence is part of the true account and she is giving him the true account, all of it, in the register she has spent her career developing for official records. She tells him about opening the legacy partition, the one that the routine audit scripts don't reach, the one she knew about because she helped map the system's architecture in her first year. She tells him that she chose it not because it was the only place to hide something but because it was the place she was most certain no one would think to look, and that this certainty was itself a form of professional knowledge she had accumulated at the ministry's expense, which is, she supposes, a form of institutional irony. He writes a note. He writes it without looking up from the folder, which means he is not surprised by what she has said, which means he already knew it, which she expected, because the phishing call 2 weeks ago was not phishing for the fact of the buried file, it was phishing for how she would describe the fact of it, and now he knows. Good, she thinks. Keep writing. She tells him about the 6 years. She does not summarize them. She gives him the 6 years in the full texture of 6 years, the specific adjustments, the maintenance authorizations, the calibration of her own behavior inside the building, the management of what was visible and what was not. She tells him what it is like to be the person who helps write the anomalous flag protocol and to know, every time she opens the system, that the protocol exists for her. She tells him about the partitions, not just the data partition, but the internal one, the one she built to keep the things she could not say from contaminating the things she had to do, and what it costs to maintain a partition like that over time. The leakage. The way the walls get thin. She tells him about Wren's transfer request. She tells him that she recognized the name before she understood why she recognized it, which took approximately 4 seconds, which is longer than usual for her. She is generally fast at recognition, and that those 4 seconds were the last 4 seconds in which she was a person who did not know that the other person who had been carrying the Tuesday was standing in her building's lobby waiting for a badge photo. She tells him what it was like to be that person for 4 seconds. She tells him she has not gone back to that state since. She tells him about the 18 months. She tells him about learning the grammar of caution with someone who is already fluent in it, which is different from learning it with someone who isn't. It is, she says, like finding a conversation partner for a language you thought you were the only speaker of. She tells him about the specific architecture of the working relationship they built, which was real and functional and documented in the ministry's own performance records, and about what existed in the margins of it, which was also real and functional and documented in nothing except their mutual understanding of what they were doing and why. She tells him about the Wednesday in the 3rd floor corridor. She tells him about the first time Wren touched her hand, and she is precise about it in the way she has always been most precise about the things she has wanted most, the pressure, the location, the duration. 3 seconds. Wren's thumb against her knuckle. The way she did not move because moving would have been evidence and she was still, at that point, being careful, and because she did not want to move, and because the two reasons were indistinguishable from each other by that point, which was itself a kind of information. She tells him about the apartment. She does not elide the apartment. She tells him about the toothbrush and the spare key and the second mug in the way a shared space rearranges itself around 2 people without either of them narrating the rearrangement, and she tells him that this is, by the ministry's own definition of what evidence constitutes, evidence. She says, I know you know this. I am telling you anyway, in my own words, in the official record, because it is true and I have decided that the truth is what I am here to give you. He looks up at her for a moment. She holds the look. He looks back down. She tells him about fear. She tells him about the specific chronic low-grade fear of living inside a system that has classified your existence as an error, that has a protocol for people like you, that has a facility where the protocol ends up if the processing goes as designed. She tells him what this fear does to a person over time, not the acute fear, not the moment of discovery, but the long ambient version, the one that lives in the body rather than the mind, the one that has become so integrated into the daily texture of being herself that she sometimes cannot locate the seam between being afraid and being fine. She is precise about this. She tells him that the precision is important because the fear is not a side effect of the situation she is in. It is the situation. It has been the situation for 6 years. She wants him to understand the duration of it, the weight of the duration, the specific cost of carrying something that long at that particular altitude. He writes notes. He is thorough. He is professional. He does not look up for long stretches. Good, she thinks. Write it all down. She tells him about the algorithm. She tells him about the 37 maintenance interactions distributed across 6 years, each one building on the last, each one designed to be indistinguishable from routine cleanup when read in isolation. She tells him what she was restoring, not the word she would use in a compliance report, restoring, but the accurate one, and she tells him what she was restoring it to and why, which is the part she suspects the PD-7 form was not designed to receive. She says, the original algorithm did not produce a distinction between same-sex and opposite-sex match results. The distinction was inserted in 2031 as an administrative override. I helped review that override in my 3rd month of employment and I did not fully understand what I was reviewing. I understood it within the year. I spent the following 5 years taking it back, one maintenance update at a time, in the building where the override was implemented, using the access credentials the ministry issued me. I did this because the algorithm was wrong. I did this because wrong systems can be corrected. I did this because I am someone who does precise work and I was not going to leave imprecise work in a system I helped build. She says, I want that to be in the record. I want you to write that down specifically. He writes it down. He asks follow-up questions. She answers them completely, which she suspects he did not expect. She watches him recalibrate slightly, the barely perceptible shift of a professional encountering behavior that is outside the expected range. He expected her to give him the minimum. She is giving him more than the minimum. She is giving him everything, in the specific, exhaustive, cross-referenced way she gives everything when she has decided to give it, because she is a woman who documents with precision and she is documenting the truth of her own existence in the ministry's own language and she is going to do it thoroughly. He asks about the record she built. The draft in the secure partition. She tells him about it in full. She tells him about the 6 weeks of evenings in the building, the maintenance authorization, the specific sections and what they cover. She tells him where to find it. She tells him he will need her credentials to access the partition, which she provides without being asked, because the providing is part of the account. He writes this down too. He is quiet for a moment. She watches him read what he has written, from the beginning, the way a person reads something back when they want to be sure they have the shape of it. She waits. Analyst Vasquez, he says finally. You understand that this account constitutes a complete and accurate record of my actions and circumstances over a period of 6 years, she says. Yes. I understand that. He is quiet. It is also, she says, a complete and accurate account of what it is like to be the kind of person your system has a protocol for. I am aware that this is not what the PD-7 is designed to collect. I am giving it to you anyway, because it is true, and because the record should be complete. He looks at her. She looks back. He is a collector, she thinks. He has been collecting this, their case, their file, the leverage of their existence, with the patience of someone who knows that things held long enough become valuable. He is looking at her now with the expression of a collector who has just opened something he has been waiting to open for a long time and found that it is not the shape he expected. Not worthless. A different shape. She watches him adjust his understanding of what he is holding. She does not feel, sitting across from him in the pale green room, that she has won. She does not feel safe. She does not feel that the system has been corrected or that the protocol no longer exists or that the file now sitting in his folder is going to protect her the way she would like to be protected. She feels visible. Completely, voluntarily, undeniably visible, in the specific way she has not been for 6 years, which is the opposite of what she built her professional life to feel like and which is, she discovers, not the same as exposed. Exposed is something happening to you. This is something she chose. The distinction matters more than she expected. He closes the folder. He stands. I'll need a few days to complete the review, he says. Of course, she says. Take your time. He leaves. She sits in the pale green room alone for a moment after the door closes. The camera is in the upper right corner. The light is calibrated slightly too bright. The chair has her back to the door, which the body dislikes. She does not dislike it today. She unfolds her hands from her lap and rests them on the table in front of her, and she looks at the room, the table, the walls, the folder-shaped absence on the surface where his hands were, and she thinks about Wren, 2 floors up or down, in a room exactly like this one. Wren, who is thorough in all things. Wren, who gives everything when she decides to give it. Wren, who will have understood what the assignment required and who will be completing it right now, in the economy of her usual professional register, in the precise language of a compliance officer who has decided to tell the truth. She thinks about the comparison protocol. About running the 2 accounts against each other. About the specific pattern that emerges when 2 people are telling the same true story, the useless details, the texture of the real, the consonants that cannot be manufactured. She thinks, no flags. She is returned to the holding cell at 417. She sits on the cot. She picks up the PD-7 form, her own copy, which they left with her, which is standard procedure, and she folds it in half. Then in half again. Then she holds it in her lap and she is, for the first time in 2 days, not running a calculation. She is just sitting here. She is here and she said it and it is written down now, in his hand, in his folder, in the ministry's record, and there is nothing left to manage. She sits with this. The light timer runs its afternoon cycle, slightly warmer. The slot is quiet. Sublevel 3 is quiet. She is, she thinks, going to be all right. She does not know how long it will take or what the shape of all right will look like when she gets there, but she is going to get there, because she made it impossible not to, she and Wren, together, from separate rooms, in the language the system understands, in the ministry's own record, written down. She holds the folded paper in her lap. She waits. Chapter 29, she describes the laugh. They bring her from the cell at 9 in the morning. She has been awake since 6. Not because she could not sleep, she slept, a full 5 hours in the ministry's deliberately calibrated dark, which she considers adequate for functional operation, which is the register she uses for sleep, but because 6 o'clock is when she usually wakes and there is no particular reason to change this simply because the room is different. She woke at 6. She sat up. She went through the day's requirements the way she goes through everything, methodically, in the order that makes most sense. The requirements are, do not omit anything. Be specific. Make it the kind of real they cannot summarize away. She has been thinking about this since she received Sable's message through the administrative channel. Not nervously, she does not ruminate in the nervous register, which she considers an inefficient use of active processing, but the way she thinks about anything important, thoroughly, from multiple angles, until she has a complete picture of what is being asked and what the correct response to it is. She has had the picture since the day in the apartment when Lena said give them everything and she had gone very still in the particular way she goes still when she is reassembling an idea to check its joints, and when she had finished she understood, the plan is not a deception. The plan is a declaration. They bring her to the room on sublevel 2. It is the same dimensions as her cell, approximately, with a different arrangement of furniture, a table, 2 chairs, a fixed camera in the upper left corner, a window that is painted over rather than boarded. She has read the design parameters. She knows what the window is for. The human eye orients instinctively toward the source of light, and a painted-over window is worse than no window, because the brain keeps looking for what should be there and finding nothing, which produces, over time, a specific low-grade disorientation that the protocol is designed to build on. She noted the window when she came in. She is not looking at it. The officer who conducts the session is not Stroud. This is itself information. Stroud has the seniority for direct interrogation and has used it, from what she could read in the detainment order's procedural notation, for Lena's session. He has sent a deputy for hers. She thinks about this for a moment and files it as, he wants Lena's account directly, because Lena is the instrument. He wants Wren's account at a slight remove, because Wren is the accountability structure, and there is a question of what the accountability structure knows that he is not yet certain of the answer to, and he wants the distance in case the answer is more than he expected. He does not know how much she knows. She is going to tell him. The officer, a man named Harlan, according to the identification badge, with the careful neutral expression of someone who has learned to read sessions without appearing to, sets the recording device on the table, states the date and reference number in the standard procedural format, and opens his own folder. He asks her to confirm her name and her position. She does. He says, "Can you tell me about your match result?" Not a question. An instruction. She notes the syntax and thinks, Lena wrote the interrogation protocol. She designed this too, the declarative rather than interrogative framing, which puts the subject in the position of narrating rather than answering, which produces a different quality of account. Longer, more discursive, more self-revelatory. The person doing the designing understood what she wanted the record to contain. Wren looks at the officer. She looks at the camera. She thinks, be specific. Make it real. She begins. She tells them about the Tuesday. Not Lena's Tuesday, her own, the other side of it, the half of the event that happened in a different building in a different city on the same day, which she has never spoken about to anyone except Lena and which she has been carrying in the specific manner of a person who has decided that something is true and must be accounted for and is waiting for the moment to account for it. She tells them about the screen. The match percentage loading in the standard format. The moment the number appeared, 97.3, and the several seconds during which she sat with it before she understood that she had been sitting with it for several seconds, which is how she knew it had registered as significant, because she does not usually pause at numbers. She processes numbers. This number stopped her processing. She tells them what she did not do. She did not panic. She did not delete the record. She did not open the corrupted file partition. She tells them this not as virtue but as accurate description, because the record requires accuracy and because the difference between what she and Lena each did with the same information on the same day is itself part of the story, and the story is the record, and the record needs to be complete. She carried it. She tells them what carrying it felt like. She is not, by nature, a person who describes feeling in experiential terms. She processes feeling the way she processes information, thoroughly, privately, and then she acts on the result. But Lena had said be specific and she is being specific, which means she is going to tell them about the 4 months, what it is to take a piece of information that restructures the fundamental architecture of your life and fold it into the daily operation of an ordinary professional existence, which she continued to be excellent at, because she is someone who does not let one variable destabilize the function of every other variable even when the variable in question is as significant as this. One was. 4 months of that. She tells them about the transfer request. She tells them she wrote it and deleted it 17 times, which she knows is specific enough to sound disproportionate and which she is telling them anyway, because disproportionate is accurate and accuracy is what the record requires. She tells them why she deleted it 16 times, because each draft she wrote was technically adequate and professionally justifiable and missing something she couldn't name until the 17th draft, which she wrote differently, which included in its professional justification a line about the specific value of proximity to legacy system expertise that was, she understood when she read it back, not about the system. She submitted the 17th draft. She tells them about the lobby. The badge photo. The first time she saw Lena, not the match result photograph from the file, which she had seen when she pulled the transfer's administrative documentation, but the actual person, in a gray blazer, slightly imperfect hair, crossing the lobby with the specific quality of movement of someone who belongs in a building so completely that they have stopped thinking about it. She tells them she understood immediately that she had made the right decision, which is not a feeling she has often, but when she has it she trusts it, because she checks her work before she submits it, and she had checked this for 4 months before she walked through the door. She tells them about 18 months. She tells them about learning to read someone in the margins of a language that has no words for what you are to each other. The specific grammar of it, what can be said in a glance and what cannot, what a silence contains when you are both in it, how you learn over time to be known to someone in the space between what you can say and what you mean. She tells them she recognized Lena's caution because she was doing the same thing, which is the kind of recognition that happens below the level of decision. You see yourself in someone else's careful angles and you understand that you are both protecting the same thing from the same direction. She tells them about the apartment. She tells them about the spare key, which Lena gave her on a Sunday without ceremony and which she accepted without discussion, and she tells them precisely what that exchange communicated and what it did not communicate, because the precision is the point. The record needs to show what two people actually say to each other when the available language cannot hold what they mean, which is, everything significant was present and none of it was spoken, and both of them knew it and neither of them needed it to be spoken for it to be true. She tells them about the morning the marks aligned. She is precise about this in the way she is precise about evidence, because it is evidence, the ministry's own notation on their own bodies, the resonance configuration that the ministry's literature describes as confirmation, which she has read because she reads everything and which she had never expected to be looking at on a Tuesday morning in a kitchen where she was reaching for the coffee. She tells them it was not planned. She tells them Lena's sleeve pushed up and the marks were there, and they both went still, looking at the documentation of what they were to each other in the taxonomy of the institution that had classified it as an error, and she tells them what she said. Well, there it is. She says this to the officer in the same tone she used in the kitchen, the measured, understated register of a woman who processes information before she processes feelings, and she is aware that the tone is its own content, that the specific understatement of the moment is the moment, that the compression of what she was feeling into 4 words with a period at the end says something about 2 years of carrying this that a longer sentence couldn't. The officer writes. She does not pause. She tells them about Lena's laugh. She is specific about it. She tells them what she noticed first, that it arrives slightly later than expected, that it has a moment of apparent surprise in it, as though Lena is consistently caught off guard by her own capacity for it. She tells them it is lower than her speaking voice. She tells them it has a particular quality when it is at Wren's expense, a warmth that the speaking voice doesn't always have room for, which she understands is a form of trust, the specific trust of a person who does not often laugh and who laughs differently when they are not performing composure. She tells them she catalogued this without intending to, beginning in the 3rd week of working in the same building, and that the cataloging continued until the catalog became so complete that she could reconstruct it accurately from memory at any time, which she has done, occasionally, when Lena was not present, which is its own kind of admission, and she is including it in the record because the record should be complete. She tells them she has been making a practice of being specific about the things she wants most, rather than keeping them in the peripheral vision where they are safer. She tells them Lena's laugh is one of the things she wants most. She tells them she is being specific about it now, in an official record, while looking at the camera in the upper left corner of the room. She does not look away from the camera. She thinks, write it down. You wanted a record. The officer writes. Good. She continues. She tells them about the plan. Not all of it, not the parts that are Sable's to own, not the algorithm, which is its own account for a different record, but the part that is theirs, the part that is the purpose of this room, the record she and Lena built together over 6 weeks in the after-hours quiet of the ministry's own archive, in the language of official documentation, in the institution's own filing system, under their own names. She tells them this was not a deception. She tells them this was the plan being itself, a record built to be found, testimony prepared to be given, evidence assembled not to be hidden but to be read. She tells them she understood, when Lena explained it, that this was the correct strategy. She tells them she understands it more completely now, sitting in this room, which is the room the strategy was designed for. The officer looks up from his notes. Is there anything you'd like to add, he says, before I close the session? Wren thinks about the 47 files. She thinks about the 3 years she spent in a role she performed with thoroughness and certainty and a quality of institutional loyalty she had not yet examined. She thinks about the debt she carries and the decision she made about what to do with it. Carry it accurately, not as justification but as fact, and let what comes next be what it is. She thinks about Lena in a room like this one, below, or above, she does not know, who has already said all of this from the other side, in her own voice, in the language of documentation she has been fluent in since before she understood what she would use it for. She thinks, the comparison protocol will run their accounts against each other. It will find consonants where it was looking for gaps. It will produce, in the ministry's own analytical output, the conclusion that two people are telling the same true story, which is a conclusion the protocol has no flag for, which is a gap that exists in the protocol's design because no one who designed it imagined that anyone would sit in this room and choose to tell the truth completely. She thinks, Lena imagined it. She built for it. No, Wren says. I've been thorough. She looks at the camera one more time. Then she looks away from it, because she is done, because there is nothing left to give them and everything she had to give is now in the record, and the looking was for the record and not for them. The officer closes his folder. She is returned to her cell. She sits on the cot. She puts her hands in her lap. She looks at the room, the walls, the fixed table, the painted-over window with its particular quality of wrong light, and she thinks about what she just did. She put Lena's laugh in the ministry's record. She is, she thinks, satisfied with this. She is also aware that satisfied is not the whole of what she is feeling, that there is something underneath it that she does not have a clean name for, something in the register of a weight put down, not eliminated, not resolved, but set on a surface rather than carried, which is a different relationship to the same mass. She has been carrying things for a long time. She is not done carrying them. The 47 files are still in the column therein. The 3 years are still accounted for accurately in her understanding of herself, unrevised. The system still exists and the correction program still exists and the facility still exists and the file now sitting in Stroud's folder will not change any of that. But the file is there. In the record. In the ministry's own hand. And Lena is somewhere in this building, and she said everything too, and when the comparison protocol runs their accounts against each other it is going to find nothing but the truth, which is the one thing it was never designed to handle. Wren sits in the calibrated quiet of sub-level 3 and she waits. She is, as she is in everything, early. Chapter 30, 2 accounts, no flag. Stroud reads in the evenings. This is a habit he developed during the Eastern Sector directorship, when the volume of documentation requiring his personal review first exceeded what could be managed during standard working hours, and which he has maintained since, not from necessity, which came and went, but because he has found that the evening has a quality of attention the day doesn't. The interruptions stop. The building runs down to its overnight register. The thing you are reading has your full consideration. He pours himself a glass of water. He does not drink coffee after 5 o'clock. He sits at the secondary desk in his office, not the one facing the door, the one facing the wall, which is for work that requires thinking rather than work that requires being seen thinking, and he opens the file. It is larger than he expected. This is the first notable thing. He had expected a standard interrogation product, 2 transcripts, each in the range of 8 to 12 pages, following the PD, 7-question architecture and the sequence the protocol produces. What he has instead is 2 transcripts totaling 61 pages between them, which is more than 5 times the standard length and which means that both subjects gave him, without prompting beyond the opening question, everything. He sets this aside for the moment. He begins with Vasquez. He reads. He is a thorough reader. He has read tens of thousands of pages of ministry documentation over the course of a career and he has developed, through practice, the ability to track 2 things simultaneously, the surface content of a document and the architecture beneath it, the structure of choices that produce the content, what was included, what was omitted, why the sentences are the length they are, where the register shifts and what the shift indicates. He applies this to all documents, including novels, which he reads rarely and finds mostly overwritten. He applies it now. What he finds in Vasquez's account, reading it against his own interview notes, is this: it is accurate. Not approximately accurate. Not accurate in the way of a careful subject who has prepared a version of events that is technically defensible. He has read those documents for 30 years and he knows their texture. He knows the specific quality of a truth that has been processed through caution, the way the language smooths in the places where the speaker is most afraid, the way the detail thins at the crucial points, the way someone being professionally honest produces a record that is true in the way a partial map is true. It shows you what is there, not what is missing. This is not that. This is the other kind. The kind where the texture is wrong not because the subject is hiding something but because they are not. He knows this texture too, though he encounters it far less frequently, because people who sit in that room have almost never decided to simply tell him everything. The detail is too specific. The sequence is too precise. There are places in the account where Vasquez uses language that would be unnecessary if she were managing her disclosure, language that exposes rather than protects, that puts things in the record she could have omitted and would have omitted if she were being careful. She is not being careful. She is being comprehensive. He sits with this. Then he opens Reyes. He reads. Reyes's account is structured differently from Vasquez's, tighter in register, more compressed, the economy of a compliance officer who has spent a career in official language and who has turned that training towards something it was not designed for. Where Vasquez documents, Reyes describes. The information is the same. The voice is entirely different. They are, he thinks, reading this, two sides of the same careful intelligence operating from different angles on the same set of events. He reaches the section on Lena Vasquez's laugh. He reads it. He reads it again. It is 4 paragraphs. It is the most specific thing in either transcript. He puts both folders down and looks at the wall for a moment. He has been doing this work for 30 years. He has read a great deal of testimony. He has read confessions and denials and careful evasions and the specific category of account that is neither confession nor denial but negotiation, the subject positioning themselves for the best possible outcome, reading the room, calibrating the disclosure. He is very good at identifying which category a document belongs to. This does not belong to any category he has a name for. He picks up Reyes's folder. He picks up Vasquez's folder. He places them side by side on the secondary desk, Vasquez on the left, Reyes on the right, and he reads them together, not sequentially but laterally, the way the comparison protocol is designed to be applied, tracking the same event across 2 accounts to find the places where the accounts diverge. They do not diverge. He reads the section on the Tuesday. Both Tuesdays, same date, different buildings, same match percentage. Vasquez buries the result. Reyes carries it for 4 months. He can see, tracking the accounts together, the specific asymmetry of 2 people responding to the same information from the same position of exposure with the same fear and reaching different conclusions about what to do with it, and he can see that both responses were made in complete privacy, in separate rooms, without consultation. He could not have constructed this. He has worked with fabricated testimony and with coordinated testimony and with the kind of testimony that is technically independent but was prepared in sufficient proximity to another account that the shape is the same. This is not any of those. This is 2 people who thought separately and arrived at the truth. He opens the comparison protocol. The comparison protocol is a piece of software Vasquez wrote in her 2nd year. He had reviewed the code at the time, not the code itself, which he had sent to the technical review team, but the design document, which she had written with the clean precision she brings to everything. The logic is elegant, it cross-references accounts on 7 axes, looking for the specific statistical patterns that distinguish coordinated deception from coincidental truth-telling, and flags for human review when the inconsistency metrics exceed the threshold. It is, he has always thought, the best thing she built. He runs it. He waits. The protocol processes for 4 minutes and 17 seconds, which is within normal operating parameters for a transcript of this length. The output is a single page. He reads it. No flags. He reads it again. No flags. 0. The inconsistency metrics are all within the truthful range. Not at the low end of the range, which would indicate coordinated preparation. At the center of it, which is where accounts land when 2 people are simply telling the same true story from their own perspectives, with the normal variation in emphasis and register that comes from 2 different minds, 2 different voices, two sets of eyes that noticed different things and remembered them differently and produced, from that difference, an account that maps identically at every structural point. He sits for a long time with the output. He has been running the comparison protocol on interrogation transcripts for 4 years. He has never seen this result. He has seen flags, many flags, concentrated flags at the structurally significant points, distributed flags across the full account. He has seen minimal flags, which indicate a sophisticated subject who has prepared carefully. He has seen the borderline results that require judgment. He has never seen zero. The protocol was not, he understands now, designed to produce zero. The protocol was designed to measure how much of an account is not true. It has no response for all of it. He knows who wrote that protocol. He closes the output. He places it inside Vasquez's folder. He picks up both folders, 61 pages of testimony, 2 accounts, no flags, and he holds them for a moment, thinking about their weight, which is not the weight of paper. He has been doing this work for 30 years. He has collected leverage. He has collected it methodically, with patience, with the understanding that things held long enough become valuable, and that the collector's art is not acquisition but timing, knowing when the thing you hold is most worth using. He had been holding this specific piece for some time. He had understood its shape. He had been waiting for the correct moment. The shape is different from what he understood. He has acquired not a liability, not the exposable error, the deniable anomaly, the career-ending admission that 2 employees had violated ministry protocol regarding match results. He has acquired instead something the ministry's evidentiary standards have no category for: proof of existence. Complete, specific, cross-referenced, the 2 accounts locked together in perfect consonance. 2 women. 1 match result. 18 months of learning each other in the margins of a language that had no words for them. And the comparison protocol's output, nothing to contradict. Nothing to use. No gap where a lie lives. He picks up his water glass. He drinks. He puts it down. Vasquez wrote the comparison protocol. She designed the interrogation parameters for this room. She has spent 6 years building and maintaining the systems that this file has just been entered into, and she walked into this building this morning and sat down across from him and told him everything, completely, and she did it knowing, he understands this now, reading the architecture of it, that every system the ministry has for processing what she told him would find nothing wrong with it. Not because she had found the gaps. Because she had filled them. She built the record and she gave it to him and she gave him no choice but to put it in the file. He holds the folders. He is a man who collects leverage. He is also a man who is precise about the nature of the things he collects, and this is not the shape of leverage he expected, and he is thorough enough to sit with the recalibration rather than pretend it isn't happening. He is not defeated. He wants to be clear with himself about this. He has the file. He will keep the file. The file can still be used, at the moment when it becomes most valuable, in the calculation he has been running since the beginning. The power balance is the same as it was this morning. Vasquez and Reyes are in sublevel 3. He is here. The system is intact. But the file has their names in it. The ministry's own names, the ministry's own forms, the ministry's own analytical output confirming that the accounts are true. They are in the record. The record that Vasquez built, in the institution she built parts of, in the language she is fluent in, which is the language the institution uses to make things undeniable. He had been waiting for the leverage. He did not expect the leverage to write itself. He stands. He straightens his jacket. He picks up both folders and places them in the secure storage drawer and locks it with the key he keeps on his person rather than in the building's master system, because the building's master system has audit access and he has been managing the audit access on this file since the beginning. He will go to Vasquez's cell this evening. He has a calculation to complete. He turns off the desk lamp. He leaves his office. The corridor is quiet, overnight configuration, minimal staff, the building reduced to its essential functions. He walks through it the way he walks through all spaces, at the pace of someone who has determined there is no urgency in arriving anywhere before he is ready. He arrives when he intends to. He always does. Chapter 31, Impossible to Process Quietly. The cell on sublevel 3 is not designed for comfort, which Lena already knew. She helped design the protocol for it, not the physical dimensions, not the materials, but the experience of it, the sequence. The light that does not shift with the hour. The bed that is not uncomfortable enough to constitute cruelty but is not comfortable enough to allow the easy unconsciousness of a person who is not afraid. The painted-over window. She had thought of all of it as technical specifications, the kind of choices you make when you are solving a problem in the abstract, when the problem has a number and a category and does not yet have a face. She has a number. She has had one for 6 years. She sits on the cot with her hands in her lap and she looks at the wall opposite and she waits. He comes in the evening, as she knew he would. She had written the protocol. The deputy minister conducts the secondary review after the comparison processing, which meant she had always known, if it came to this, that there would be a second meeting. An evening meeting. The specific quality of a conversation that happens after he has read everything. The door opens. Stroud is exactly as he always is. This is one of the things she has always respected about him in the careful, circumspect way she respects systems that work. He does not perform his authority because he has never needed to. He sets no folder on the table this time. The folder has already served its purpose. He has already read it. The folder is filed now in the locked drawer of his secondary desk in the secure storage configuration he prefers for things he considers personal acquisitions. He does not sit. He stands at the table's edge and he looks at her with the assessing attention of a man who has recalibrated something and is now verifying the new calibration against the source. Analyst Vasquez, he says. Deputy Minister. He is quiet for a moment. She lets him be quiet. She has been letting silences exist without filling them for so long that she barely registers the instinct to speak anymore. It was trained out of her by 6 years of holding things close, and now it is simply how she is structured. You understand, he says, what you've done. I've given you an accurate account, Lena says. As requested. You've made yourself impossible to process quietly. Yes. She looks at him steadily, in the even way she has been looking at things her whole career. The look that is not challenge and is not submission but is simply the look of a person who sees the situation clearly and is not pretending otherwise. That was the point. He absorbs this. He is a reader. She has always known that about him. The way he reads rooms and accounts and people with the same systematic attention he brings to documentation, the collector's habit of understanding the thing he is acquiring before he decides what to do with it. He is reading her now. She lets him. The comparison protocol, he says finally. Yes. You wrote it to catch liars. Yes. It doesn't have a flag for this. A pause. For two people telling the same true story. No, Lena says. It doesn't. She had known this would be where he arrived. She had built toward it for 6 years without knowing she was building toward it, had spent 18 months building toward it deliberately, had spent 6 weeks assembling the evidence with the specific intelligence of someone who understands the system she is using it against, and all of it had been for this moment, not the triumph of it. She is not interested in triumph, that is not what this is, but the accuracy of it. The moment at which the record exists in a place it cannot be quietly removed from, at which the system has processed them through its own logic and produced, in its own output, confirmation that they are true. He is quiet for a longer moment. She watches him recalculate. She recognizes the process. She has watched him recalibrate in smaller contexts, across a table at the monthly administration review, on the phone when she gave him information that shifted his models, in the corridor when Wren's transfer request had arrived and he had paused a half-second longer than usual before approving it. He is a collector, and collectors are not inflexible. They simply have a very precise understanding of what a thing is worth, and when the worth changes they update the column. The transcript will need to be classified, he says finally. Everything gets classified eventually. She keeps her voice even. This is the voice she has been practicing for years, the voice she uses when she is most afraid and least wants it to show, not because she is hiding the fear, but because the fear is hers, and she does not owe him access to it. But it's in the record now. Your record. The ministry's record. Filed under our names, cross-referenced, indexed. She pauses. You're very thorough, Deputy Minister. I've always respected that about your administration. Nothing gets lost. Something moves in his expression. Not much. He is not a man whose expressions are legible to people who do not know how to look, and she has been looking at him for 4 years, but something. The very slight quality of a person who has heard something that has landed precisely. He'll use it, Wren had said. I know, Lena had said. Eventually. The moment it becomes useful to him. I know. But we'll know it exists. And he'll know we know. He is looking at her now as he might look at something in his collection that has turned out to be a different kind of thing than he believed he was acquiring. Not worthless. Not even less valuable, necessarily. But a different shape. A different weight. An object that requires a different understanding of what it is. He has the leverage. He will keep the leverage. She has never expected anything else. That is not what the plan was for. The plan was not for freedom, not the clean, uncomplicated kind. The plan was for record. For the specific kind of record that exists in the ministry's own language, in the ministry's own filing system, confirmed by the ministry's own analytical tools, and that cannot be quietly reclassified as nothing, as error, as the kind of absence that the system is very practiced at producing. She thinks about the 47 files. She had read about them, not directly, not in any record that had her name on it, but she had understood, from the shape of certain silences, the specific quality of what Wren carried before she transferred. The women and the men and the people the correction program had processed in the years before the record existed. The ones who had no documentation, whose existence had been classified away. She thinks, we are not them. Not because we are more valuable, not because our fear was greater or our love was harder, but because we are still here. Because they came for Wren on a Thursday afternoon and I was sitting at my desk and I finished the sentence I was in the middle of first. Because I spent 6 years building the architecture of a system that would, in the end, be asked to evaluate our testimony, and I built it to recognize the truth. She thinks, Wren is in a room like this one, above, she learned later, 2 floors above, and she is sitting on a cot the same as this one and she has said everything she had to say and now she is waiting. Wren, who is always early. Wren, who checks that things are real before she responds to them. Wren, who counted Lena's laugh and filed it under the thing she wants most and then walked into an interrogation room and described it to the ministry in official language, looking directly at the camera. She had wanted to cry when she thought about that, in the hours after the officers came. She had not. She had opened the record instead and read it one more time and then she had made it better, a word here and a phrase there, and saved it, and sent the timestamp through the relay. She looks at Stroud. He is still standing. He will not sit, she understands this about him. The standing is the form his authority takes in spaces where he does not need to assert it. He stands the way people stand when they are deciding something, and she lets him decide. The transcript will be retained, he says. It is not the sentence she expected, but she had run enough scenarios to know it was one of the possible sentences. In the secure classification. Not distributed. Not entered into the standard archive. I understand. You understand what that means. It means you'll keep it. She holds his gaze. We know you'll keep it. And you know we know. And you know that when someone reads that file, anyone, at any point, for any reason, they will find 2 accounts of the same events, confirmed accurate by the ministry's own comparison protocol, describing 2 women who were told their existence was an error and who spent 6 years building the evidence that it was not. She pauses. You can classify that. You cannot make it not true. A silence. Then, you've thought about this for a long time. 6 years, she says. Something moves in his expression again. The collector's assessment. The revised estimate. He leaves without answering. The door closes. Lena unfolds the notification paper she has been holding in her lap. She does not remember folding it, only that she has been holding it, the processing annex paperwork they gave her when they brought her down, the standard form, and she smooths it against her knee. She sits in the calibrated silence of sublevel 3. She thinks about the record. 31 pages in the Ministry's archive. The comparison protocol's output, 0 flags, filed inside her own folder in Stroud's locked drawer where nothing gets lost. Their names on every page. The Ministry's hand in every margin. She thinks about Wren, 2 floors above. She thinks, she's already waiting. She thinks, I'm going to make her wait as short as I can. She folds her hands in her lap and she counts her breaths, not to calm herself. She has never counted to calm herself, but because counting is a form of patience and patience is the form of control she still has, and she waits for morning. Chapter 32, 11 p.m. on a Friday. The release paperwork arrives at 9:43. Wren knows the time because she has been counting. Not minutes, that would be imprecise, and imprecision is a habit she has never allowed herself, but the intervals between the building's overnight cycles, the small audible markers of the Ministry's institutional rhythm, the ventilation shift at 9, the corridor patrol at 9:15, the particular quality of silence at 9:30 that means the overnight configuration is complete and the building has reduced to its essential functions. She has been mapping the rhythm since she arrived. She has mapped the rhythms of every building she has worked in for as long as she can remember. It is not something she decided to do, it is something she found she was already doing when she first noticed it. The cell on sublevel 3 is below the standard building cycle, which means its rhythms are different, slower, more deliberate, the rhythms of a space that does not require the civilian conceit of artificial daylight or the simulation of ordinary time. She has adapted to them. She is good at adapting. The release form is the Standard Processing Annex Document, PD 44, which she has seen in administrative context many times and has never before received in personal context. It has Stroud's signature at the bottom, which tells her several things, none of which are news. He has made his calculation, he has arrived at his decision, he has decided that the leverage is more valuable unchallenged than contested. She had told Lena he would keep the file. She is not surprised. She is, under the surprise she is not feeling, something more complicated and less definable, something in the register of the plan doing what it was supposed to do, which is not relief and is not victory and is somewhere between the two, in a territory she does not have a name for. She signs the form. Her handwriting is what it always is, even, legible, the handwriting of a person who learned early that the way you sign something is also a record, and that records should be consistent. The officer processes her out. She retrieves her identification, her phone, she checks it, secure mode still active, Sable's 9-day window still running, for days remaining, and the small folio she carries when she expects a long day. She puts on her coat. The dark gray one. She is aware, putting it on, of the last time she wore it, which was Thursday afternoon, which was the escort walk through the compliance wing corridor, which was the moment she looked at Lena and then looked away because looking was evidence. She thinks, Lena is still in the building. The thought is not new. She has been sitting with it since Thursday. She has been sitting with it the way she sits with all things that cannot be immediately resolved, not at the center of her attention, which would make them louder, but at the periphery, where they can inform her thinking without consuming it. Lena is in the building. Lena has been in the building since Thursday afternoon, 2 floors below or 2 floors above, in a room that Lena designed and which has been used to process Lena. The specific indignity of this had arrived when Wren first understood it and she had held it for a moment and then she had set it on the peripheral shelf, because it was not actionable. She comes out of the processing annex into the corridor. Sublevel 3 at this hour is the overnight configuration, minimal, functional, the fluorescent utility of a space that does not perform anything. The officer walks her to the transit lift. She signs a second form at the desk. She takes the lift to the ground level, and the ground level is the building she knows, the same floors, the same administrative geography, the same exit through the east corridor to the street. She walks it with the same pace she uses for everything, deliberate, unhurried, the pace of a person who has decided where she is going and is not in any particular conflict about it. She comes out into the night. It is cold. Late autumn cold, the specific quality of the government district at 11 o'clock, the transit authority signage reflecting off damp pavement. She had not known when she was taken whether it was going to rain and she can see now that it did, not heavily, just the particular gray wet that this city does intermittently, the kind that leaves the pavement dark without accumulating. She pauses at the top of the annex steps and she looks at the street. She thinks about going somewhere that is not here. She has a contingency for this, a contact through Sable's network, a building 15 minutes from the Ministry district in the transit direction away from Lena's apartment. She had discussed it with Sable in the early planning stages. If one of them is released before the other, she goes to the contact. She does not go to the apartment. She does not attempt contact. Clean separation. Standard operational protocol for a situation in which the surveillance on both subjects can be presumed to be active. She stands on the steps. She thinks about the contingency. She thinks about it with the same thoroughness she applies to all contingencies: the route, the timing, the logic of it, the reasons it was designed the way it was designed. She thinks about Thursday afternoon. She thinks about the corridor, and the escort formation, and the less than a second of eye contact, and the thing she had seen in Lena's face in that half-second, not the fear, which she had expected, but the steadiness beneath it. The quality of a person who had heard the footsteps and finished the sentence she was in the middle of first. She thinks about what Lena said to her 3 weeks ago, in the kitchen at 9 o'clock, after the fight had passed its worst point and they were back at the table with the documents between them. She had said, "The record is the part one trust most. The one that looks, from here, like it has a fighting chance." She thinks, the record is in the file. The file is in Stroud's locked drawer. The comparison protocol ran their accounts and found 0 flags, which is the thing it was designed to find by the person who designed it, who has been in a cell on sublevel 3 for 38 hours and who, unless the paperwork in Wren's pocket is wrong, is scheduled for release at 5:43 tomorrow morning. She is going to be there. Not at the contingency contacts building, not 15 minutes in the other transit direction, not in any operational location. She is going to be at the end of the block outside the Ministry's processing annex at 5:43 in the morning, with her hands in her pockets and her collar turned up, because that is where she will be needed, and being where she is needed is not something she has ever required much justification for. She runs the risk calculus. She is thorough about it. She runs it honestly, not in the direction she wants, which would be dishonest and which she has spent her career avoiding. Surveillance is likely on both of them, active, at least until Stroud has completed his assessment of what he is holding and decided what use to make of it. The annex exit is monitored. Being present at Lena's release is, from a pure operational standpoint, the visible choice. She stands with the cold. Then she thinks, I put Lena's laugh in the Ministry's record while looking directly at the camera. I told the Ministry what she sounds like when she is laughing at herself, and I told it in official language, and I did not look away. I did this deliberately, as a strategic choice, as the thing the plan required, and I also did it because I wanted to. Because the specificity of it was the point. Because visibility is not always a vulnerability. Because she told me the plan was this: make us impossible to deny. Stroud will have surveillance on the annex. He will have it regardless of whether Wren is there. The record already exists. What she does in the next 6.5 hours will not change the record or the file or the 0 flags in the comparison protocol's output. It will only change who Lena sees when she comes through the annex door. She descends the steps. She does not go toward the transit station in the direction of the contingency contact. She goes toward the all-night break in the commercial district 2 blocks east, the one that opens at 6 and has tables in the back and does not, in her experience, attract the kind of foot traffic that includes Ministry staff. She buys coffee she does not drink. She sits at the table in the back. She puts her phone on the table and she reads Sable's last message. 4 days remaining, the algorithm documentation still with her, the partial release contingency still active and ready to be cancelled at her signal, and she sends a short reply through the relay: release confirmed. Cancel partial. Do not initiate. She waits for the response. It comes in 7 minutes, confirmed. Standing down. And then, after a pause that Wren has come to understand as Sable's version of warmth, both of you? Not yet, Wren sends back. At 5:43. The response to this is a single character, which Wren reads as assent and possibly as something warmer than assent, though she does not have enough data on Sable's emotional register to be certain. She puts her phone away. She sits with the coffee she is not drinking. The break is quiet. The table in the back has a view of the street through the front window, the empty government district pavement, the transit authority signage dark for the overnight cycle, the sky beginning, infinitesimally, to lighten in the east. Not dawn, not yet, but the precursor to it, the specific quality of dark that is not full dark. Because the city is too bright for full dark, and which she has noticed many times from many windows in many buildings and which she has never before been sitting with because of this reason. She sits. She waits. She is, as she is in everything, early. The gray comes slowly. She watches it arrive, not looking for it, not impatient, simply aware of it the way she is aware of all incremental changes in her environment, cataloging, filing, noting that the sky is now a different shade than it was 20 minutes ago and that the quality of the cold has shifted, become more specific, the kind that happens just before the sun moves across the horizon even when the sun is not visible. At 5:15 she leaves the break. She walks the 2 blocks back to the ministry's processing annex. She does not take the most direct route. She takes the route that passes the street camera coverage she has mapped from the building security documentation, which she reviewed in her second week of employment and has updated in her mental map periodically since. She is aware that this does not change the fact that she will be visible at the annex. She is aware that this is a choice she is making in full knowledge of its visibility. She arrives at the end of the block. She puts her hands in her pockets. She turns up her collar against the cold. She looks at the annex door, the gray institutional door, the release intake entrance on the building's north face, the one that does not face the main ministry plaza and is not visible from the main transit hub, which is the point of it, the particular bureaucratic kindness of allowing people to leave through a door that is not the front. She waits. At 5:40, the rain starts. Fine and cold. The kind that gets into everything before you notice it is there. She does not move. Chapter 33, The Same Pavement, A Different Morning. The processing annex release form is the same form she has seen in administrative context. She signs it left-handed because the compliance officer asks her to use the pen on the right side of the desk and the pen is slightly out of reach if she uses her right hand, and she is not going to ask him to move it. Small choices. The form of control she still has. She has been exercising it throughout. She signed her testimony with her full name and without abbreviation. She requested water twice during the interrogation and received it both times. She finished her sentences before the officers interrupted them. She takes her identification. She takes her phone, secure mode, for days on the sable window which she will cancel as soon as she is outside and can use the relay cleanly. She does not take anything else because she did not have anything else with her when they brought her in on Thursday, because she had come to the ministry on Thursday morning with the record already filed and her desk already cleared of everything she did not want them to find, which was a precaution she had been making for 4 weeks and which had arrived, on Thursday, at the point of becoming relevant. She puts on her coat. She walks out. The processing annex exit opens onto the ministry's north face, the side that does not look out over the main plaza, the institutional gray door that is there specifically for exits that the ministry has determined should not be public. She has written about this in the record, the way the system manages visibility. The way it handles what it does not want observed. She had, 6 years ago, thought of it as operational design. She had, in the past 6 weeks, spent a great deal of time thinking about what she had thought of as operational design. She comes through the door. The morning is gray. Fine rain, the kind that has been falling for a while and that has already made the pavement dark, already gotten into the collars of coats, already changed the quality of the light from the street lamps to something more diffuse, more even, the city rendered in the specific palette of an early morning that is not trying to be anything other than what it is. She stops. There is a person at the end of the block. Wren is standing at the far end of the pavement with her hands in her jacket pockets and her collar turned up against the rain, and she is just standing there, not moving toward the annex door, not making any gesture of acknowledgement, just standing at the end of the block the way she stands in all spaces, with the quality of presence that does not announce itself and does not require anything. Lena has watched Wren stand in rooms, in corridors, at the back of conference presentations, and she has always thought that Wren's stillness is a different kind of stillness than most people's, not absence, not waiting, but the stillness of someone who has already arrived wherever they intended to be. She is doing the thing she does. Lena knows this thing. She has watched it enough times to know its name, though she has never given it a name out loud, the moment of checking. The half-second in which Wren confirms that what she is seeing is real before she responds to it. The small verification that the world has produced the thing the world seemed to be producing and that she is not misreading the evidence. She stands at the end of the block and she checks. Then she crosses the street. She moves at the same pace she always moves, deliberate, direct, the walk of a person who has decided exactly where she is going and is going there in the most efficient way possible, without hurry, because hurry is not the right word for this. Lena stands at the top of the annex steps and watches her come and does not move, and the rain falls on both of them and the gray morning holds them in it, and Wren arrives. She puts her hand against Lena's jaw. It is specific, the right hand, the broad palm, against Lena's jaw with the precise intention of someone who knows where she is putting it and why. Lena turns her face into it the way she has learned to turn into the things that are good, the things she spent 6 years refusing to believe she was allowed to have, and for a moment neither of them says anything, because the morning is gray and cold and they have both been in sub-level 3 for 30-some hours and neither of them has slept and neither of them needs to say anything yet. The rain falls. Lena closes her eyes. She thinks about the record. She thinks about it the way she thinks about it now, which is differently from how she thought about it while she was building it. Then it was a technical problem, a structural challenge, the thing she was making with the specific intelligence she had spent 6 years developing for exactly this purpose. Now it is the thing that exists. The thing that sits in a locked drawer in Stroud's secondary desk under their names, cross-referenced, confirmed by the comparison protocol, the ministry's own hand on every page. She has thought about it through all of Thursday and all of Friday and the gray early morning of Saturday, and she has arrived, somewhere in that time, at something she can only call settled. Not resolved. Not safe, she is not safe, they are not safe, the file exists and Stroud is keeping it and the system has not changed. But settled. In the specific way that happens when you have done the thing you were building toward and the building is over, and the thing you built is in the world, and you can look at it now and say, yes. That is the shape of it. That is what it looks like. He's going to keep the file, Wren says. Her voice is quiet. Rain-specific quiet, the way voices get outside in the morning when the city is still in its early configuration and the usual ambient noise has not yet built. Her hand is still against Lena's jaw. I know, Lena says. He'll use it. Eventually. The moment it becomes useful to him. I know. Lena opens her eyes. Wren's face is close, and the rain has gotten into her hair, the close-cropped dark hair, water beaded on it, and her eyes are what they always are, the dark attentive eyes of a person who is looking at something and actually seeing it. But we'll know it exists. And he'll know we know. She watches Wren work through this. The specific quality of her thinking face, which is not a face at all from the outside, it is only the eyes, the slight shift in focus that means she is checking the joints of an idea, verifying the structure of it before she responds to it. Lena has spent 18 months learning this vocabulary. She is fluent in it now. And everyone who reads that transcript will know what we are, Lena continues. What the system classified as an error. What they built a whole correction program to erase. She pauses. Wren is still. We're in the record, Wren. In their own words. In their own file. They documented us themselves. The rain is fine and cold. A transit bus moves somewhere nearby, the low mechanical sound of the government district's infrastructure cycling through its morning configuration. The annex door is closed behind them. The street is empty of anyone who is looking at them, Lena has checked, because checking is the habit of 6 years and it does not switch off just because the record is filed, and it may never switch off, and she has made her peace with this. Wren is quiet in the particular way she is quiet when she is checking something she already knew against the version of it that has just been confirmed. Then, you made us impossible to lose. Lena looks at her. I made us impossible to deny, she says. It's not the same thing. But it's something. Wren's thumb moves. Just slightly, against the line of her jaw, not a deliberate gesture, or not only a deliberate gesture. The small involuntary things Wren does when she has decided to stop performing stillness. Lena has been cataloging them without intending to, from the third week of working in the same building, and the catalog has become so complete that she could reconstruct it accurately from memory at any time. She is reconstructing it now, in the specific reverse way, not from memory but from the source, from Wren standing in the rain with her hand against her face. Sable, Wren says. I cancelled the partial release last night. I know you would. I sent it before I came here. She meets Lena's gaze, the direct look that is not apology and is not the management of information and is simply the honesty she committed to, in a kitchen, 4 weeks ago, at 11:30 at night. The algorithm documentation is still with her network. I told her to hold it. For now. For now. A beat. I wanted to tell you before you asked. Lena's chest does something complicated with this. She has, over 18 months, learned to let it do complicated things without requiring them to resolve into the simple. She has learned that love, she is precise about the word, she has been precise about it for weeks, is not simple and does not want to be. It wants to be specific. It wants to be exact. It wants to be the kind of thing you can say in a record and have confirmed true by the ministry's own analytical tools. Thank you, she says. The rain falls. They stand on the pavement outside the ministry's processing annex in the gray morning and neither of them says anything for a moment, and the moment is the kind that Lena has spent 6 years not believing she would have, the specific kind that looks like nothing from the outside, 2 people standing in the rain, their shoulders almost touching, their marks covered by sleeves, and which is, from the inside, everything. Where do you want to go? Wren asks. Not toward the ministry district. Not toward the archive, not toward any of the places where the next problem lives, not yet, not today, maybe not this week. The next problem exists. They both know it. The file is Stroud's and Stroud is Vong's and Vong is the ceiling Lena has not yet mapped and the algorithm documentation is still with Sable and the correction program still exists and the facility still exists and the system has not changed. But the record is there. In the file. In their own names. In the only language the state knows how to write. Forward, Lena says. Wren's mouth does the thing it does, not quite a smile, the thing that lives at its edge. The thing that Lena has described in the record as the expression that arrives when Wren has recognized something she already knew. She has seen it from a conference room across a table, from a kitchen doorway, in the margins of 18 months of being careful. She is seeing it now, in the rain, in the gray early morning of a Saturday that is just beginning. They start walking. Chapter 34, We Were Here. The rain is fine and cold. The kind that gets into everything before you register that it is doing so, into the collar of a coat, into the seam of a shoe, into the particular quality of the air in a way that makes the city feel smaller and more specific, reduced from the scale it occupies in the abstract to the scale of what is immediately in front of you, this pavement, this building, this street, this person walking beside you. Their shoulders are touching. Not deliberately, or not only deliberately. The pavement is narrow here. The government district side street that runs between the processing annex block and the transit hub 2 streets east, and the geometry of walking together on a narrow pavement in the rain produces contact that is also a choice, or is also something that was always going to be the choice, the kind of choice that doesn't announce itself because it was decided some time ago and is only now being executed. Lena thinks about the record. She thinks about it the way she has been thinking about it since Thursday, which is differently from how she thought about it in the months before Thursday. The long focused thinking of construction, the attention she gave to every word of it, the specific intelligence of building a thing that would be read by systems she had helped design, that would be evaluated by protocols she had written, that would need to be true in the way that only 2 accounts of the same events, told honestly from 2 different angles, are true. She thinks, it exists now. It is not a plan anymore. It is a record. She thinks about Stroud reading it the way she has always known Stroud reads, with the dual attention, the surface content and the architecture beneath it, tracking not just what is there but the structure of choices that produced it. She thinks about what he found, not the liability he was building toward, not the exposable anomaly, not the career-ending admission that could be managed and used at the moment of his choosing. She thinks about the shape of what he actually acquired, which is the shape she built it to have, 2 accounts locked in consonance, confirmed by his own tools, entered by his own hand into his own files, which are the ministry's files, which are the files that constitute the record of what the ministry knows and has decided is real. The ministry knows she exists. Not as an error. Not as an anomaly pending correction. As a person with a name, a match result, a specific history documented in 61 pages of official testimony that the comparison protocol has confirmed is true. As someone the system processed and could not summarize away. She thinks about the roommate from 6 years ago. The woman in the apartment across the hall who had smiled and said she understood and whose name she no longer remembers, which is its own particular small grief. Not large, not the grief she expected to feel about this, but present, the way things are present when you have carried them long enough that they become part of the weight you move with. She thinks, I'm sorry I smiled back. I'm sorry I waited this long. She thinks, I am doing it now. Wren's shoulder is warm against hers. This is a specific and catalogued warmth. She has been cataloguing Wren's warmth for longer than she will ever admit out loud. From the first afternoon they stood near enough for it to be a physical fact rather than a theoretical one, and the catalogue is complete enough now that she could reconstruct it at any time. She does not reconstruct it. She is in the source of it, on a pavement in the rain, and she lets herself be in the source of it without doing the thing she has spent 6 years doing with things she was allowed to have, keeping them in the peripheral vision. Holding them sideways. Making them smaller so that losing them would be survivable. She does not make this smaller. She thinks about Vong. She does not do this for long. It is a gray Saturday morning and she has not slept, and there will be time for Vong, time for the calculation. She does not yet have enough information to run, but she does it honestly, the way she does everything, because the honest version of this morning includes the fact that the ceiling above Stroud is still there and has been watching since before any of them knew they were being watched. Vong, who approved the correction program in 2031 and has not looked directly at it since, who delegates the looking. Vong, who has a file now too, not Stroud's locked drawer, but the chain of awareness, the fact that something this large has been processed through Stroud's office and has produced a 61-page record and a zero-flag comparison output, and that Vong will have been informed, because Vong is always informed, because that is how she has managed to outlast everyone who ever underestimated her. Vong cannot claim, now, not to have looked. This is not victory. Lena does not call it victory. It is a fact she enters into the running total, the column she has been maintaining for 6 years of decisions and their consequences, and she notes it and moves forward. The pavement ends at the transit hub intersection. They stop at the crossing. The signal light is red. The government district is still in its early configuration, and there is almost no one here. A maintenance worker in a reflective vest moving along the far side of the street, a delivery driver stepping out of a vehicle 2 buildings down. The gray morning holds them in its particular diffuse light, and the rain is still fine and still cold and still getting into everything. She thinks about Tomas. She will call him on Sunday. Not today. Today is for the gray morning and the pavement and the warmth at her shoulder and the specific form of rest that arrives when you have done the thing you built toward, even if the building is not quite over. But Sunday she will call. She will hear his voice, which is too loud and asks questions he already has the answers to because he wants to hear her voice, and she will let him hear hers. She will not tell him everything. She may never tell him everything. There is the version of the conversation she has been practicing in her head for weeks, and then there is the version that is actually possible, and she does not yet know where the boundary between them is. But she will call. She will let him know she is here. She is here. The crossing signal changes. They walk. She thinks, the record is in sublevel 3, in a locked drawer, in a file that carries their names on every page. She thinks, Stroud will keep it, and she knows why he will keep it, and she knows what he believes he is holding. She thinks, he is not wrong, exactly. The file is leverage. She built it to be leverage. She built it to be the specific kind of leverage that a man who has spent 30 years collecting leverage would recognize as real. She also built it to be something else. She thinks about the comparison protocol, and the zero flags, and the specific quality of evidence that is produced when 2 people tell the same true story from 2 different vantages. She thinks, the ministry has, in its official record, confirmed that they exist. Has confirmed the match, the history, the 18 months of learning each other in the margins of a language that had no words for what they were. Has confirmed the apartment, and the toothbrush, and the drawer where the pens are. Has confirmed the morning the marks aligned, and Wren had said, with the measured understatement of a person who processes information before she processes feelings, well, there it is. Has confirmed the laugh. She thinks about Wren in the room 2 floors above, not looking away from the camera, describing her laugh for the official record of the Ministry of Pairings, making it the most specific thing in either transcript. She thinks about the decision that was, describing it, making it precise, putting the most private thing in the most public language, for the most institutional audience. She thinks about what that required. She had said, give them everything. Be specific. Make it real. Wren had given them everything. Lena reaches out and finds Wren's hand. Wren's hands are almost uncannily still. This is one of the things about her, the stillness of them, and the right hand has the small scar between the thumb and forefinger, the one whose origin is undisclosed and which Lena has never asked about and which is simply part of the inventory of Wren as a specific person rather than a general one. She finds the hand and holds it and Wren's fingers close around hers with the intention that Wren brings to everything she touches, not a grip, not possessive, just present. Just the specific pressure of a person who does not reach for things they do not mean. They walk. Somewhere in sublevel 3, a file sits in a locked drawer. It has their names on the cover tab and their accounts inside and the comparison protocol single-page output tucked in Lena's folder, no flags. 0. The inconsistency metrics landing at the center of the truthful range, because 2 people told the same true story and the protocol had no response for that, because the protocol was designed to find lies and there were no lies to find. The file says, Vasquez, L, Reyes, W, match classification, anomalous, status, active record. Lena thinks, the system wrote this. She thinks, the system looked at us and could not say we were not there. She thinks, that is not the end of anything. The system exists. The correction program exists. The facility exists. Stroud exists and Vong exists and the file in the drawer is leverage and they are not safe and none of this is over. And they are walking, in the gray morning rain, with their shoulders touching and their hands held and the marks on their wrists covered by sleeves, covered as they have always been covered, as they will probably need to be covered for a long time to come, and the marks are still there, under the sleeves, confirmed on both of them, the ministry's own taxonomy pressed into their skin by a system that had not intended it as proof and which had produced proof anyway. We were here. That is the thing the record says, she thinks, in the space between one step and the next. That is the thing all those pages say, in the end, stripped of the technical language and the cross-references and the 61 pages of testimony and the 0 flags and Stroud's signature on the classification notice and Vong somewhere above all of it reading and calculating and deciding what it means. It says, we were here. We were here, and we were told we were in error, and we built the evidence of what we were in the institution's own language and gave it to them ourselves. We were here, and you wrote it down yourself. The rain is fine and cold. The city continues, as cities do, the transit hub ahead, the morning beginning its ordinary incremental construction, the maintenance worker finished with his section of the far pavement and moving on, the delivery driver back in the vehicle. The government district does not know what happened in sublevel 3 on Thursday and Friday and Saturday morning, or it knows the way institutions know things, in the file, in the locked drawer, processed and classified and managed. It does not know in the way that matters. Not yet. The pavement opens ahead of them. They walk forward, into the gray city morning, their shoulders touching. Not toward the ministry district. Not yet, maybe not for a long time. Just forward.